Goodbye. 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 Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my echo. Hearing myself talk. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my echo. Oh, no, I still mute, please. I beg. Okay. No, 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 no. Time to ping my Discord. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Get my stream manager pulled up here. Dude, my heels hurt. I think I've been standing still for too long. I try to move. Ah! No, my teeth. Oh man, I didn't have a tea thing, so I had to like put it on like a piece of toilet paper, and it's all like gushy. Ooh. Cause like the tea bag or whatever, it's all like wet. Gross. Okay, we'll get started with coaching in just a second. Hey Ash Brown. Good evening, Rosa. It's time to say goodbye, 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 goodbye. Oh. We'll start our coaching session in just a second here. What does WSG mean? WSG Urban Dictionary. What's up, G? What's good? What's good? Ah, got it. I was close. Hey, Varashi. No intro again. I haven't had time. I've been yeah. Maybe one day Batman will come back. Time to say goodbye. Goodbye, bye. Hey, Mighty Brig. What was your stream intro idea?
James Bond.
James Bond. That would be fun.
A James Bond style.
Bunch of scantily clad women.
Wow.
All you. Production value has dropped since you beat him in a 1v1. I haven't been the same. I got time management coaching 2 weeks ago. Want the slides? I mean, yes, obviously. DM me. And then I'll take all that information and just present it like it was all my idea. So that's how these things work. Okay, what? What's going on with my thing? Okay, let's go. You're a genius? I mean, that's how genius works, right? You just steal all your ideas, present it as your own. You just take it one step higher. Actually, it's more about mails and calendars in a corporate environment. Don't know if it's useful. Tragic. That's okay. I'll still steal it and use it as my own. Yoink and twist. Right. All right, chat. We're gonna go. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
How are you? Getting your code pulled up here. Okay, and then I will get your form pulled up too. Is this Moira?
Yeah.
I really am looking forward to this. I have had a couple of Moira sessions recently. I think 2. I really enjoyed it, honestly.
Yeah.
I that's a lot of fun. Okay, so let's get your form here. This is Diamond still?
Yeah, so this game actually got me to Master 5.
You know what? I'm putting you in
last
Masters
night.
now.
Okay.
I'm putting you in Masters. Congratulations, by the way. That must feel pretty darn good. Sick.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Give me 1 sec. All right, so what got you interested in coaching?
I just felt, okay, so I made it to Diamond last season.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of continued, and then I went to Diamond 1 this season.
Right.
And then I kind of fell back to 2, and then 3. I'm like, okay, I'm definitely like stuck. Like there's something going wrong here.
Right. Okay.
And I think part of it was I may have had the expectation of like continuous like linear progression, you know, and going down a bit kind of like surprised me in a way. I don't know.
Right.
But
right.
yeah.
Well, you reached the ceiling right?
Yeah.
And what happens is one of two things. You either keep bonking your head up against the ceiling over and over again and give yourself a concussion, or you get strong enough to where you actually push the ceiling up higher, right? But obviously, as the ceiling gets higher and higher, it gets heavier and heavier, and that's kind of like where I wouldn't say diminishing returns, but that's where it just gets harder and harder and harder and harder, and that's why not everybody is top 500, right?
Right.
You have to be a special player or have a special work ethic or an understanding or be able to push through your drawbacks to be able to get to the next level. And for you, it's like everything's linear until it's not. So
Right.
finding out how badly, I look at it form here, achieve GM with Moira, how badly is that a priority for you? And I think part of that's going to be internally answered, right? And part of that's going to be externally once you actually put in the work in and you go, I'm not enjoying this. I guess I don't want it that badly, but we'll see. We'll find out. Okay. And that's why we're here, right? We're going to see if there's something that we could do with your training schedule, with your training structure to get there, maybe mentality, maybe something in-game understanding that we can fix, some goals, do everything, squeeze every bit of juice out of what you're doing and see where it can get you, and then kind of make a decision from there. Okay, so long-term, short-term goals in Overwatch: achieve GM with Moira, then move on to another support or DPS hero to master. Now that's very interesting, and that leads me into my next question, which is what... I almost said why, but what is your background with Overwatch? When did you start playing? What heroes
I have
have you
zero
named?
background.
Zero.
Like I started playing Overwatch when Overwatch 2 came out. So the first season I played competitive was last season.
Why?
Was season 2. Well, because I don't know, something about Overwatch kind of made me want to play competitive. I feel like it's a very competitive game.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like the perfect game to play ranked. You know?
Sure.
Because like the different hero compositions and stuff. I don't know, and it's just really fun for me as well. And I've noticed that, I mean, even just through like life as well, a lot of things like I get good at, but I never kind of go the extra mile to get like really, really good at it.
Give me some examples.
So this is kind of,
if you don't mind me asking. Give me some examples of things that you've gotten good at but never quite mastered. I'm actually just curious.
Yeah, so drawing is one when I was super young. And then another one, I mean, the main one was basketball. So
cool.
Majority of like when I was super
position?
young, point guard,
Nice.
Point guard and shooting guard. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
I did compete at like AAU level, which is like the highest,
highest
level
youth level.
Yeah. But I never kind of went the next level, I guess, of, pushing myself even more. And I see that's kind of a trend because I kind of hit a wall. And then I'm like, oh, well, I'll just, and then I get frustrated. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's just not for me. But I know like Overwatch is kind of small in that regard, but I feel like, I don't know, it's something that I want to like prove to myself that I can actually get to, a very high level.
Did you enjoy basketball? Like, how much did you enjoy basketball?
Oh, I loved it at first, but I got burnt out.
Right.
I was practicing like actually 4 or 5 hours a day.
Ooh.
Every day. I mean, I was young too. It was.
How old were you?
I mean, I got really good, but they just.
How old were you when this happened?
I can't stand basketball anymore. So I started when I was 5th grade, and then I stopped playing in high school. I think it was my junior year in high school I stopped.
Interesting.
Because I just couldn't take it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you steadily improving, or did you hit a ceiling? Because I guess I'm trying to find out where the burnout came from. Is it from I was putting in a lot of work and got nothing out of it, or it was just too much basketball?
I think towards the end, both are true. So when I first started, I was making a lot of progress. Like a lot of the coaches and a lot of the trainers that I was seeing, they're like, okay, you're making like a lot of progress. Like this isn't, I mean, I don't want to be like an ego thing, but they said like,
be honest. Yeah.
Okay. They said like, you're progressing faster than, any of my previous, clients that I've seen. Because I was like, because when I want to do something or like get better at it, I kind of almost become obsessive in a way.
Right.
And like all my energy is put into that, just getting as best as I can, like focusing on the details, and trying to perfect it.
You
But
ever seen
then
those
that
YouTube
can only go
videos?
so far.
Have you seen those YouTube videos of like those child prodigies, like 8 years old, playing football or basketball or baseball or whatever? And I remember growing up watching those, and you never hear from them again.
Yeah.
You notice that?
Yeah.
You notice that? You were one of those, maybe. You know?
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting because we just tend to associate prodigy mindset, like the earlier that you get better at something, the sooner you're able to master it, and the better you're going to be. But as you saw, it's not that simple, is it?
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about how you had a simultaneous burnout on your enjoyment of it, but also felt like you hit a little bit of a wall with improvement with basketball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
And I think, I mean, it's more complicated, but I mean,
Sure.
it's part of like the coaches I was
Mm-hmm.
seeing, especially one coach that, kind of made me lose confidence in myself. But,
Yeah.
at
So
the end
much
of
of
the day,
it's
it was just,
mental.
I think, more burnout.
So much of it's mental, and then the burnout, like you said. So here's the thing: would you consider yourself a competitive person?
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. What's the problem? What's the potential problem with being an overly competitive person?
You just put, I guess, too much time into it, or it's just unbalanced or just unhealthy, I guess.
Right. I wouldn't even say so much the time, although that's definitely a correlated factor, but also how that time is associated in your brain. When you're going to basketball, probably for the last couple of years, it wasn't fun. It was work, right? It was time to work. And so the problem is that ultimately basketball is just a game. You're not fighting for your survival. It's not a necessity. So when it becomes work, you stop and you go, wait, why am I doing this? Right? Why am I doing this? Because I'm not enjoying the process anymore. I'm only doing this because I'm tough and I want to succeed. But wait, stop. Why do I want to succeed at basketball? Do I really want to do this for the rest of my life? Do I want to be an NBA player? You know what I'm saying? So we have a real problem on our hands. So for you, I would keep in mind burnout is when the discrepancy between our expectations and the work that we're putting in expands. Okay. So we put greater expectations on the work that we want to put in. But I would go as far to say that also burnout can come from losing what initially got us started with the game or with the sport or with the hobby to begin with. We forget ourselves. And it becomes more about the process of getting good and winning and being the best, and not so much about, I just like playing basketball.
Right.
And that's the danger.
Just losing perspective.
Right. If you don't love basketball, you're not going to be able to get pro at basketball. It's just that true. It's just I would bet my left arm that there isn't a single player in the NBA that doesn't enjoy basketball. Now they're probably tired and worn out from the pro season, the pro league. But if you took them away from basketball, they would miss it. They would miss the sport, right? You can't be the best at something without actually enjoying it. And so the problem with you is you get a little bit of basketball poisoning, right? Where you overdo it, you take the fun out of it. It becomes it's not even about the process or the enjoyment of the sport. It becomes, I have to improve, I have to improve, I have to improve. You create an idol out of that. And then that not only does it accelerate the process of burnout, it actually is the source of the burnout itself. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? You might still love basketball. You might still have loved basketball, but you ruined it for yourself. You ruined it for yourself.
Yeah.
So how do we fix this with Overwatch? We can't sit there and cry over spilt milk now, but why do you love Overwatch? What do you enjoy about Overwatch? Be specific. Is it the Moira orb tickety tickety tickety? Is it the eliminations or what is it?
So like the only reason why I play a lot of Moira is because when I first started, there were a lot of heroes locked out. And Moira was like, I think one of 3 supports that were available. I'm like, well, I thought this was like an FPS game or whatever because I came from Call of Duty. That's that was like my main game. I'm like, oh, like she has orbs. That's kind of cool. She's like a sage or something, like a wizard. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of cool. So then I used her. I'm like, oh, I like her movement. I like how you can like heal people and also do damage, interchangeably. So, and then I just kind of stuck with her. And
fair enough. She's a lot of fun.
But Overwatch in general, I don't know. I like the hero dynamics, I guess.
Yep.
And it also looks cool.
Yeah, it does.
I like the vivid colors,
Yeah.
especially like coming from Call of Duty. You know, it's kind of bland.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Makes sense. Let's lean into that. Like everything is about enjoyment, you know, because as soon as the cart comes in front of the horse, you're on a ticking time bomb before this becomes a chore and you don't enjoy it anymore. Right? Now we can find ways to be productive with our enjoyment. For example, when I'm on solo queue grind, right? I enjoy playing ranked. I enjoy improving. I enjoy working hard and focusing. But as soon as that becomes a lot more work than it is fun, then I need to take a very careful look at what I'm doing. So let's be very cautious with how productive we are here, because if we're so productive and so work-oriented and min-max and technological and specific, we're just it's going to be another basketball.
Right.
And that is, to me, it is actually has nothing to do with you're not tough enough. I think you're poisoning yourself with everything, and we need to break the cycle with even just, like you said, a little thing like Overwatch. You know,
Right.
it's a good life skill to learn. Don't ruin things for yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Looking through your form here. What do you hope to get out of the session? Better situational awareness, decision making, and positioning. Break me down each one of those things. Situational awareness. What is situational awareness? So
understanding where your team's at, a general understanding. I don't know.
You know what? That's an excellent answer. I could not come up with a better answer myself. And you would be also shocked at how important that skill is at a GM level. Everybody in chat will back me up on this one. How many times, chat, do I bring this up in our sessions with top 500 players? You need to know where your team is positioning, right? A great answer. Okay. Do you have anything else to add there, or we want to move on to decision?
Well, yeah. Then just like having like a general understanding of who has ults not only on your team, but who may have ults on the other team.
Yeah.
And I guess
like
timing kind of goes from that.
Nice. You know? Decision making. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you talk about ult tracking, timing, awareness of your teammates' positioning. You just described like some of the most fundamental pillars of good Overwatch play. We're on a great track. You know what you're talking about. All right. Decision making, I guess, falls somewhat similarly into that category. But is there anything else that you'd add with that?
Like in terms of what
you feel like you need to improve at. What do you hope you got out of the session?
Yeah, so I think I'm doing too much observation, where I'm not actually actively trying to get a pick or something. I'm too focused on healing or kind of hiding or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm playing too safe.
Will it present itself in the code that you sent me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I watched it last night.
Okay.
I'm like, oh wait, I could have kind of been more aggressive here.
Got it. Okay, so we'll see more of that specifically in the code. Okay. Anything else with the decision making?
I don't think. I mean, I guess also using my ult, right? Using Cole.
Sounds good. All right, and then positioning. That one's pretty straightforward. Is there anything specific with positioning that you're looking at?
No.
All right.
I just know that it could, definitely be better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking through your COD background. Okay, so this is the part that I have to tread very carefully with you, especially. Now I'm harping on you with the competitive side of things, but I'm coaching myself with this one because this is something that I have struggled with for over a decade myself. Played a lot of sports, very competitive with everything I've ever done, and I have definitely burned myself out in some things. I think tackle football is something that I loved a lot, but I really burned myself out with how hard I worked and how much time I spent and how obsessive I was about it. And I think like even what I'm doing now, it's like I have to be very careful with it. So I feel you. That being said, what are you doing for training right now? What is your average daily training time allotment? How much do you play Moira?
So usually I work Thursday through Sunday.
Okay.
These are evenings. So because I work at like a steakhouse or whatever.
Cool.
So my sleep schedule is a little messed up, so I'm waking up later because I can, I guess. and then I also have college.
Okay.
So usually I'm playing. Sometimes I do play after work, like late at night. That's
Mm-hmm.
only for like a couple hours.
Okay.
But when I do play like long sessions, it's usually Monday through Wednesday.
Okay. Monday,
Those
Tuesday,
like
Wednesday.
4 to 6 hours.
Okay. Okay. That's a lot of
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
How do those sessions usually go? In terms of fun, enjoyment, quality, quantity of
Oh, it's
games?
good.
Good.
Especially when I first start, because then I'm focused and everything. Then I
Uh-huh.
guess throughout the later part of the session, I kind of go on autopilot. I
Uh-huh.
make stupid mistakes. I'm like, okay, why am I doing this?
Uh-huh.
Then that's when I kind of need to take a break.
Uh-huh.
And I'm
Uh-huh.
like,
Uh-huh.
okay,
It's funny when you ask yourself, why am I doing this, when you already know the answer?
yeah.
um, I don't even need to tell you what the problem with some of that thing is. Okay, so you tell me, what would be an optimal training structure on a week basis, starting with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? How do you train?
Um, well, I
I know
could
you're like,
probably
I'm
split
here
it
for
up.
that, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I probably could split it up to like maybe 2 hours or something, then take 30-minute break, and then do like another 2 hours or something. Or
Brilliant.
maybe,
Love it.
yeah, just
That's a
having
great
more
idea.
breaks in between.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and aiming for around 4 hours total per day. Love it.
Hmm.
Anything more than that, I don't know. I mean, even towards the end of
Right.
the second session of 2 hours, you're probably going to notice a little bit of a loss of focus. That's great. Love it. Okay.
Hmm.
What about your Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Um, I guess I could have more of a concrete schedule there. Because
Mm-hmm.
right now it's just kind of like, okay, I come home from work, do I want to play or not, or am I too tired to play? And then,
Sure, sure. Now,
or could like, okay,
is
well,
that wrong to pay attention to how you feel?
no, no,
Right,
definitely not.
right, right. So if you were to
Now I
feel
could
like,
wake up earlier,
sure,
and then,
sure.
yeah.
If you were to feel like, I feel like I could play a couple of games, how would you
Hmm.
approach that though?
Well, then I'd probably play a couple games. I don't
Sure.
know.
Yeah, you play a couple of games. A couple of
Yeah,
games. A couple of games, right? If
right.
you were to play more after that, after work, you know
It's
what
probably not
you,
the best idea.
right. Well, okay. What would you be playing for at that point in time? Are you playing to grind ranked one trick Moira?
I probably would, yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it wouldn't be optimal like
No, it wouldn't.
practice. I guess.
No, it
Yeah.
wouldn't. So what I would do is at that point in time, you could either continue that, but just do it while you're not even trying to win, just chill. But that's a
Hmm.
dangerous thing. It's hard to do that when you're grinding ranked, right? On the hero that you're
Right.
maining. Maybe you off roll,
Hmm.
right? Maybe you off roll. Maybe you play DPS. Maybe you play tank. Something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just
It could probably
something.
help.
Yeah, just something to keep in mind because your whole mentality is at that point in time, if you enjoy playing Overwatch, you're playing Overwatch because it's fun, right? It's fun.
Hmm.
Like I got you. But what you're playing for at that point in time is different than what you're playing for earlier on. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. And I would go as far to say that applies on your other days where you're doing the 232, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Hmm.
Anything after that, it's just fun time, free real estate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, we've established a little bit of a set training structure. Most people need more of that. You definitely could benefit from being a little bit more regimented, but be careful. Don't make this a chore, right?
Right. Yeah.
You don't have to be perfect with this. What you're describing to me is probably good enough to get you to Grandmaster with Moira, especially if we give you some good feedback on what you need to be practicing during that time. But
Hmm.
practice for a couple of hours. Even if only the first 2 hours have like intense practice with goals. If the rest is just chilling for fun and doing what you want to do, roll with it. When you said I
Right.
was focusing really hard and playing basketball for 4 or 5 hours, that's too much, right? It's too much for basketball.
Right.
It's too much
Yeah.
for
Absolutely.
Moira.
Hmm.
It's too much. Okay, let's see here. What do you feel is holding you back from improving? Understanding of when to push DPS and to get picks, but also not straying too far from being able to heal my teammates. Very clear. Positioning. We talked about that already. How to maximize coalescence, utility efficiency. We've talked about that already. And then maybe having too much downtime between fights. We talked a little bit about that already too. Is there anything else you'd
Hmm.
like to add, or we feel like we've already touched on it?
Nope.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Sounds good. Sleep looks pretty good as long as that's consistent. That's one thing we want to be a little bit regimented about.
Right.
And then, okay, do you have any questions?
No,
Okay,
I think so.
let's get this thing started then. So, if any questions come up, just holler, and I will
Cool.
get this thing going here. Okay, so I've been coaching a lot of Moira recently, which I think is fun. And I always open up with, what is the hero good at? So you tell me, what is the hero good at?
A lot of healing and a lot of damage.
Well, hang on. Both of those answers are both simultaneously correct and completely incorrect at the same time.
Okay.
So add the context for the healing. A lot of healing, but what?
Well, it's limited. So it's like a lot of initial healing, and then, well, it's not going to last for long because you need to keep your resources.
No, exactly. And even the fact that a lot of it is tied to your orb as well means that it's limited on a cooldown to an extent as well. So you have a lot of healing when necessary, but it's not something that you can consistently rely on, right? Okay. Right. You have a lot of damage. Yes, but what?
It's I don't know. It's not
look at their tank.
It's not a lot.
You see
okay,
it?
So yeah.
Do you have a lot of damage on a tank?
Right, no.
What about a shield?
No.
Useless, right? Useless. Yeah. So contextualize your damage for me.
Right. So it'd just be for, let's say, Anna's, like, supports, DPSs that are out of position and stuff.
I wouldn't even say that you have a lot of damage, but when your damage is very useful when applied at a certain direction at a certain target, right?
Right, yeah.
And that could be Reaper, Moira, Mercy, Genji, the general clump farming damage orb to build a coal, whatever. But it's not just like a Bastion level of damage or a Junkrat level of damage where if it hits, it's a big number. It's actually a lot more... it's a lot more interesting than that, right? You have to be very careful with it, okay? What else is Moira good at? So we said a lot of healing and bursts. Very good at putting out damage when it's not just a big hulk of armor and shields. What else is your hero good at?
Well, I mean, survivability. That's huge.
How do you leverage
that? What do you mean? Like, I guess, like, getting out of team fights?
How do you win a team fight by using your survivability? Like, you look at their comp and you're like, I could survive if a Reaper Genji dives me, but I can probably predict that they're not going to be diving you very much because you're Moira, right? They've learned their lesson. They don't dive Moiras very often anymore. So now you have an aspect of your kit that's completely worthless. So how do you leverage that?
Yeah. So I guess you'd have to go off an off angle and flank. And then if they do actually target you when you're putting damage on them, that's when you use the Fade to go back and cover.
You force them to put attention to you. And even if it's not necessarily hard flank Moira, okay, you do play in more aggressive positions that bait them into putting attention on you that you can survive. And that attention is then wasted. That's how you win team fights as Moira. It doesn't even necessarily mean being DPS Moira, but you could be a very heal-oriented support Moira, but you're positioning to help people that normally other supports couldn't support because you have a get-out-of-a-jail-free card. And if you're not actively leveraging that get-out-of-jail-free card, every other support in the game is going to do more than you.
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay. That's mostly it, I would say. Is there anything else?
I don't think so. I mean, it's simple, but it's, like, complex.
Well,
I mean,
it's simple, but it's not easy. It's very easy to understand, but it's very difficult to execute because it's a simple concept that's very difficult to master, right? Right. Okay, let's get into it. And like I said, if you have any questions, just holler. I'm looking forward to this.
Okay. Yeah.
Is the volume good for you? Or is it a little quiet?
Oh no, it's good.
Okay. So you look at your composition. You're like, you could definitely heal Ryan. You do have an Ana though, so there's probably going to be a lot more freedom for you to do things like this. Now, you can peel your Cassidy Hanzo by healing them, yeah? You can help them out.
Yeah.
But you can also, quote-unquote, peel or protect them by doing what?
Damage.
Damage. Watch this. 3, 2, 1. You see?
Yeah.
They're taking an angle. They're setting up. You as a support...
Yeah, and I'm not really doing anything.
Or you're not doing anything. You as a support are built to contest this space. And not even win the 1v1, or just contest it. Control it. 1v1, cause a harassment so that these guys can relax. They might not even know that the threat that they were under if you had not been here. So everything is about maximizing your return on investment. So right now, what's the mistake here?
Just not doing anything.
What does the heal orb do?
So my initial thought there was there's going to be an initial fight. My Rhine was pushing,
Sure.
so if I just throw in heal orb, it'll bounce back
Sure.
and keep bouncing through that main area,
Yeah.
and it would heal
Sure.
him and also the people.
Sure.
Like,
And you see
where
it,
I'm at,
it got about 50 or 60 healing, right? 70 healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is that worth the investment?
No.
No. So if you were to heal orb your Rhine, when would you heal orb your Rhine? Let's watch. Right about now, right? Now you throw in your heal orb in your Rhine. Now you get the balance.
Okay, yeah.
Because now you're
Right.
guaranteed the damage is going to be coming in, for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or think about space, think about angles, think about dueling, think about advantages for your team. Damage orb here.
Here I'm not creating any space.
Damage orb
Right.
this, right? Damage orb this. Control this space. Control this angle.
Right. Okay.
Now, I will say you are kind of leveraging a strength because could an Ana play in this position safely where you're at right now? It's kind of risky, right?
No.
Kind of risky,
Yeah.
right? So this isn't bad. Probably would prefer you to wait on the orb. Orb is like a careful balance between predicting and reacting, and I think more often than not, reacting is going to be better because you've used a cooldown here, and now we're in trouble. Now, stop what you're doing right now. What do you see? What you're doing? Return on investment. Where should your attention be placed?
The Ash.
The Ash.
Or wait, no, what's that character?
The
on the
Reaper,
left?
Reaper.
Oh, Reaper. Yeah.
Reaper,
I was
Reaper.
like,
or Mercy, or
Yeah.
Moira, right? Probably Reaper because of how aggressive he's playing.
Right.
But this right click will do infinitely, triple, quadruple, quintuple the amount of value than you right clicking the right.
Right.
It's not even about the armor damage reduction. It's just look at his position, look at his HP.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is, right? Damage orb not particularly well placed as well, if I'm being a little nitpicky here. So watch carefully. So it just bounces into the void, so just something to keep in mind. But that's the best thing you could have done, is to protect your Ana so that she can heal your Rhine. Yes, 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 yes. Good. No preemptive heal orbs, please.
Here it is.
Get him, sick him.
Yeah.
Huh. Yep. Okay. Now, what should you be thinking? What should you be looking for?
Going on an off angle,
Right.
or seeing where we may be getting pressured from.
Yes, absolutely. You know what's happening behind you. You could just feel it. If it's not happening now, it will be soon, right? Wait, let's see. Let's see. Ah, there it is, right? We knew it. Use your spidey senses here. Even just a damage orb here or a little bit of right click. It's just so annoying. I hate that hero, right? You know, and that's your job. Yeah. Your job is to do this. Meanwhile, you're healing 20, 15, 5 healing on your Rhine when you could be doing so much more controlling space, you know, so much more. And that's the balance between Moira. You do, I'm not going to lie to you, you can heal your Rhine for a lot, but you can also do this for a lot. Now, right now, your Rhine doesn't need a lot of healing, so there's not even a question of which you should be doing, right? Now, if your Rhine's crit and you see this, right, that becomes, you have to balance your priorities. But right now, like this, again, with the heal orb thing, right? Yep. Would have been nice to have heal.
I guess I have like an irrational fear of, okay, the moment I leave to do DPS, you know, my tank's gonna die, or you know, people are just gonna get picked.
And that's why we have the tank beef in Overwatch 2, right? I mean, you weren't here back in Overwatch 1. Tanks did get one shot a lot, not literally one shot, but they got blown up. But it's so much harder to do that. So it's more important for you to be controlling space and controlling angles more, because your tank can't do two things at once now. So it's not only a question of your tank is built to survive more, your tank is built to survive more because you must help your DPS and supports more than ever before. You have to be more self-sufficient than ever before. And all I'm thinking right now is how badly we could have used our orb now.
Yeah. I also feel like I do a lot of predictive orbs.
That is the most overrated thing in the Moira community. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
It is like something that people obsess over because it's fun, but it is like the infinitesimal percentage. No, oh, it's really good to note this balance angle. Screw off. Like, I'm not gonna like it. It's definitely helpful, but it's like I'm trying to think of a good, it's like knowing set nades for Ana, you know what I'm saying? That will give you 5% ult charge at the start of a fight. There's some that are worth knowing, but man, oh man, is the community obsessed with it. Like, it's so much better to just be playing the game. Like, even this, like you're thinking about like getting a good bounce orb, but then look at this damage orb. Like, forest for the trees here, right?
Yeah.
We're so focused on getting a good bounce orb predictably, but we just completely missed the damage orb, right?
Right.
We got to get our priorities straight. Aw, come on, Ryan. Why is he fire striking? Yeah, that's not your fault. He's silly. He dropped his shield. All right. Get that Genji. Get it again. Stop being predictive. Stop being predictive. Again, like here it is. Presenting itself right to you.
Okay. Yeah. Guess I would just like tunnel visioning. Sorry.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. And why is that so important for Moira?
So you know.
Remember this?
I guess the best
first
picks.
fight, right?
Yeah.
It was important to know that, not only because you needed to watch out for it, but you might actually want to go after that. That's what your hero does, right?
Yeah.
What should you do?
Heal orb, if I had it.
He's dead.
True.
Yeah.
I guess I could just.
Unless he gets slept, in which case your healing's not going to help much anyway.
I could either help heal, make sure the Ana doesn't die, or just go to the back line.
Right. Or not,
their enemy team.
How about this? Make sure that only Cassidy dies. So make sure that these guys don't walk forward for right now. And then if they start to push you, you fade out the last possible second in safety, and you've made it, the Rhine was basically by himself for 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. Right? You prevent the follow-up to the Shatter. You can't stop the Shatter itself. Because that guy died. Okay? Cole here is reasonable. You're down 1, but obviously, you know, Bastion, please be careful. But unfortunate. I think it's okay to use an ult when you're down 1 most of the time. Not the end of the
Okay.
Yep, still winnable. This breaks me.
I know he had a shield, and I just kept.
You didn't even aim it. It's just launched into the void again. You know, just aim it.
Oh yeah.
Aim it. This guy. That one felt a little bit better aimed. That forces him to drop. Nice. Walk. Find a squishy. Where are they? Killer instinct. No. Right. Just save it. If you like, just save it. Like right now, you could use it on Ryan here if you wanted to.
Right.
He would die. He actually lives because, and then to add insult to injury, we also aim a damage orb badly again. Look at this. He actually lives because you not only wasted your damage orb, but you also missed it.
When I threw that initially, I knew it. Like, oh no.
All right. These Ryans are crazy, man. All right, quickly. Where are they at? No. It's opportunity cost. Okay. So the value of predictively heal orb is not 0. It in fact sometimes it might be okay. It might be okay. However, the problem is that you now no longer have orb. So are you confident in saying that you won't get value out of orb in the next 8 seconds?
No.
Yeah, we don't know, right? Maybe not. This is the problem.
Got it.
If we're thinking about support, Moira, by the way, this is another thing that you can do, where you can play with somebody who's on an aggressive angle and assist them with your pocket, right? And then if anybody comes to contest them, you have a glut of healing, and you can also punish with damage at the same time. So you could do one of those healing orbs, throw it at the floor, bong, 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 and then just right-click whoever starts to pressure him, right? So you don't have to be strictly selfish about the aggressive angles that you control. You could be supplementary. If you have a Tracer, dive with the Tracer, right? If you have a Reaper on flank or a Genji on the flank or a Soldier on an angle, assist them, right? Because again, like if a Mercy plays here with right-click, she might die if the Genji dashes in here with Blade. You won't.
Right.
You don't care. There we go. It's a shame that we had to fade in there, but like you don't care. Damage orb's fine. A little bit of pressure. Oh my gosh, these Rhines are just something else. So, I respect two things with you. I respect that there is some nuance to your play. You are looking for damage opportunities. You're also paying very close attention to healing. I respect that you are definitely trying different things with your kit, whether it's the orbs or the positionings or trying to not waste your fade and looking to help different people. I think you got your head on straight, but we just need to clean up some things. Do you have any questions so far?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, let's keep going. If any do come up, let me know. All we're going to do now is we have what to look for, so we're just going to continue to accentuate that as we get more and more gameplay. A little bit of heal. Now, damage orb is fine. Wait for it. Throw the damage orb. Walk, not even from your right. Suck this guy. He should not be allowed to play here. Do not let him play here. Make him play inside of his team. And then when he's inside of his team, you could just be passive and just right-click, Rhine Shield, throw your damage orbs, whatever. You don't even have to walk away from your Rhine. Oh, maybe he's crit. And then as soon as you get the opportunity to, right now, quick check. Where are we at? Right? Now, right here, you have a real problem, right? You versus what's happening over here. I sympathize with you here. Because your Rhine is engaging hard, you have a Zenyatta, and you got a team taking a duel on the flank. When this happens, make the best decision that you possibly can, and then don't worry about it. I think you're doing fine.
Okay.
What we want to do is find the downtime, for example. Now, right before that Rhine crit, take a quick look. There's nobody here? Okay, go back and pocket my Rhine.
Right.
There won't always be downtime, but when there is, you need to jump on it.
Yeah, and plus I had my fade. So
Yeah. You see, the funny thing is if you look at this, how do you guys win this fight? Do you win this fight through healing your Rhine or keeping your Rhine up? Yes, to an extent, but also, okay. Do you see it? You see how you win this fight? You still there?
Yeah. I guess we just picked off the 2 DPS and then the Mercy. So
right. The angles and flanks, right? The angles and flanks.
Right.
The angles and flanks. Take an aggressive position. The aggressive position wins. Even if your Reinhardt dies now, it doesn't matter. The fight's lost.
Right. Okay.
So you want to. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying we had like both angles basically.
Right. And you were able to keep your Reinhardt up, and your DPS are able to win the flank. So it works. But sometimes you might need to be the guy assisting that flank.
Right.
There's the diva. This is what we talked about. Predict to me how much damage your Reinhardt's going to take in the next 7-8 seconds.
Like almost none.
None. So where should you be?
Yeah.
Right? Start
I should
here.
be up there with. Yeah.
Right. Assist the aggressive position, and then as this fight shifts, we can go here. This is why I said it's so important for you to kind of recognize this, because the previous fight you did fine. You did your job. You kept your Rhine up. You couldn't really do two things at once, right? And you didn't have like an Ana. Your Rhine had no healing and needed a lot of healing. You did a great job. However, this is not when your Rhine needs healing. You need to be assisting your offense.
Okay.
And you miss this window, so your Cassidy dies for it.
Right. Okay.
Damage orb was a little goofy there. A little bit late.
Yep.
It's okay. He just didn't have any healing juice. I think you're okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. It's not that hard. Just aim it right at him. And this is again where you could be selfless or selfish. You're being selfish right now. Selfless would be assisting this guy, right? Probably selfless would be the better play right now, considering he's crit. Yep.
Okay, and that just goes back to awareness.
Yep.
I guess just.
Yep. Exactly. You could cold this. We should cold this quickly. Probably would heal orb first. You can damage orb when it's going on a squishy, right? With the cold.
Okay.
But right here, the orb also misses entirely as well, which is tragic.
Yeah.
Oh no, disaster. Okay. Just a goofy mistake happens. Not really concerned about goofy mistakes. Okay, like it. Nice. Nice. Might even get a little bounce here. Looks good. Looks good. Okay, that's all we want to see. Even if it doesn't get a kill, if it puts pressure, right? It actually gets to where you want it to be. Too many of our damage orbs have just missed. Yes.
Right.
Oh, too slow. Again, it's kind of like comes down to like right now. You could probably predict who's going to need help right now. Right now, you should be able to predict. Reinhardt's not going to die. Cassidy might. Assist the Cassidy.
Okay.
Not only because the Cassidy is the person more likely to die, but also if Cassidy is allowed to stay here versus your Reinhardt's supposed to stay here, who's going to get more value out of this position?
Cass.
Right. If he could stay here, this Genji might die.
Right.
Instead of him dying. The D.Va might be demapped. The D.Va might lose 300 HP.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely too focused on my tank, for sure.
You're too focused on the tank when your tank isn't aggressive or is not needing healing. Because remember we talked about your strength of healing. What's your strength of healing?
A lot of burst.
A lot of burst.
Initial burst.
So if your tank needs help, you will be you're cooked. You're good to go. Smash that heal orb, blow your half of your resource into it, and he's totally fine, right?
Yeah.
But until that's
and then
necessary,
I can go on off angles,
right?
I guess, and look for DPS opportunities.
Right. This is tilting to me. This is tilting me.
Yeah.
It just doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
Also, target priority here, right? All right. So right here, Bat Hanzo. What should you be doing right now? Two things. Who should you be healing? Obviously.
Was that BAP on my left?
That's BAP.
Yeah,
that's BAP.
okay.
You can't see it, there's 3 pixels, but yeah, BAP. Yep. Okay, if you were to be DPSing, who would you be DPSing?
The Genji?
Yeah, this yellow cloud here, right? The Genji, not the D.Va.
Yeah.
Right? They're both aggressive. But one of them's 200 HP, and one of them is currently, 400 HP? 300?
Right.
Yeah, 400 HP, right. So, real simple. If you want to protect your team here, oh my gosh. This guy is disgusting. Whew. But you see that, right? That's your job.
That was nice.
Now we heal orb and puff healing into our Rhine potentially. Yep. We have a BAP, which helps out a lot. And then again, use your brain. Who's going to need healing? Do you see it on the right side of your screen?
Yep, down zone.
Right, go ahead. Start to move this direction, right? Assist that angle. You got a BAP sitting on your Reinhardt. You could be here. Maybe your Rhine dies either way. But at least you get something out of it right here. Okay, yeah. Now you're Hanzo. And again, you see how you won that fight? Wasn't your Rhine. Uh-oh. Probably would have healed orb there. Probably would have played a little bit more cover. That's okay. It's a silly mistake.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Stop right-clicking the D.Va. What should we be doing right now?
Looking for someone to heal on my team, or just go for the squishies on the other team.
Sure. Fight's probably lost, but make him sweat for it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. There. Oh yeah. No, I like the swap to Genji. Damage over there misses just a little bit. We might actually get this guy. Oh, we almost got him. Just get out. We can recontest. Get out. Out. Nice. Out. Okay. Don't waste too much resource. Little pop, little right click, little pop, little right click. Let's look for a coal here as soon as the fight starts. Let's look for a coal as soon as it starts. Probably 3, 2, 1. Sure. Works for me. Wonder what's happening on your right. Wonder.
Okay. Yeah.
She just goes for a res right in front of you guys. Now, I don't know if you have the DPS necessary to fully stop that, but remember, everything, like, what did you actually accomplish here? Right? Nothing. Like, really, truly, actually nothing.
Yeah.
Predictive damage orb doesn't work. Your Ryan dies as well. Disaster. Good focus on the Bastion. Now we fade. Ah, no. Disaster. Okay. Do you have any questions now? Are we still good to go?
No, I think I'm good. I'm trying to, absorb everything. You know?
It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Let's actually work at absorbing it better. Okay. You are now going to coach yourself. Okay. So everything that we've just absorbed, I'm going to pause. Even if you're doing something correct, I'm going to ask you, what do you think? All right.
Okay.
Right. We're on Zarya now, a hero that needs a little bit less healing than a Reinhardt. More freedom. What do you think about that damage orb?
I thought it was good. I guess I'm building old charge, but
Sure.
I mean, it's not good. But I'm also building old charge for the other supports.
True. My question is,
but I
will
think
you
at the
have
end
the
of
orb
the
by
day,
the time you
it's
need it?
I think yes.
Okay.
But there's probably, I mean, it is a close, proximity to the enemy team, so you never know, I guess.
Tough call. Not a bad damage orb, especially by the, no offense, but by the bar that you set with the orb. Not our biggest concern right now. Right.
Right.
What should you be doing right now?
I should be taking more of a angle to the right there in the middle.
On who?
I could be healing as well, but I could also be kind of putting pressure on maybe the Genji there. Oh wait, no, he's way up there.
Yeah.
The other guy, I don't know who was down
Did you
there,
even know that your Cassidy or Hanzo were going this way?
No.
Reminds me of the first fight from the previous round, right? When we ask ourselves, where's the fight going to be won or lost? I have a pretty darn good guess, Could you be over here with these guys?
Yes.
Yeah, and then what would you do once you're up here? You don't really do anything, right? So then what? Genji dies, right? First off.
Okay, yeah.
But then what?
Then I guess I can pressure the back line there, especially the Mercy.
You could either be selfless and support, or you could then go in aggressive on your own from a good position. So let's see what happens in the kill feed. Uh-oh. We did it. By we, I mean not you. And I think that we probably win this fight now. Do you see, like, you aren't really helping keep your Zarya up right now, right?
Yeah.
And now you're in a tough spot here. Oh dear.
They were just really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just too early and no value.
Very nice. Now. Yep. Worth it to sacrifice your Hanzo even. Uh-oh.
Okay.
The orb gets eaten.
Yep.
That's okay. We're all right. Heal yourself. Yep. I don't think you have time to help this. Just something you can hear. Ooh, he wins. Nice little bounce orb there. That's a good bounce orb there. Nicely done.
Yep.
And that Zarya wants it so bad. Wait, did she grab? I didn't even hear.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess.
Oh, look at this. This is an intense fight. Damage orb misses. Use it. Do it. Let it rip. Let it rip. Let it rip. You can still use it if you wanted to. Because this fight isn't won, you see?
Okay.
Oh, do it now. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah! This is the fully selfish play, though. But do you see how you're also helping your Cassie at the same time?
Right. Okay.
I think the only problem there is that your team wasn't able to help you.
Yeah.
Just the Cass. What should be happening right now?
I should be looking to where I could put more pressure on the team because they just lost a Moira. So we have the advantage, technically. And
So,
plus, looking at their health, you know.
right. Where's your Cassidy?
I don't know.
Where's your Hanzo?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, probably behind me because of the dragon, but I don't know. But that's my problem, though. I need to be more aware of those things. Okay.
Disaster.
Right.
Disaster. Fight's probably lost. Maybe we can catch the Genji. I will say that you have a general habit of being a little bit greedy with your damage orbs. So like I'm post fade right here, and I'm a little bit out in the open. I would be very hesitant to throw a damage orb here. I would probably be heal orbing myself in the direction that I'm kiting, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So that's a little micro thing here, because that I think if you heal orb yourself and kite here, I actually think you probably survive this with Bat Pocket, because the heal orb also hits your BAP as well. And then you can right click the Winston or whatever as you're disengaging for heal. I think definitely you're able to stall this one out, even if you're not able to win it. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay.
And that's something I've seen.
And plus,
Go ahead.
Yeah, and plus I'd definitely be punished more often by doing that, especially like it can higher elos, I guess.
Whenever you don't have fade, like you need to be ending it in your cover or have a healer going. So
right. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's something that I've seen a few times that I think worth keeping an eye on. Healer was probably fine there. Again, heal orb is probably fine here. You know a fight is happening. Your team is walking through this area. I imagine this healer will get good value. Let's actually watch here. Yeah, he gets good value. Yep. Very nice. Nice. A little bit spooky. Again with the damage orb, just not poorly. Even if the Moira doesn't fade there, I think the orb misses.
Okay, yeah.
I assume that heal orb was to save healing resource a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't need to heal at all then. Just let it recharge right now.
Okay.
Also keep in mind as well that your damage orb regenerates resource as well now. So actually what it probably would have been better to do is, if you're concerned about resources, just peek through a damage orb for extra charge, but also to get that resource back faster. Let your back go.
That's actually a good point, yeah.
Something to consider.
I didn't think about that.
It's a new nuance that they've added, which I actually kind of like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there should be helping.
Right. And the thing is, is like a lot of the DPS Moira positions are also happen to be like DPS Moira. This guy, you know, like RKO him off the map. You know what I'm saying? Like make him quit. You know what I'm saying? Or if there's nobody here, you could DPS Moira from this position as well. You see this? You can drop behind. You could do all these things are open up to you.
Right.
As well as the selfless play style. And there it is. Fight's lost.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even want to watch this. It's over.
Right.
I was just praying that we didn't win that one. I was like, oh no, I'm staking my reputation as a coach. It's over. All right, this is it. The moment of truth here.
Yep.
Same thing here. Like, if you're not going to get a lot of healing out of it, if you're using it to conserve your healing resource, probably better to just damage orb.
Okay.
Because it will do the same job, but it will actually use the full orb, and it will get you better ult charge return on investment. Because you're getting damage and healing reinforcement, and you almost have your ult, right? Here we go. Here we go. Use it. Focus the squishies. Focus the squishies. Right? Get the sucker. If you're not healing with it, you're hitting a squishy.
Right, okay.
One of these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good AoE healing value. Nice heal orb. Oh, we're going aggressive. Going aggressive. Use it. Nice, 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 nice. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Look at this idiot. Use this Bastion ult on you. I don't know why you faded there. You might die for that.
Yeah.
Oh, oh no, we ended up in the same spot. Alright. I promise you'd coach yourself. I lied a little bit. But here's where I'll really open the floor to you. What do you think are things from this review? What are some skills that you need to hone?
Well, first, being more aware of who I can be helping, especially like on off angles, like with my DPSs and stuff.
On off angles?
And not healing during downtimes too much, like when I don't need to, and just instead of doing that, using my time to focus. Okay, where should I be going, or where should I be setting up?
Sure. Okay, so using downtime to increase awareness instead of spam healing, because that's very important. When you're in the middle of fights, it's very difficult to kind of keep track of everything that's going on, and you are going to lose focus and stuff. That's okay. It's impossible to be perfect, right?
Right.
So use the time when it's available to you.
Mm-hmm.
When is it okay to heal a tank? Because there's lots of times when you healed a tank when it was absolutely necessary and you clutched fights by it. When were those times?
When they were half or critical?
Helping tank. How else can you tell when a tank is going to be... How can you tell when a tank is going to be half or critical? Because if reacting to it, you might be in a position like, let's say you're on your Cassidy, right? And then your tank gets half or critical, and then you don't get there fast enough, and then they die, right?
Yeah.
So you have to do a little bit of prediction. How do you predict?
Right. I guess... So based off of who were... I mean, I could look around, but one is... You know, is anyone pushing us? Like, with the DPS I'm with? Like, okay, if there's just one person here, I can just assume everyone else is, you know... attacking my tank or in that proximity.
And you have a funny choice there too, because you can decide, do I want to go back to my tank when I see nobody taking this angle and help the tank, or do I want to what?
Just stay with my the DPS
and
guy
do
I'm
what?
with. Yeah.
Because they're not under any pressure, right? So you're not healing them. So, but what can you do from that position?
DPS?
Yeah, you could do DPS yourself, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
You're in a position to where you can help your tank by burning the enemy backline.
Right.
Right? And that's what a Tracer does. That's what a Moira can do as well. So, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then again, that comes back a little bit to that downtime, doesn't it? Where you paying attention to what's going on and making the best read that you can. Now, I would say one other cooldown specific thing that was really, truly offensively atrocious for especially somebody who is Masters. What was that?
With my damage orb, or my orb usage in general. And like, I was trying to predict so many things instead of just actually observing the situation and using it when I actually need it.
Right. And respectfully, just whiffing, just completely missing mechanically as well. So take a deep breath with the orbs as well, and just aim them just a tad better. They aren't super easy all the time. I think sometimes you make it get harder than you need it to be. So just putting a little bit more effort and a little bit more attention into that. Okay, so we've given you a lot of things to work at, and we're not going to pull a basketball and overdo it. So how are you going to train these things?
I guess just when next time I play, just kind of focus on these things little by little, I guess.
One at a time, I
Making
would
sure
even
I'm making
recommend.
some progress. Okay. Yeah.
Because it takes a lot. Like if I think about more aware of who I can be helping on off angles, that is a massive skill.
Right.
Very difficult to master that one. Orb usage. That's going to take a lot of brain power. Right? So don't do everything. One at a time. Okay. Especially for the first couple of hours, then just chill. Play for fun. Let it go.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
I think the
well, you were going to say something.
Kind of like taking the off angles, like with DPS, I think that will definitely help me, have more or give my team more value, basically. Because I feel like there's games here where I'm more healing oriented. I'm like, well, I'm not really doing much here. Like, I feel like I'm not helping my team win. Like, I should be doing more DPS and actually getting picks that makes a difference in the game.
Combat games are games of space, whether it's Call of Duty, Fortnite, or Overwatch. And the best way that you can control space is to decide what space is the most valuable part on the map. The angles, the high ground, and then thinking, how can my hero help control? Sometimes that means I have to help my Rhine hold main because he will die without me. But then judging that depending on, okay, he's fine, I think, and this off angle is hotly contested, I can help this because I'm really good at 1v1ing people. Right?
Right, okay.
And then finding that balance. And that's where the art/gut from Overwatch 2 comes into play, because the game happens so fast. You have to make these analyses very quickly, because we had the luxury of going really slow and taking our time. But obviously in a match, you don't have that. So you're going to have to start to build that skill to where you're able to make these reads quickly. And that comes with practice, that comes with time, and that also comes with being okay with making mistakes and not being afraid to try things and go like, crap, I should have read that. That's fine. Go next, right? Overwatch is a game where it takes it's just like anything, right? It takes a long time to build that muscle memory, that autopilot to where you're playing a little bit better. Do you have any questions?
I can't think of anything right now.
Now, the funny thing is I think after this review, I think you're very well equipped to kind of look at your own replays as well. So if you ever want to know how you're doing, you can just, where should I have been? What does my orbital usage look like? Right? And with the power of hindsight, you'll be able to answer that question. But to be honest with yourself, be like, well, was my prediction here reasonable? Like, it seemed like this was the good play, it just accidentally didn't work out, because that will happen 25, 30, 35% of the time, where you did the right thing, it just didn't work out. It's okay, go next.
Right.
But you'll also be able to be like, objectively, I think I just made the wrong read here, And that's what we want to improve. We want to improve our decision making on the fly and develop the skills that will help our decision making improve, which, as you said, which I think was a great point, using that downtime to increase awareness of what's going on around you. If you build that skill, you have the information to make better decisions.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
No questions?
No, I think, what I've learned here is a lot of value. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad.
Because I've been kind of stuck of like, okay, like I must be doing things wrong. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm definitely doing things wrong. So after this, it's like, okay,
Yeah. Okay. Good. Don't forget the first
which
half
is good,
review.
because then I can learn.
Right. Exactly. And knowing exactly what to practice, being very specific.
Right. Yeah.
Don't forget the first half of the review as well. Just as important, if not more important, about your mindset about approaching and grinding. We want to not fix that, because there's nothing wrong with being a competitive person. Competitive people that's a good thing to have, but we need to adjust it to make it productive and not counterproductive. You almost have like an autoimmune competitive system where you're hurting yourself with it, essentially. So we need to direct that competitive drive into a productive direction that doesn't self-destruct.
Okay, yeah.
And hey, why not do it with Moira?
Right.
Why not? It's inoffensive enough. It's not life-threatening or like, oh, my college degree or career, or like a bunch of people screaming on the sidelines. Nobody knows or cares who you are. The worst you're going to get is some flaming and match chat about a DPS Moira, right? That's about it. So it's relatively inoffensive. So it's a good, safe way to train it. So if you do have any questions, my DMs are always open for anything. Just message me at any time. And then also, Because you got a session, you get a free replay code review. So anytime you have a game where you have some difficulties or you're not sure how to position or not sure what you should have done, send me the replay code and give me about 3 or 4 timestamps. So like 2 minutes in, 5 minutes in, 12 minutes in, what should I have done here? And I'll get back to you in a couple of days. Just a little bit of follow-up. Sound good?
Okay, cool. Yeah. Sounds good.
No other questions?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay, go forth and train. Good luck.
Very helpful. Yeah, thank you so much.
Keep in touch,
You
mate.
have a good one.
Cheers, you too.
Thanks.
Bye. Okay, that was KJ, the Moira extraordinaire. And I hope you guys enjoyed that one. We have a 30-minute gameplay review coming up in just a brief moment. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey, recently. Hey, Lockie. Yeah, I mean, DPS Moira is the way to go. Like, it is the way to go. We don't pick Moira because she can put out a glut of healing. You pick Moira because she can put out a big burst of healing when it's necessary, and then can control space in the downtime. That's what Moira's strength is. So yeah, 1 second here. About to do here. It's all about space. It always comes back to space and angles, guys. Space and angles, space and angles, space and angles. And especially in Overwatch 2, it's just even more so. Yeah. Let's go. Nice little quality of life thing that IO6 brought to my attention, I didn't even realize, is that now that you can actually load into code, when you click view, they didn't used to have that button. And the reason why that's important is it actually allows you to immediately go to the code that you loaded in instead of having to scroll and try and find the code. Hey, Slick. Hey, Slick. Thanks for letting me have free lifetime coaching. Pretty rad of you. You're welcome. Thinking about the line in game more, it's been very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I every now and then I try and come up with I try and second guess some like socially, I'm not even socially acceptable, but like normal coaching norm, and try and dissect it and really find out if it's actually good or if it could be explained better, or if there's any inaccuracies in the way it's been described or coached previously. That's been like my life goal, is to constantly reevaluate and question things like that. Okay. Breaking cargo cult knowledge. Yeah. I think it's just good, even for my own knowledge, right? Like I try and whenever I can, even second guess the things that I have come up with on my own, because I want to develop as a coach. I think like constantly evolving and shifting the way that you do things is how you do it. And I think I do get a lot of good criticism from people, but I think it's also, I don't think I get enough. I think it's a habit I picked up in my contenders coaching career, because it was very, very hard to get feedback as a coach outside of like talking with your players, which I try to do as much as I could. So what I ended up doing, I even had like little coaching, not summits, but I literally would, I would literally meet up with contenders coaches and just pick their brains about stuff. Even coaches that I felt like, if I had an ego, I thought I was a little bit better than them. I don't know. I felt like there was always something to learn. And honestly, it was one of the best things I ever did, was just assume that I didn't know everything. And I learned so much from that. Yeah. So I think that's just like a good habit to do, is to take criticism from whenever you can and then be able to sift through it and prioritize. I mean, that's how I've literally figured out at least 30, 40, maybe even 50% of the positive adjustments I've done for my stream, for my YouTube, for my editing, for my Discord, for how I'm coaching. A lot of that has come from you guys in those feedback forms, right? I am not able to do everything that's put in there, but like at least half of the changes that I've made are not just stuff that came up in the shower on my own, but stuff that was suggested from an outside perspective. So, I mean, you need feedback. You need feedback. You just have to be able to sift, and find the stuff that's either quickly and easily adjustable or actionable, or is really important. Sending video reviews once a month, once a week. What do you mean video? Like when to get coaching? How often to get coaching? Sick, dude. Glad to hear it, Slugger. Oh, like gameplay reviews, Lucky? Thanks for the sub, Sev. I appreciate it, mate. I had honestly such a lovely session with you earlier. Had a great time. If it's the same hero, I'd probably say like once every like 3 or 4 weeks. 4 weeks probably being the safer call. Yeah. Glad to hear it, Sev. Listen, Sev, don't forget my YouTube short. Listen, guys, just in case you ever go on a win streak after a session of mine, I just want to remind you.
Your boy Spilo. Let's talk about probability. This is an American coin. Let's flip this
American
coin a
coin
few times in a row, just for fun. Oh, heads, you lost your rank game. Oh, man. Oh, heads again? Well, what are the odds of that, guys? Oh, tails. Okay, let's keep flipping and find out. Oh, heads again? Wow. Wow, 4 heads out of 5. What are the odds of that, guys? 6 heads, 3 heads in a row, 5 out of 6. Come on, guys. 7 heads, guys.
First take.
Let's keep flipping. 7 heads. Oh, we gotta win. We gotta win. 8 heads.
2 and 8.
Another
2
head.
and 9.
Another head.
I just speed it up.
Oh, yes, we can. Ladies and gentlemen, probability does weird things. It's not the game. It might not even be you. It's the freaking coin flip. Quit whining about it. Hey guys, it's your...
So that goes both positively and negatively. Now, you do absolutely have agency in your games and control in your games. Otherwise, you never improve. Just keep in mind that more often than not, the reason why you're going on win or loss streaks is probably not you. I'm glad to hear it though, Seth. Focus on doing the right thing being is what you're excited about, and maybe winning individual team fights, not specifically on, oh, I did that. How long did it take to record that? Shut up! It really was one take. It was one take. I literally got it from my computer because people were discussing it in my Discord, and I was just like, I just recorded one take. Next CC goes again. Okay, let's do this, mates. All right, here we go. Jotaron. This was a high GM top 500 lobby. Your GM 2. So let's get this set up here. This is Grandmaster Tank. How many times did you take to record the one take? Oh, please, recently. You guys are Look, listen, I literally challenge you. Go do it yourself. Flip a coin 10, 12 times. Once or twice, or maybe even do like 2 rounds or 3 rounds. I promise you, the chances that something weird happens on one of those 2 or 3 times is pretty darn high. ID QQDs in this one? Nice. All right. Doomball Sig. Short-term join an amateur team and start scrimming, playing in community tourneys and OD. I mean, if you're GM2, you could probably already join a team right now. I think the competitive teams at your rank are probably going to be pretty decent. You're the equivalent of like 4.3K, and around 4.3K is when teams start getting a little bit more serious about scrimmaging. So you could probably already start right now if you want. Understanding and awareness of timing and positioning. Okay, sleep is a little bit lower, especially for somebody who has aspirations of performing at a little bit of a higher level. 5 to 7 is definitely on the lower end. Let's make that 6 to 7, and then we can agree to disagree. Varashi, you're just a psychopath. That's the only difference. Actually, it's astonishing that you were able to get such a 50-50. What do you hope to get out of the session? Improving in Overwatch, a better understanding of the game past mechanics. Okay, so we want to look at more broad stuff. Let's take a look here. And you are Jotaron, okay? Doomfist, 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 and then you said a little bit of Queen at the end. All right, so we want to focus on Doom. I love Doomfist. Doomfist is one of those heroes where the fundamentals are remarkably important, but so much of the hero is just reps, experience, and instinct. Because the hero moves so quickly, you have to be very swift and experienced at making decisions about engages. I'm trying to think of a good way of explaining this. 7 heads, 3 tails. There you go. Imagine if you were to say, "Oh my gosh, guys, I'm on a 7-3 streak. What the heck?" Or a 3-7 streak. Why is Blizzard matchmaking this bad? I'm literally losing over twice as many games as I'm winning. What are the odds of this happening? This is stupid, right? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, long story short, Doomfist. What makes Doomfist unique is the fact that usually, very rarely, let's just say rarely, very rarely is there only one way to engage. When we're talking about something like a Cassidy, a Widowmaker, a Sigma, a Reinhardt, there's always going to be nuance and variety of choices, but there's going to be fewer choices. Heroes that have high mobility usually have more options with how they want to position. Now, you're like, well, Doomfist doesn't really position, he more engages. Yes, but from where? When? in what order, what rollout, right? And you're going to notice that a lot of heroes that have mobility, Winston, also Wrecking Ball is a big one, like Doomfist, that have more variety and a little bit less objectively bad or objectively good. There will be some objectively good engages as Doomfist, but there will be a few of them that you can choose from. And it's up to you to decide which one you want to go for, the more aggressive, the more defensive one. Now, there's a lot of heroes that have that variety as well. I actually think Symmetra is one of the sleeper, varietous heroes that you could do a lot of different things with Symmetra in any one fight. Same thing goes, ironically, with another historically boring hero, Mei. Where do you wall with Mei? How do you wall with Mei? There's a lot of nuance to that nowadays. So I think those heroes to me are more enjoyable to coach, but they're also a little bit tougher to coach because there's also a lot of different things you could be doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about some of the options that you could be doing, and I'm going to be humble enough to say, I'm not sure which is the best. I'm not a Doomfist OTP. I'm not Dante, right? Not that Dante's an OTP, but he's great at Doom. So I'm going to let you go and figure this out and focus on the objectively bad or the objectively good things that you are doing. I look at their composition, and the first thing I see is Ana, Zen. Ana, Zen. So, not to mention Rock as well. If we are able to play around the sleep dart, we can make their lives miserable. Widow is dead, Ana's dead, Zen's dead, Symmetra as well, dead, Display Sigma. There's so much for you to do. Let's find out what we do. I turned up my volume just a little bit, whoopsies. So how are you going to engage on this? Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, if they give it to you, you know, okay. That'll do it. I was sitting here thinking like, okay, good mental exercise here. Good mental exercise. What happens if the Widow doesn't feed? What would you do? Think about it. I want chat, you guys to think about this one as well. What would you do if the Widow doesn't feed? How would you engage? You don't even have to type it out. I'll give you guys a few seconds. Watch this. Shoot, slam up here, punch out immediately. Right? Or, like you said, go on the Sam, shoot up on the Symmetra, shoot, shoot, shoot. Maybe, depending on whether you're able to LOS the Ana, punch out again. Right. Punch the Zen here, slam out. Just create micro engages where you are a threat. You can still get one shots, and until that, if that Ana doesn't use Sleep Dart, she's going to be at a constant risk that you displace somebody and mess somebody up. Right? Okay, we're agreed on that one. Widow hands you a free kill, but I think a lot of Doomfist is not just about practicing rollouts in the map, but going back into replay codes and think about what would have been a fun engage to do in this situation. Practice, start building that skill. Oh, this Sigma's dead. Yep. I like the patience that we're playing with right here. I thought that Sigma would be dead. So, chat, watch this. Jodron. What did you do here? Chat, you can answer this one as well. What should we do here? What if we... Yeah, we got 4 people looking at us, but what should we do? We should block. What? Jodron, you get slept if you block, right? Trick question. Jodron should know the answer to this one. I'll see if chat knows as well. Thank you, THK, for the sub. You could bait it, right?
The legacy
right.
Continues.
Here's the thing. You can cancel You could bait it with block. Exactly. You could bait sleep dart in this corner with block and then duck behind the corner, or even just cancel block entirely. Jaron, if you press E again, you cancel the block, right? I'm like 99.9% sure. I don't know why I don't know the answer to this, but you can cancel it, right? So you could either bait it behind corner and duck behind corner, or you could press E, then cancel it entirely and bait sleep dart. And then now you've traded a 6-second cooldown for a 13 second cooldown. You should be blocking here. You should be charging punch. Or at least baiting sleep dart with it. Again here, another opportunity. Bait it. I like how we're utilizing space here. I think our positioning is really good. This is also really good. But you could have been charging your punch. Okay? Easy. Nice. Good dodge of sleep. Now E. Walk up and E. Walk up and E. I probably would have E here. What happened to your E? Oh, you're an doofus? You got rocked out. I thought you baited the rock on purpose and then we're gonna E afterwards, but you actually went to E and then you actually got rocked out of it. That's really, really annoying. Okay, yeah, we just tank the rock here and then just E right now, right here, and then the fight's over. Fight's over. Okay. Punch there for the displacement's fine. Good punch. Again, E here. That's fine. You're going to charge your punch off of that, and then now that Symmetra's dead. I like how we're using angles. I like how we're using cover. I think we could be doing a better job of baiting, using our E around enemy CC. That's the first thing I'm seeing so far. Oh, that's unfortunate. Was that on purpose, or were you actually going for the Hanzo? I'm not sure, honestly. I'm honestly not too sure. This is actually really good, though. This will work. Okay. I bounced off the wall in accident. I got it. Okay. I was wondering. So this needs to hit. Yeah, that needed to hit. Unfortunate. Okay. Here's a little bit of a theoretical question, philosophical question for anybody in chat. What is Doomfist's job? What is Doomfist's job? Why do you play Doomfist? Also, Sigma is high as a kite right now. I'm not gonna lie. Counter aggression, accountant, voice line spam. Mm-hmm. Let me look at it this way. This fight right here. What would a Winston do right here? Displacement and isolation? Ooh, that's a delightful description right there. Attack squishies and make space? Yeah. Yeah. I like the displacement and so, for example, if this Hanzo peaks here, Doomfist, more so than any other tank outside of maybe D.Va, can immediately isolate and kill this target or pressure this target out of the good position. So we're talking about map control. You guys just saw the Moira VOD review, right? We're talking about angle control and map control. Doomfist contributes by being able to control enemies that get to split by either killing them or threatening the kill on them, right? Even if you don't get the kill here, the Hanzo has to back off. He's no longer a threat to your team. This is a scary angle for him to hold if we let him stay here. Okay? The other way you can create space here is by taking a corner or a position that the enemy tank has had and then punching them out into a bad spot. So we talk about Doomfist in terms of controlling space, diving squishies, creating space for your team that way, but also just look at the positions that are aggressive and assault those positions. So like right here, this is just respectfully not intelligent. Let's put it that way, okay? It doesn't make any sense. If I look at this right now, there's just no reason for us to be doing anything. Our team is in spawn, first off. And then also, if we look at like what positions are aggressive and worth controlling right now, it's not really the Sigma. We could just shoot the Sigma, maybe punch the Sigma a little bit, and then, right? free kill, right? And the problem here is because you don't recognize this, even though the Hanzo doesn't get the kill, do you see what happens? Look at this, watch. Watch what happens. Look at your Zen. Oh crap, Hanzo. Sojourn. Oh crap, Hanzo. Oh crap. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. And now there's no follow-up on us in assaulting the tank line. Do you see the problem here? So we put attention on a really not out of position tank. We do not displace him. We do not do any meaningful damage to him. We soak cooldowns. We're going to die or almost die for using those cooldowns. Meanwhile, the actual aggressive position has been allowed to essentially do whatever he wants and or distract our backline and prevent them from following him. So what would have been the better play here would have been to simply displace the Sigma, pay attention to what's going on around us, and then punish the Hanzo. So the skill that we're lacking here is peripheral awareness. It's the same thing that allowed us to immediately kill the Widowmaker here is now caught lacking here. And it's not so much of oh, I didn't hear the Hanzo, I need to keep a better awareness mid-fight, as in you should know that's what the Hanzo's gonna do. You should know that this is what the Hanzo's gonna do. And even this feels risky. This feels risky. I think you're too out in the open. I think it could have gotten slept there even if you'd canceled your squad. Displacement, even just forcing them back. These targets can no longer damage. Fair enough. Where's the follow-up? He's overly aggressive. We displace. Nicely done. Posture check. Thank you. Yes, my posture is bad. I checked it. Thank you. Charge it. Charge it. I mean, I would definitely be charging this. I don't know why we're just taking damage. There we go. I'm gonna be real, I don't know what we're doing in cart. I don't know what we're doing in cart. Again, look at it from a map control perspective, guys. Like, everything comes back to space control. When we dive squishies because we can put good pressure on them, but we also can prioritize them because they're the ones that are taking the off angles and such like that. So, like, look at this right here, right? Like, look at our Rhine, okay? Can we deal with this Rhine? Yeah, a little bit. We can punch this guy out in position, right? It works. But look at how we lose this fight. I mean, come on. This is you. Hold the space. I get somebody has to be on cart, but we're currently sitting at the big fat number 3. Why are you here? Set up here. Punish the Hanzo if they try to punish you, or take this position to go for backline. On attack, we were spending a lot of time. Now, some of you guys are chatting like, well, then what was the deal with all this stuff happening here where we were pressuring Sig and stuff like that? Well, it's because we didn't have positions to safely get to backline. They were too far away, too much in high grounds, we're stuck in a choke, there was no follow-up, and so on. We've actually found the first spot here where we actually have a little bit of space, right? And what do? Look at this, look at it, we're controlling this, we're sitting on cart. We need to do a better job of controlling space with Doomfist. Use the space to go for backline, or duel the people that try to take it away from you. It's a lot like Tracer in that aspect, right? And now do you feel like how far away the enemy team is? It feels like an overextension to go for anybody. Who is we? What a deep question. You know, if you're here, it's so much easier to actually close the distance on these guys. We're spending a lot of time. Yes. Wow, that was hard. Imagine if we'd been here to start with. And not, like, imagine how much easier that would have been. Yeah, we were, what? 2/3 HP, half HP by the time we land, and we still got the kill. Imagine if we were to start with. I don't know. Is this making sense, Jotarun? Charge punch. Almost. Now you don't have space again. So now you have a real hard time. What we don't do, though, is punch the Rhine. What we do, though, is we set up on the space over here and try and pressure and bait. So maybe slam across, shoot pressure, play corners, try and bait sleep dart, pressure. Do not allow this Hanzo and Ana to use this side of the map. Make them back up to here. And then there's your latent pressure. Even without even diving on these guys, you force them to move from an aggressive position to a defensive position. And then you can use this aggressive position, along with the mini health back, to either dive backline or punch throwing if he overextends. You're in a better position to do what you want to do because you control space. And guess what? When you're over here and then Hanzo Ano back off, your Sojourn now can safely slide across here and take the angle with you because you cleared it for her. That's what a tank does. You're either baiting attention and directly creating space, or you're controlling an angle by diving it, clearing it because you're Doomfist, right? Or Diva or Winston, and nobody can touch you in a 1v1. Or both. Look at you. Look at you. You're doing it, but you're just doing it while taking an ungodly amount of damage. Why here? Why not start from here? Think about how much less damage you take from here. How much easier you'd be able to set up engages here. Thank you, Young Hubble, for the sub. I appreciate it. Control space. Oh, you're dead. You're cooked. You're cooked. Your team has deadlifted you. Respectfully, your team has deadlifted you real hard this fight here. I don't even know how. I don't even know how their Rhine died. Actually, I don't even know what killed their Rhine. I don't even know why he's pushing you. See, your Sojourn takes the angle. She's got the right idea, but there was nothing honestly stopping them from just like walking. Yeah, this is crazy. Oh, I guess that you could Sune rush. We doing the learning thing today? The what? Yes. Pressure and bait sounds like a great YouTube video. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like how I'd... Now they have done... Uh-oh. I was gonna say something, but I thought they swapped off of Ana, but they didn't. Tragic. Yeah. I mean, whatever. You know, again, we're in a position here where we just don't really have any space, and then they pop 2 ultimates. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. He's getting Sombred. Yeah. Plans on doing another Junker Queen video. So a lot of my educational videos are tied to what I get in terms of coaching sessions. I very rarely do videos just standalone on heroes. I've done the best basic guides, which took so much work to edit. I generally try to just instead take coaching sessions and edit them down. So if I get a Junker Queen coaching session, yeah, probably. I enjoy Junker Queen. I think there could be some more educational content on her. Now, okay, do I do coaching sessions on Scrims? I do team coaching, yeah. On stream and off stream. Now, chat, what space as Doomfist can I contest, clear, or control right now? You tell me. Because this is why it's so important that we don't just say dive backline as Doomfist. Because if you dive this back here, you get slept and you die, right? They're too far away. But also, because they're far away, they're not really a problem to your team, right? You know, whatever. It's an Ana and a Moira. They're a million miles away. They don't know. Why am I talking on like a Rocky, an Italian accent? Okay. But they're not really threats. You know, they're not really things that we need to concern ourselves with. So who are we really concerned about right here? Look, you see it? It's this guy. Look at his positioning. He's aggressive. He's also a squishy. So what do we do as Doomfist? Even with ult, it may not be reasonable to kill this guy, but we don't have to. We put pressure on him. He's going to roll this direction back towards his team. You're going to punch out, and you've done your job. You've forced them to adjust. Like it's like an amoeba. If we draw a line of the space that they control, this is the amount of space they control. But if you dive this right side here and then get out again, it's actually the space they control is now this. They've lost this area. So then you can then walk back here and then set up your next dive. And then, like, let's say the Junkrat's up here, and you force the Junkrat out. Now the Junkrat's over here. So now the amoeba is now looking more like this. And then now you've got the angle here. And so now you can take this angle and set up for an even deeper dive on the back line here. So you just slowly, bam, 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 bam. These cyclical pressures of using your cooldowns to slowly sequentially control space by threatening kills. Control space by threatening kills. One step at a time. So this is the problem here. The problem here is we're at least trying for the right things, but then we get panicky, we miss our opportunity here, and so we punch back, we get pinned, and you know what, a lot of this is just a little bit unfortunate. I'm not going to sweat it. It did feel like you were doing the right things, but if you knew that you were going to go to control the Cassidy on the angle here, right? If we knew the Cassidy was over there, we see it, right? Then actually maybe we should start from here and then pressure the Cassidy out from this side. So if you know what positions that you're trying to contest or control, then that even changes how you go, because you coming from here is why you fail this engage. Whereas if you'd come from here, you would have succeeded. Do you see that? So it's partially unlucky, but if you'd already had an idea of where you're engaging from, you could have punched through here, shot. This guy has to disengage this way. Now the Rhine's isolated. Now punch the Rhine into your team. Or use this position to engage on the Cassidy again. You kind of see what I'm saying? It always comes back to what space do I want to control with this hero, because that will allow you to actually get kills. There it is again. Use it. Do it. I told you. Look. Do you see it? Do you see it? Watch the amoeba. Watch the amoeba. Ready? Watch the blue on our screen. You see the blue shifting? Now use it. It's free. It's totally free. Use this. Go on the Cassidy again. Or now we can also go on the Junkrat. We can avoid the control and shrink. They can control this side of the map away from them. Watch it. Watch. No, we go right in on main. Like, use the side angles to set up better engages and easier engages for you, right? I will say this though, at least now, because you've stacked the Cassidy, it's easier. It's easier for you to know, kind of like, he's not going to go kill your backline, right? Okay, the amoeba has shifted. So this is just kill greed, right? It's just kill greed. It's just a little bit greedy, I think. I think it's just a little bit greedy. What I would have preferred is right here, we pop our ult. We instead go for like the Junkrat, force the Ana back, take the corner here, punch out the Moira, shift the amoeba backwards. Now the Reinhardt's completely by himself, then go back and deal with the Reinhardt, or keep the backline busy while our team kills the Reinhardt. I think we went in a little too deep here. It clipped the Rhine. Yeah, I do think that was a little bit unfortunate. But I think either way, I think you go in a little bit too far, given your team's positioning. Remember the line, guys, the line was broken here by this Doomfist, and that's why this goes so poorly. Even though it cost him the shatter, our Kiriko has to go in to save us, otherwise we would have died, and then now it's a little bit of a disaster. Big trance, though. The amoeba is shifted. You guys see the amoeba? Look at how much space they control now. The choke has given up. Nice. Isolated target. Now you have the entirety of this position to stage on the back line. Now, let's have one quick moment here to pull shoot, what's the kid in The Simpsons? Dennis? No, not Dennis. The bully. Chat, help me out.
Or is the main guy?
Ralph. No, it's not Ralph.
Ralph is the little squid.
Ralph is a... Nelson.
On my way.
Wait. I saw. Oh, jeez, that's tragic. Nice. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, we're gonna lose this. Tragic. Yeah, Simpsons, I don't think it's been good since, like, what, season 10 or 11? Maybe not even, maybe even sooner than that. So let's stay focused in here. So, like, if we talk about space to control, chat, where is the space that we can control to set up staging? Like, you're like, it's a little bit tricky now, but also you have this entire map. So, like, let's just think for a second. What do you guys think? I'm thinking something like put a little pressure up here, maybe force Kiriko Suzu, maybe put some pressure on Tracer. You know, Junkrat's pretty succulent as well, but he's not really in an aggressive position. Maybe you could slam him, force him out a little bit, look for Tracer afterwards. I think left side high ground's probably where I'd put my attention. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if the Junkrat standing behind payload is able to get a kill in your Kiriko in the back, there's just not a lot you can do for it. Ability usage could be a little bit more intentional. That's true. It does sometimes feel like we're just, like, for example, right here, just kind of punching, hoping that something's going to line up for it. That's true. And this is what I'm concerned about, right? Because we do get some pressure in because Junkrat's there, but ironically, look at what happens. Right? Can you peel off Tracer? No, but you could bully her out. You could force her cooldowns from this position, right? Even when it comes to preventing our own teammates' deaths, it comes down to controlling positions. Like, remember when I was talking about how, like, we're going to go in here, what if Cassie flanked around from here and killed her backline? That's kind of what happens here, right? Where you're tunneling on main, you know? And the pressure isn't really that high. I say that as you get a kill. But I don't know. I wonder. It does make things harder when it's like a Tracer on the flank, right? You're like, well, what do I do versus a Tracer? But I don't know. Still, I'm still food for thought, I think. I think we cap this. Okay. Let's keep going. Do you have any questions so far, Jodron?
Initiating match.
I'm thinking a lot of what you need to do is, as I agree with the commenter, I think being a little bit more deliberate with what we're doing with their cooldowns and focusing more on controlling angles in space, either to deny the enemy that space or to then use that space for your own engages. I think also maybe being a little bit more attentive with how we're charging our E. No questions? All right. I'm enjoying this one. This one's very enjoyable. You're doing a pretty good job with your mechanics and such, though. Almost. But, like, that's the thing, is, like, here's the thing. For Junkrat to kill anybody, he's probably going to need to take a position like this. You said no. For Widow to kill anybody, she's going to have to take a position like this. You can say no. That's the great thing, is your hero can be anywhere that you need to be. You can't really peel off a ball. He could go into backline, and you can't take away that position from him, that space away from him. So you're always, like, deciding about, like, what space can actually take. But actually here it's like, this is fine, but this is good. You played really well around the sleep dart, but I almost wonder, like, if this wouldn't have mattered more. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Like, how scary is an Ana here versus a Widow here? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're concerned about. Great. Not only was it a kill, but you said you try and take high ground away from me? No, you're stuck in the choke. Junkrat gets a little bit aggressive. Yeah, I don't know. I think a little bit of this is just target selection. So, none of the enemy team is really in super aggressive positions. However, I think it needs to be Widow here. I just think it needs to be Widow. You've already baited Sleep Dart here. I don't even know if you heard the Sleep Dart, right? Surely you heard the Sleep Dart. Because that Widow ends up killing. Ugh. So it's two factors. What space is the most valuable? what target am I better at 1v1ing? When you're trying to decide target priority, what space is good for me to control, either for my team or for my own value, how good am I at 1v1ing at that hero? For example, you could have like a Torbjorn taking an aggressive off angle, and you might pressure him, but you might actually go for the Widow in a slightly less aggressive off angle, even though her position is worse because you're so much better at 1v1ing her than like a Torb. So it's a nuance. Same thing would go versus like a Tracer in an aggressive angle versus a Zenyatta in a slightly less aggressive angle. It becomes down to the 1v1 a little bit. Does that kind of make sense? So map control is everything, but actually it's only like 90%. It's not everything, right? Because like right there, you went for the Junkrat, but actually the Widowmaker was right next to the Junkrat and in an equally aggressive position, and you still went for the Junkrat instead of the Widowmaker. That was the mistake. We could even break that down as to why you don't go for Ball, even though Ball might be in your backline all the time. That's a very aggressive position, right? Well, but you just can't beat that guy. You just can't beat him. Can I have some water? Thanks. Rashi's catching and stuff, so blame the old man. Nice. Now, think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Be creative. Be clever. Be clever. Be creative. Oh, surely. I believe in it. Bam! Right? And then I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little creative. Surely. Sometimes map control means giving up the map. No, I mean, I'm not sure I understand the question. My point was that sometimes, you need to consider map control in context of like what my hero is actually good at, you know? Like, we want to control an angle, but like let's say there's just a Roadhog sitting on that angle. Maybe as Doomfist we can't deal with it as much. Like right now, Ball is in a more aggressive position than Widow, but we're just not great at just sitting there and 1v1ing Ball. Junkrat's getting so many random spam kills. Nice. Ah! Okay. I mean, even this though, it's like, do you see how aggressive he was? And how punishable he was? Same thing here. Uh-oh. Well. Nice slam there. You can't control everything, so you sometimes have to make choices about what parts take priority. Right, exactly. About what heroes can I control the best. Because like I said, if an angle is really important, but there's a Roadhog on that angle as a Doomfist, you're probably not going to be able to clear that angle. So you have to be realistic about it. Like, I want to control the map, but also that angle is just not controllable by me because I can't win that 1v1. You know what I'm saying? Now, as a tank, more often than not, any angle, any 1v1 that there is, you're probably going to be able to win it. But that's not always the case. Like, for example, even a Reaper, right? If a Reaper has an angle as Doomfist, unless he's overextended, you probably aren't going to be able to help with that very much. So, I don't know. Something to consider. Whereas a Widowmaker, you could be anywhere that she's at immediately. This is just speeding. Like, this is speeding a little bit, honestly. We need to be setting up this engage better, I think. We just mess it up. Nice slam, but it doesn't matter. I think this fight's lost. Oh, my heart. This guy's getting way too much value on Junkrat. This guy even knows where to die. I mean, you're doing the right thing here. I mean, you're controlling backline. You can't really peel off there. You just probably need to die. Yeah, okay. It's just such a shame there. I think we went in a little bit too early, which meant that we weren't actually able to punish backline at a good time. That's just a shame. I don't think this person's got a wrong number. Somebody from Los Angeles that sells flowers. You guys know anybody in Los Angeles that sells flowers? Now the funny thing here is as well, Should we engage? Okay, chat. All right, chat. All right. What's the mistake here? What's the mistake here? What's the mistake? Think carefully. We engaged for main, right? So it's whatever. We had a pretty decent slam there, so I don't think it's the end of the universe. What area should we be controlling from? What area should we be engaging from? And then where's the line? Where's the line? Where do we want to hold? Where's the line of scrimmage? The line of skirmish, the line that we hold to, right? Just something to consider, right? We really don't want to go in deep. This is kind of where we're holding here, right? This is where we're holding. So if they start to walk forward, then we can even engage from main, or we can engage from a flank. But there's no reason for us to push past this choke here into their LOS, because 3, 2, 1, problem. 3, 2, 1, problem, right? This is just not going to work. So what you might have been doing was like a little bait engage to farm up a cooldown, but this is a disaster. They've gotten 1 kill and baited out your Kiriko ult. This is a disaster. I'm surprised you even killed the Genji there. So just hold this corner here. Hold them. Dare them to walk into you from this position here. What are they gonna do? No. Look at what's happening. Look. So free. So free. This Ana. This is me on Ana. No. I know I'm talking about a lot of abstract concept, guys, but this is like so important that we understand. If he gets nanoed, yeah, you can extend it. Like if your team pops an ultimate and you or you get a massive cooldown advantage, like let's say that Ana uses sleep dart and Cass uses nade, or in the ball is like 1 HP and rolls out, and you want to shift the line forward and push into them, you can, right? But we had no trigger there. We saw nothing. We forced. And remember, you're in defense, so you have the positional advantage. You don't ever have to force. You can wait. You can make them walk into you and use cooldowns first, just to even do anything. I'm gonna cut you some slack here because I felt like you're trying to bail your Tracer on. Big kill. Very good kill. I think that was totally fine. Not your fault.
Come here. I can heal you.
There it is. Genji crosses a little bit. Don't lose sight on the left though. The left is the big one, right? Like watch what happens here, right? She's like, oh, she's trying. You see this? Make this uncomfortable for her to hold. You know? Make this uncomfortable for her to hold. What positions are important for you to control here? Right now, I don't know. I don't know that I would peel back here. I might go for a backline trade. Or get out. This is fine too. Don't die. Pick a target. Nah, this fight's lost. Okay. So what are we seeing, chat? What are we seeing? What needs to be improved? What needs to be improved? Jonron, how about you speak up here? What are you seeing that you need to practice a little bit more? You wanted to talk about big picture stuff, understanding the game from a thing. And this is this isn't a lot of the stuff that we talked about isn't just about Doomfist, right? It's about tanking and playing the game as a whole. So what are you seeing? Chat, you speak up. Jonron, I'm more concerned to hear your thoughts though. Because I want to set some goals. More deliberate space control. Staging and controlling space, yeah. Control space. What parts of the map angles are important to control or deny, then factor in how good you are at 1v1ing and those enemies, and make a decision off of that. Now, what we've done is we've taken an art, which is Doomfist, and we've analyzed it to almost to the nitty-gritty nastiness, which might slow you down a little bit. But I don't really care. I want you to slow down even just a little bit. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, right? So we want to improve our understanding just a little bit, so that then we can unleash you just to mechanically rock with Doomfist a little bit. Now that you understand these things a little bit more, go practice them for a week, for a little bit of time, and then turn off your brain again and just play Doomfist and see how you play. Because the staging and controlling space, I think, are often one and the same thing. So what I would recommend is I would have most of your training days focusing a lot on your staging and controlling space, punishing enemy aggression, setting up your own aggression by controlling angles, right? Deciding what angle to control based off who you're fighting. Do that for most of your training sessions, 3 or 4 days, 5 days out of the week. And then every single week, have a couple of days where you're not practicing anything, you're just playing the game. We want to try and implement and see how we do when we're not training, because not every day can or should be a practice day. Because imagine if you were practicing your running form, like Farashi was saying, but all you did was run slow motion. You never ever sprinted. We want to practice some days where we're doing tempo runs, practicing our form, and we want some days where we're just running as fast as we can. And we're not slowing ourselves down by thinking of all these little details. We just go with the flow. Does that make sense? I think that's a good training habit, especially when we're talking about a hero that can move very quickly, like Doomfist, where a lot of it is these decisions that happen so quickly that if you think too much of Doomfist, you're going to slow yourself down a lot, which we're okay with sometimes, but not all the time. Okay, do you have any questions? Now, the reason why I put so much emphasis on this is if you look at your form here, you play tanks besides Doomfist. Well, good news for you. Everything that we talked about in terms of space control applies to other tanks. They just may take different 1v1s. And you guys are going to watch this Cloudy review in just a moment, which talks about the exact same things that we just talked about in this review. Ryan does it a little bit differently, but it's the same priorities. Hey, Striker's positioning. Long time no talk. Where's Edison Z? So just have specific days where I think about that specifically? Sure, exactly. Make that the goal of the day for a couple of hours. Just a couple of hours, right? Not 5-6 hours of training, just a couple of hours. Like you wouldn't do a drill for 4 hours, right? What role do I think is the hardest to master? I honestly have no idea. I really don't know. I can give you 20 minutes till Cloudy. I can give you some heroes that I think are harder to master than others, but I don't know if there's a role. I don't know. Really don't know. I will say this, an aggressive DPS in a good tank in a highly structured team environment is really, really helpful. Especially nowadays in Overwatch 2, having an Overwatch League or a contender setting, having a top tier tank player and an aggressive, mechanically capable DPS is definitely a big one. But that's more at the Overwatch League level and thinking broadly there. But even then, I wouldn't stake my life on it. That's just my gut. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see how Cloudy's doing. I think they have the Pro-Am today, right, y'all? Or something like that. They're on King's Row. He's playing Ryan. This ought to be good. All right, let's do this. Let's do this while we're waiting. You changed your name for a cheap joke, and I couldn't change it back for a while. But now people just call me Striker, and I kind of like it. That's funny. That's funny. I remember that that finals review. That was wild. Okay, let's do this chat. Would you guys let's do some Ask Spylo? And then we'll do some Ask Spylo, and then hopefully we'll have Cloudy's close to being done soon-ish, maybe, perhaps, sort of, kind of, and we'll go from there. Let me put some Ask Spylo up. So exclamation Discord. You can jump up on Discord and ask any questions that you would like in the Ask Spylo channel. I do these about once every week and a half or so. And then what we do is I throw the Twitch timestamp in the Twitch channel. So if you're not here when the question's answered, you can still check back on the timestamp afterwards and find out if your questions were answered. Okay, so let's take a look at this here really fast. Let me make sure my face cam's not in the way here. Okay, let's take a look here. So who is right? Okay, so if you guys didn't see this one already, this was basically like the Junkrat didn't get healing, yada yada yada. Honestly, these are so corny. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're both wrong. They're both wrong. The Junkrat, the support should have paid more attention to their off angles in the middle of the fight instead of tunneling down main. The Junkrat was also an idiot for taking damage and then not grabbing a mega health back when the supports were clearly preoccupied. This is the whole concept that, oh, top 500 support players never tunnel is so baloney to me. Like, it's just such a lazy storyline. Like, it's just funny Twitter clout. I would love to like farm, like go through a clip of this guy's Junkrat gameplay, and I guarantee you every single game that this guy plays, we could probably find a 10-second segment that makes me go, there's no way this guy's top 500. And so if you selectively farm this, of course you're going to find Twitter clips that yes, everybody sucks, including the Junkrat player. How do I take off angles when playing with Moira? It feels like it's super tough to do to restrict the healing range. I also feel like I have to be stuck to the tank by a 10-15 minute. Well, okay, it depends on your tank. If you're like the main quote unquote healer, and then yeah, you might need to be playing within the range of your tank. But also, as we saw earlier in the Moira review, there's going to be times where you can predict, and you just know that your tank is not going to be taking a lot of damage, so then you need to be taking those positions where you can assist your DPS or the off angles beforehand. And then there's also going to be a lot of situations where you're not going to need to be healing your tank much, or you already have someone who's already focused on healing your tank, so that's going to open up more freedom and flexibility to position elsewhere. Highly recommend checking out the Moira VOD review I did today for more in detail answer for that one. Can I one-trick the top 500? I mean, yes, you can. You can one-trick the top 500. 100%. Not even a doubt in my mind. You could probably one-trick if not every hero, close to every single hero. I mean, actually, yes, every hero you can. Top 500. Top 100? A little bit tricky to do every hero, I think. Like a top 100 with Bastion might be hard, maybe, or a Reaper or something. I don't even know. Maybe it's not, but top 500, surely. Would it be a good idea to split my attention between two rules? No. Recently, I peaked Plat 1 on support, was going to try and do a Masters push next season, but I've always been enjoying the DPS and some heroes like Tracer, Sombra, and Genji, but the role is in Bronze right now because of seasonal D ranks, and I couldn't get out of there yet. So focus on just support. Wouldn't hurt if it depends on what your priority is. Does it keep you up at night knowing that the game thinks that you're Bronze and DPS? Then rank out a bit. What's your priority? Getting the Masters or getting your DPS out of Bronze? It's just, and whenever these questions come up, it depends on what's important to you, and then making the decision. Is it for fun? Is it I don't like being Bronze at X rank? Is it I want to get to Masters? There you go. Bro, Sim isn't even bad. Like I agree with you that Sim is not good, but I don't know. I think this Sim change is the more Symmetra that I see, the more I'm convinced that the hero is actually fairly decent, especially in a solo queue environment. While I understand the fundamentals with dive versus dive matchups, where you have to find advantageous cooldown trades and clear strong staging spaces, it feels really hard to implement this successfully into a team. My team who runs Ball Surge or Tracer Lucio struggled immensely into opponents running compositions like Doomfist, Tracer, Song, Winston, Reaper, Sombra, Lucio. Do you just have to go first before the opponents can stage? Rotate really fast to get advantage of it? Hard walk with the Doomfist? What can we leverage to play Sailor with? So you are playing Ball, Sojourn, Tracer, Kiriko. So remember, when it comes to dive versus dive, it becomes a battle of space. I mean, anytime there's a mirror, it becomes a battle of space, more so than anything else. To use an egoist cat term, a passive advantage. If you have better map control or better angle control, you will have a passive advantage because you have positions for your DPS and tank either to do more damage just by pressing M1 or to do more damage by actually staging dives on backline. If you're not able to control angles and flanks, then you're going to lose because their DPS are going to do more damage to you because they have better positions, or they're going to be a better position to dive your backline. So when it comes to dive versus dive, when it's close to a mirror, it essentially just comes down to who controls the off angles better, who times things better. So then what you need to do is you look at your composition and you go, okay, we're playing Ball, Sojourn, Tracer, Kiriko, Lucio, into Doomfist, Tracer, Summer, Kiriko, Lucio. Okay, how do we, with Ball, Sojourn versus Doomfist, Sombra, control space better? Well, probably want to play more open angles, more open sightlines, right, with how we're positioning. And we need to try and actively get our Sojourn involved in screwing up their Doomfist from diving. We want to control and contest their Sombra on flanks. So it's not about tempo or speed or rotating. It's just control space. Control space. Ball has a gun. Sojourn has a gun. Doomfist's gun, very weak up close. Sombra's gun, very weak at range. So find ways to scout Sombra and punish Sombra. Hunt Translocator. Prevent Doomfist from taking an angle. Have your Ball and Tracer work together and 2v1 the Tracer. If the Sombra shows up, have your Sojourn there to rail her out. So all it is about controlling space better than they do and controlling angles better than they do and doing that on angles that makes better sense for your composition. Because who's going to win? Sombra versus Sojourn? Well, depends. Does the Sombra get her hack off? Is your Sojourn able to charge up and get pressure on the Doomfist? Is the Sojourn able to keep her distance on the Sombra and or have a rail by the time the Sombra shows up? In which case she can actually body shot the Sombra, Sombra leaves, now we win the flank, now we stage for backline. Ball versus Doomfist, who wins? Well, I don't know. Is your Ball able to utilize his uptime? Is your Ball able to actually get his grapple hits on the Tracer? Does he get punched out of his slam? Becomes a mechanical thing. So what I would try to do is to underthink it. Control angles, try and be on the same timing when it's specifically like your Ball Tracer, and focus on just the basics. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink, like, how does a Ball play to Doomfist? Don't overthink it. What does your Ball want to do? What does your Sojourn want to do? Focus on the bare bone fundamentals of controlling space and how you need to be controlling space better. No. Doomfist's gun is strong at close but weak at range. Sorry. And the same thing with Winston Reaper, Sombra, Kiriko, Lucio, right? Like, think about the weaknesses of a Winston Reaper, right? They're very strong when they engage, but they're horrible at controlling flanks and angles versus a Ball Sojourn because they are very in or very out. If you put a Reaper on an angle, right, and he runs into a Ball Sojourn, he's cooked, right? He has to go back to his team, right? So play to your range there. Play to your range. Staging is all about controlling space. Whoever has better timing controls more space wins. If you can give me a team fight in the future, like a replay code with a timestamp, or even just a timestamp with a YouTube VOD, like a 60-minute timestamp, I'll be able to explain it to you visually better. Have I done a ranked tier list? Not this season, no, because I haven't really played much ranked this season. Actually, that's not true. I played a little bit more ranked this season, but nothing recently, and nothing since the patch either. You know? So, I'm a little limited. I'm trying to... It's not a bad break, but it's just enough to where it's like, I really want it to heal, so I'm trying to take as much pressure off of it as I possibly can. Should I be looking to manage Brick Shield like Sigma? It's not as important as Sigma, but it's important enough to where it's like if your shield's constantly breaking and you're dying because it's broken, then probably, yeah. Don't just use it for no reason. Have a purpose. Why do I find ranking up on my main role so hard? I main tank and currently peak GM4, but I fall back to Master 1. I grind hard and I try so hard. I put into a game season to the other. It's your mental. It's your mental. Because you're trying so hard, because it's so important to you, you're probably sweating out and getting tilted or getting too emotional or getting too nervous or getting too much pressured. You need to play, there's a very careful balance between being productive with your focus and your attention and being counterproductive. If you guys saw the VOD review with the Moira earlier, we talked about how being unproductive with a competitive mindset is and how it can actually make you play worse or burn you out in what you're doing. It sounds like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to try really hard, do really good, and right? And then all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna chill, just gonna have a good time. And you just flow state and just relaxing, you're just poning noobs, you got nothing to lose, right? We play good when there's nothing to lose. When there's no pressure, people play well. And what you're doing is you're putting way too much pressure on yourself to perform, and so then you're struggling more. Having an alt account helps with that, correct? It helps deal with the problem, but it doesn't provide a solution to the root issue, which is that you put too much pressure on yourself instead of just flow stating it. Just play the game. I would take a very, very careful look at my mentality when I'm on my main account versus my mentality when I'm on my off account and see what I can learn from my off account to apply to my main account better. It's like some of the best football games that I've ever played were when there was nothing on the line. And I was just chilling. What is the best way to consistently get value when playing Sombra on the ladder? A lot of times people in place of solid fundamental thought process, a hack around for a run to shadow, try to focus a hack healer, but none of my team commits. Very broad question. I think Sombra is all about either assassinate targets if you can assassinate. If there's nothing that you can't assassinate by yourself or threaten assassination by yourself, then focus more on punishing out of position enemies and do so with, watch this is a big bad word, cover, so you can increase your uptime. The number one issue that I see from a lot of Sombras is that they're very in or out. And they'll go in, they'll get a hack, they'll shoot a little bit, and they're there for 1 second and they're gone. That's just not enough value most of the time. So you need to consider your positioning and who you're hacking and where you're hacking from and who you're shooting from, because if you can play around cover and increase that 1 second of uptime to 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 4 seconds, that's just going to be so much more useful than your team. So consider how long you're able to stay in cycles and think about what more could I get more value if I played better than your cover. And then also, if you don't have something that you can comfortably assassinate or really threaten assassination on, then it might be better to just focus on controlling off angles and punish enemy aggression who are overextended. Hey, KC Key L1. Have you ever thought about making an Overwatch course on an online learning platform? No, I actually haven't. I don't know what that would entail, honestly. I know so little about a lot of other things. It's actually kind of a shame. How I'm, bro? I'm doing well. How about you? What are your opinions on players not joining voice? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. As long as you're paying attention to your teammates and you're really trying to be a good teammate with like positioning yourself around that, I think it's okay. It also depends on the rank as well. I think lower ranks is generally not very beneficial to be in voice. I actually think it might be a negative thing. Is there console coaching too? Yes, of course. Always console coaching. I am a GM and a Masters player and want to get into scrimming some, but only have experience scrimming collegiate. Should I start out at lower elo scrims like Masters because I haven't done any super competitive scrimming with people at my level? No, I wouldn't lowball yourself too far. If you're really nervous about it, you can, but I wouldn't lowball yourself too far. I think you'll do fine. Maybe find a middle of the road team if you wanted to. As a Winston or Reinhardt, what do I do when they don't necessarily have a backline to rush dive? What is my job when they're rushing to something like Ball Trummer? Clear the space. If you walk out of Tracer Somber, they have to walk away. Be a general nuisance. Sorry, she wants to sit in my lap. I think we'll talk, for you, it's going to be more about you're not going to get the satisfaction of getting clear, juicy, succulent kills. However, at the same time, if you're playing Winston Reinhardt into a Tracer Ball, Summer, Kiriko, Lucio, there's less that you can directly threaten, but there's less that can directly threaten you. So your uptime or the risk of your death is a lot lower, so you have more freedom to do more things. So in other words, it's like Ball playing into Rhine Rush, right? Maybe there's no Sleep Dart or Discord to kill me, so yeah, I could definitely feel like, oh, as a Ball, I can't like assassinate the Moira Lucio May, right? But you could do so much over and over and over again because there isn't a direct threat to you. Is there any way to book coaching every week? I generally don't encourage that. You technically could, but I don't encourage that. I don't think it's enough time for you to actually improve or master the things that I've coached. I recommend around a 3-week cycle. When PV Key comes out for Overwatch, would you consider making hero build guides? I could. It depends. Honestly, all right, I'm going to be real with you guys. I would be totally down for PvE educational content. It just depends on how fun it is. If it's like kind of like mid, then it's not going to be worth my time. I might do some like low-hanging fruit, fun little thing to catch some views, you know what I'm saying? But if it's fun, it'll be fun. If it's not fun, then no. But yeah, like I said, big thing for this question is just about, yes, there's less that you can do, but consider threatening kill, run at Tracer, run at Sombra, run at Kiriko, look for this, pin on the ball. Remember, you're so against comps that don't have any direct threats to you, and you're like, I feel like I can't do anything. You do have a lot more freedom to try different things, though. So whereas there's some things like the Zenyatta and Ana, you can kill those guys, but they can also kill you if you mess up. Hypothetical attack on Havana Point A. Ryan Lucio brawl on some kind, but with a Widowmaker. Widow stays far back in your gas station car, and the rest swing left through building to brawl on something. As Ryan makes contact, the Widow can peek more aggressively, start moving the cart while the fight goes on. If attackers win first fight, Widow can position for a second fight, and someone else takes cart. Any particular pros and cons to Katu? No, it would be fine. The only problem would be is if there are points in time where Widowmakers don't have a really good angle, a Cassidy might just outvalue it in a Rhine brawl, or maybe a Tracer if you're playing into snipers. I will say that this comp has been played and tested before. I believe it was back in 2020, late 2020, I believe, when a lot of Cass May was played at some period in time. I believe people did play Widowmaker. I'm almost sure of it, and at least contenders. Widow was played with Brawl, and I think a couple of Overwatch League games as well. What is a tryhard FFA code? I don't know. You'll need to find one, and then you can save it when you're in the lobby, though. If I believe. So you can always save a custom game when you're in it. You can also create your own. It's not hard. Just do 8-man deathmatch. Set it to like 12-man. Set it to Chateau. And then toy with any settings that you want. Like how many kills you want. Do you want to disable any cooldowns? Do you want to change the HP of the tanks? Do you want to disable any tanks? I did my own tryhard FFA code way back in the day. Am I allowed to be quietly annoyed at Lucio's on my team when they amp speed out of spawn at match start but wall ride away from teams so no one gets objective fast except them? No. You're not allowed to be annoyed. It doesn't include Kiriko. I think it does include Kiriko, but Kiriko's aren't that good. Because, yeah, Suzu's tough, but, like, they can't TP, so people got to practice their mechanics somewhere, right? If the part of my gameplay that is lacking the most is mechanics, should I just be playing tryhard FA until they're up to snuff? No, I would, because then that's too harsh. That's like saying, hey, I'm a football player, American football player, and I'm a little slow. Should I just stop lifting weights entirely until I get my 40-yard dash time to 4.8? No, I would just adjust the ratio a little bit. So like, let's say you're only doing tryhard FFA for a warm-up, maybe now play 1 or 2 fewer ranked games and do 30 minutes of tryhard FFA or 40 minutes of tryhard FFA. Just adjust the ratio. Just adjust the ratio a little bit. How to use Echo Ult and how to maximize its value. Have a target in mind that you're going to copy ahead of time. And then try and think of what the best position for that target is. So like an Ana on high ground, a Soldier on high ground, a D.Va on high ground. Noticing a common theme here. A Orisa, if you're able to access their backline, because you can use your defensive cooldowns to farm ult really fast. Ramatra, same kind of thing. Or use it exclusively as a defensive get out of jail free card if you overextend. So go really aggressively. And then I'm going to pop my copy, duck behind a corner. But a lot of it's going to be about maximizing your positioning and cover usage so you don't die immediately when you copy. Yeah, kind of a stupid question. Okay, I should probably pause right here, chat, because Cloudy, I want to see what Cloudy's up to right here, because technically we're supposed to start now, but I last I checked, I think Cloudy is running a little bit behind. Yeah, Cloudy is running a little bit behind. No delay. Yeah, so Cloudy's running a little bit behind. They're just not. They need to be winning this a lot heavier than we are. So tragic here. Who are they playing? Donid. Cloudy. So it's Samido. Cloudy and Samido. Jikaru, JK's on the enemy team. Okay. Anyway, back to our Aspella here. Do you think Kiriko is one of the best duelists in the game? I don't. I think she's one of the best duelists in the game. It's like the Genji effect. Is Genji one of the best duelists in the game? Yes. But also what makes Genji one of the better duelists in the game in like a tryhard setting is that he can bail if things start to go poorly. And I think that's the Kiriko thing. Like where Kiriko is a really good duelist because if things start to go poorly, she can then just leave. She doesn't lose. That's what makes her frustrating, right? I don't think she's even that crazy good at 1v1s, but she just doesn't get punished for losing it. Hey, PK. Like I said, chat, Cloudy running a little bit behind, so we're just gonna keep going. Kind of stupid question here, but maintaining mechanical skill versus improving mechanical skill is just how much you play. Yes, yes. And if I really want to get good on good mechanics X hero, would you have any recommendations? One trick that hero to get your playtime up? I would come as close to one tricking as I can. 1 or 2 trick. Yep. 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 Love to see you downloaded Epic Pen. I mean, I've had Epic Pen for a long time. For literally 4 or 5 years. I just have never been able to get it to work with OBS and Overwatch at the same time. It's never worked for me, not with full screen. I've tried so many different things and I cannot get it to work. Yeah, it's kind of a disaster. And the other thing with Epic Paint, every time I launch it, it asks me to like update it, right? Because I have the license or whatever versions, but like update it, right? And I click the update and it won't update. It pulls me to the website, but it's just like the generic website, so it drives me nuts. How to combat hero choice indecisiveness. For a long time, I felt like I split my skills between too many tank heroes. Only recently focusing on just focus on what you enjoy, and then if you want to lean into the strengths of whatever you're playing given the situation, that's also fine as well. So like if I like a couple different heroes and I'm like, oh, this situation, I think Sigma would be better because I have Sigma, Ryan, D.Va as my favorite tanks, and this feels like Sigma kind of a situation, then roll with it. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. I may have gone a little hard in the IR6 aim trainer and gotten accused of aimbotting and sorry, did a very useful thing to improve. Ah, okay, that's very good to hear. That's very good to hear. If you guys don't know, the IR6 released an aim trainer thing recently, so there's been a lot of discussion about like how useful is that aim trainer. I'm sure it was good, but I wasn't sure how good, so I've been asking folks to do their testing on me, not on me, but they're like, hey, this is a new thing that IR6 released. You go test it. You tell me what you think, so that I can pretend that I did all the testing on my own. Like I said, guys, it's you know, why do I do the work when I can just make you guys do it for me? Is the ISIC thing a code or a third party? It's a code. Here, let me show you guys the video. I'll actually link it in chat really fast. Oh, there we go. There, I was gonna link it, but there it is. Huh. It's definitely more fun than Vaxta. I was able to play a little bit of it, but yeah, it's definitely more interesting than Vaxta. Vaxta just got so dull. Hey, Sway. I found that it's shown more effective results on improvement and just warming up than any form of aim training I've done. That's awesome. Artifice. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. You should honestly message IOStex if you haven't, because I know he'd be really down for any criticisms or like any positive adjustments you feel like you've made. I know he's been very open to adjustments. Hey, thanks for the bits, mate. I appreciate it. Is this tank only coaching? No. We've only done tanking today. But for private or even stream coaching, there's any kind of coaching. I've coached literally every hero from bronze to top 500. Back in my day, we only had training range. True. This is a really dumb question, but what is the best team composition right now, guys? Good question. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are some good compositions right now? Hey, listen, you have to aim with your right click, right? Rush is good. Ryan Rush, yeah. Maybe the BAP change for the immortality field is pretty good. I definitely think Ryan is a strong hero. Yeah. It's wise to counter Winston with a Ryan? It can be on the map, yeah. I don't think Ryan directly counters Winston, but I think if the composition is good, then you don't need to worry about countering. You just play the heroes that are good. Ball, Cast Tracer, Brig, Ball. Yeah, those all sound like decent heroes. So maybe we have like Briggs in on long range sightline maps. Maybe we have with some Ball. Maybe we have like Cast Rush. Yeah, a lot more dynamic map variety, which is good. Lots of good sniper maps in the map pool currently with Sig. That's true as well. Uh-oh, Cloudy may be dropping a map, y'all. You know what would be fun, chat? Should I do it? Should I spectate Cloudy's stream and comment on the play? What are you taking field goal to APAC? I mean, it's gonna be really crushed. Okay, let's do this, chat. Let's do this. I think it's gonna be tough for the Dallas Fuel Phantoms, and I'm not gonna lie. All right, guys, let's give it a check. All right, hang on. So again, Cloudy's gonna be collabing with us as soon as he's done with us.
You have like Shatter, that's it. Cloudy, can you tell me if they come up this way? Because I'm just gonna blizzard them up here. Again. I'm just gonna get in this corner. I'm just gonna blizzard.
They might go same rotation as us.
You guys can get another one.
You see he's controlling this high ground for his gas?
Left.
You need to come here, Samido. They might drop window.
Okay, so then we rotate. Now we know we're gonna flip.
I walled Ryan up here.
You're alone. Can you flank
They're
again?
gonna have to drop.
Yeah,
They're gonna have to drop.
I have to move point here.
I don't know what ults they have.
Okay, they're gonna
That is a heavy. Oh.
Wait, can I win this or no? Can I win this or no?
Yeah, if they push, we can win. We can win. We have
It's big. It's big.
Yes.
It's big. It's big.
That don't.
Ryan frozen.
He pinned there to force the Ryan to charge.
Run.
If the Ryan charges, that means he can't charge out of the blizzard. You guys see that? Huge shatter. That man is dead.
Shoot, pop.
Oh, fire
3
strike
point
too.
after. Kill Lucio on 3 point. 3 point. Samido goes it up.
They got too greedy. JK's team got too greedy when they didn't have blizzard. You gave up map control too fast, even though they were up one. They needed to be chill. Them giving up position and running it down is what threw them all into Samido's blizzard. This is open division, right? That's just like the pro-am thing. I'm not actually sure exactly. This is just preventing them from touching.
Come Ryan. Ryan solo.
I force one on this side. I force one on this side.
Ryan.
Scare ults. Get their ults.
Shoot them.
Yeah, can we get
A
one?
little bit of an unfortunate window there, but now we can take high ground. Yeah. We can take high ground because the window forces them off. Ryan will go high ground to shield for the back line. Both teams will probably go high ground with a Ryan shield. There it is.
I am late.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he has to drop.
Ryan, wall, shoot Ryan.
Oh, the beat is terrible. Oh no, disaster.
Drop, reset.
So they lost positioning on high ground, so they have to back up.
This guy out. If they push you, I wall them, okay?
They can't push.
I'll zone them.
But they do, but because the Ryan
Casted.
dropped, they have a free path up top. Uh-oh, Cassidy got isolated. Huge wall by the enemy May. It cuts off the BAP LOS from the behind. You guys see that?
Win that, Cloudy.
Winnable.
2v3.
Oh. Still winnable though. Still winnable.
No man buff. Against both.
What they use?
Doesn't look like he's dropping him up. Yeah, I mean it tends to. They definitely snowballed here, so maybe we pull it out.
It's fine. I think you just need to play back and move point. We can't really force.
So I don't know what ults they have
Listen,
here.
they're going high right now.
They have Deadeye, so they could theoretically clear high ground initially.
Hey, listen. You said they had mail. You said.
They have mail. Okay, yeah. There it is. There it is. They got beat out though. That's good. I really think they should have cleared top. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I think Cloudy got way too aggressive into the blizzard. There's no possible way for him to pin out of that. Again, you saw the JK counter pin. I think that was a mistake.
No, don't fight.
They should have cleared top. Used High Noon to clear top. Just play really safe, play really baity. And then what they needed to do is to get their Cassidy on high ground, and then drop Cloudy late. And then if Cloudy dies to Blizzard, that's fine because you have a High Noon and a high ground to zone for it.
Decision to stay in the back, and when they drop window, I'll pressure point. I'm pressuring point. They have to drop at some point. I'm playing Bane.
I'm with you, Cloudy. I'm with you.
He's not as scared to drop now because he doesn't have Blizzard or beat, so he can't get run over.
Just May when they drop.
May one block.
Shoot the Ryan.
Ryan,
May one.
Not a good Blizzard. Not a good Blizzard.
We can't.
I'm anchoring this. My fault.
Yeah, not good from Sumito. They just need to be more patient with both the window and the Blizzard. Basically, what happened, guys, is it's the art of war, right? When you have an advantage, appear to be weak, right? Do not rush it and run into their face because that's how you get baited. You play patiently, you play slow, you play carefully because you know that you're going to win. If they do anything to try and match you on card, on high ground, they lose because Blizzard, because of window.
I didn't know it was fine. We just panicked. It's okay.
Covering kill feed with Cam. Crud, hang on.
Ryan is gonna fucking roll us on top.
Uh,
We can go. He doesn't have lift. Go.
let's do this here.
Break wall fast. Need our buff.
Should be okay.
Nah. Okay. Well, we high noon and take.
Alright, let's just move. Let's just shrink my head. Let's do that.
As well, they're just cutting everything. Okay, we need to play really safe. Play really safe and play to lift.
High noon again is
I think we
early.
need to go points, Amido.
I have.
Don't stack here. Don't stack on me. Okay.
Now they high noon second.
I'm sorry. Here, bind.
Gas one.
Oh.
Run. Kill Ryan. I'll touch.
No.
Nice.
Oh, huge kill by Sweeto. Actually, huge kill.
Can't die, just follow me.
I'm back with you.
Oh, your RPUP is dead.
I go to.
Keep touch.
Didn't get a chance to shatter there. That's actually tragic. That's actually tragic.
Like they're just playing the thread. Like we don't have to run it.
Yeah, exactly. Hear what Cloudy's saying? They're playing debate. They're playing debate.
I think the main thing we're fucking having
Way
to
too many ults here. I think every ult besides Shatter
I mean,
was
they're
baited.
just,
Needs to be better.
Like I said, we just panicked. Like there was like.
We just panicked. Exactly. Cloudy's exactly right. Cloudy's exactly right.
Last point. Like,
They just need to be patient, clearing space, pushing cart, use ults when necessary. So many times they had a massive advantage with ult economy and they just fumbled the bag. There was no reason. They got baited. They kited out Blizzard. They kited out Window. They kited out Sound Barrier. They kited out High Noon. Like you can't win when you miss every single ult.
You just gotta keep doing the fundamental.
Yes, we're waiting. They I don't know who the other players in this lobby are, though. This is contenders level, I would say. Sumido, Cloudy, JK, Donnet are good players. I don't know the other players. Smex is in as well. I know Smex. I'm getting spooked. I don't want my stream muted. Emilio is pretty good. I know the name. Alright, let's see the next map. Battle of Fart Hearts. What? I mean, they only need to win one more map. This is just like the content within content here. Yeah. Good content for Twitch, not YouTube, yeah. Yeah, true. Okay, they're going Esperanza. That means a fast map. That's good. So Esperanza is going to be a little bit less about map control and space because it is more of a linear map, like a lot of push maps. So we'll see stuff about like clearing and controlling high grounds. But we very well might see we're probably going to see another Rheinmere here on this map, which will be fun. So the big thing for Cloudy's team is just going to be able to actually not panic with their ultimates, to just not panic with their ultimates. And if they don't panic with their ultimates, then we're good to go. If they do, then we're cooked. Like it's tough. Would you say Western contenders compares to KR contenders? No. Not from what I know. No. I think Western contenders is a lot more top heavy. West in general is more top heavy. Trendline boys, thank you for the sub. And the reason for that is because I think if you're in Overwatch League in the West, you get good training. If you're not in Overwatch League in the West, then you don't get good training. I think Western ranked is a lot behind, and so it's a lot harder to like improve yourself. So like what you have is you have starving peasants essentially, and the EU and even the NA to an extent ranked circuit. But yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what they're saying now. More music. Claudia's just vibing. He's really vibing right now. Now he's really vibing. Let's VOD review Cloudy's vibe. He's bobbing. His head's engaged. He's really flowing. You notice it's not like hard bobbing. It's just kind of flowing with it. Really good. Really good. I'm loving it right now.
To do is if they rotate back to point on that back left side, we just rotate left side of courtyard to our standard side, and it just can be like if they don't fuck up the first rotation, generally somebody will fuck up the second one and be stuck on left.
Sure. Okay.
All right, so Samita's talking about rotates. So rotates are really important with Rhine Brawl because you find a way to kind of basically make the enemy team to react to you. And if you do it really cohesively, you can sometimes have stragglers, what DP calls the tail, where people get left behind and then you get free kills off of that. So if they rotate perfectly, both teams rotate perfectly, there's no benefit to it.
Now take our side, come back left.
But here's the straggler. We're looking for a straggler.
Good ball.
There's the straggler. You see that? There's the straggler. We forced a lot of cooldowns with that.
I'm walking for you.
Should have been a fight win off of that wall. Should have been a fight. There is a fight win. Yeah. So that was exactly what we talked about with the rotate. That rotate foolishness forces that Cassidy into a position that he doesn't want to be, too close to the Mei, and then he dies.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Is the main reason KR is so top heavy for competitors? I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I think rank, KR rank being higher quality is definitely in the top 2 or 3 reasons why.
I'm gonna go high ground. You can stay, but I'll play top.
So Cloudy's going high ground to help his Bap and Cassie do more damage without having to worry about being
If
poked
somebody
out.
goes in right
It's
window,
that
I need to
simple.
know. I need to know if somebody goes right window. Yeah, okay.
Window.
Oh, American.
Samuel.
But it's we just anchor here. We're chilling. We get the
We
card
can-
around
we
this
can
corner.
window
Listen,
left.
Listen,
Window
if they
left,
go
window
left
left.
side behind me, rotate. Don't drop. I think
I
our
think that's
backline
window
is-
drop, no?
Yeah, this window
This
top
is
is
really, really
tell me-
terrible. This might even be a cap for them
Just-
before they
just
touch.
play the lift. Like, we just need to lift point in our backline.
We just
Even if they
window
speed
left,
Lucio back, I don't know if they get back in
But I
time.
don't wanna window window. I don't know.
I don't know if they even touch.
Yeah.
Give it.
See?
Listen, let's farm window. Okay, do
Okay.
window and window the corner. Farm window and then we go.
Window the corner, even if that gets kited out, it's a lot of free push. We'll say that's still no nice thing about
Let's go,
push.
3, 2, 1. Walk in. We fight. I have one up there.
Nice.
I have no shield.
Play slow, just flip it.
Yeah, we go right side.
I don't know what
target.
happened with Cloudy there. It looked like he got stuck. That's not good.
That's a big freeze. Ryan frozen and Lucio frozen. Kill Ryan first, then Lucio's in.
One more. Pocket in.
Hey, stabilize.
I don't know why
stabilize,
Cloudy
kill
died
right side
there.
Targets, kill right side targets. We're coming back. Yeah, we're coming back from right side. Take the right side. of the
Very
map.
winnable.
Almost back. Just don't die. Fine,
Oh, yeah.
I'll back
This
down.
is a crucial fight to win. Crucial fight to win. Because this means that we get to actually continue the snowball.
Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me.
Almost back.
May one.
Maybe I should die though.
May one. Don't die. Kill Gas.
Reload.
Gas dead.
Haha.
Run.
Haha.
What the fuck?
He's still on. What the fuck?
This guy's cheating,
Alright.
bro. Get chased.
Alright, nice. Hey, listen, slow it down.
What
slow it
is
down,
that,
guys. Okay,
man?
what else do they have? We don't
That
have
was
any.
a huge fight win. That in the first fight is so crucial because this is you see the hole that the push bot is in. If we can actually get it out of the hole, it's so important. Look at the advantage they got there. Like 40 meters plus off of one team fight. Cute. Now, do you see it? Easy bait. That's really bad from Danid. Oh, Cloudy got diffed there. They had the angle control though. Now I want you guys to watch that. Do you notice what positions they were holding? They did not have Blizzard. The enemy May did. So they're gonna lose the core war, but they'll win the angle war because they had better high ground positions. So Cloudy got rolled. That's on him.
You're so fucking successful.
But because they had the high ground here, and the enemy team just ran it down mid without actually clearing space, they lost.
Okay, let's get ready to. Listen. I have Blizzard. I can flank Blizzard here in a second. I just need one more shot. Come on.
And now we can take the brawl because we have a Blizzard advantage.
I can leave a bit, but
No.
Die point.
Dying robot.
Kill pop.
Nice.
Now go high ground and don't move from high ground. Just
They have
play
set
hard.
up faster.
So yeah, with the robot positioning, they should be able to take high.
Like just sit on the high ground and like.
And because they have high noon, we'll probably see high noon
What
first.
else do they have? They use window. What else?
They're attacking now.
They'll have beat, I think.
Let's walk fast.
Just go top.
They'll have beat, I think.
Listen, I hold the corner.
Please there.
High noon.
This is the best Blizzard spot in the game. I won before.
High noon or Blizzard.
They're all left.
ready.
Can you wanna go? They're all left to me though. I'm going behind. I can
They're all
fuck all
stuck,
of
they're all
them.
stuck
I'm
with
fucking
this
all of
Blizzard,
them. Fucking all of them.
You probably didn't even need a Blizzard that, I'm not gonna lie to you. They need to get somebody in the robot now.
Where do you all think you're going? All right, let's go. Oh.
Samir's so excited. Alright. So
I
they're
wanna
in a
go
perfect...
High noon first.
High noon first, yeah. High noon first because of the sight lines here, right? You can't force Shadow, you can't force beat at this distance, so just high noon for a robot push.
Go. Slipper, walk up. May alone. Kill May.
Stuck
Push
inside,
May,
stuck
push
inside
May.
the
Look at the
right
high
side,
noon,
please.
forces to split on the
Carry me right
May.
side, please. Carry me right
May's...
side, please. Need carry.
Oh, May got the Mega, that's actually big.
Run.
love
I
you.
pin run. Okay, Ryan behind.
Ryan one.
Big
Run.
pen?
He's shattered.
We lost Shatter.
Look
May.
at
May.
Turn
Rotate
left,
left.
High noon behind.
May no wall.
No, don't high noon, don't high noon.
May one.
Oh, we don't have high
May
noon, never mind, I
let's go May,
misunderstood.
let's
Yeah,
go
no, I think I can. Got this guy and I can live. I'll just die. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Use.
You're just gonna die in robot.
Don't go. I need to play our side probably on top.
So really now all Cloudy needs to do is we just need to win
Listen,
fights
poke for window.
carefully.
They have Blizzard, you said?
It should be very difficult for
Whatever
the
you
enemy
do,
team to
do
win.
not drop unless you're me, because I can.
Do not drop
like,
unless
you
you're me,
guys can't
exactly.
drop.
So we need to be able to stop
Play our
cart,
background. I'll play the bait
never
again.
mind.
but it's probably gonna be on the left side now instead of the right side because I don't think they can
I
stop
played the
sooner
bait
than
the
that.
corner and you guys just straight with backline. Like you should be unpushable.
So do you hear Cloudy there? Cloudy is sacrificing himself to stop Robot, knowing that he will probably get Blizzard blizzarded or beat. They've used beat, so he'll probably get frozen here. But if we play for oh my
We're just
gosh.
two-tapping him. We're just two-tapping him. It's crazy.
So basically, Cloudy's team needed to play for off angles, flanks, and high grounds there.
Nothing else, nothing else.
This is very questionable.
Sorry, buddy. I knew the window was coming. I just keep blizzarding it.
That's not your fault.
They have bad
Listen.
spawns though. So.
Listen,
That's back, I think
Lucio,
that's-
can you get this forward spawn?
This is gonna be a rough
I
fight.
can anchor this, okay?
Just play high.
So basically, Cloudy was just sacrificing them there, knowing that they'd win the fight on the off angles and flanks, because we need to stop Robot. We don't want to give them too much push, but we also know that we only want Cloudy to get frozen. We only want Cloudy to die.
Don't die
Right?
to me though, you're completely alone, bro.
I'm good.
I hold corner here, I'm holding here, yeah?
Yeah, with the window. I
Same
break
thing
the
here. Except now there's no blizzard to. Well, actually, there still is a blizzard to worry about. So same thing here.
Window.
And there it is. Cloudy dies. Oh, Cloudy didn't die. That's a big mistake by the enemy. Ryan, I don't know why Sniper is dying to blizzard. That's a huge misplay. We had high grounds. Huge C9 by Samido. Huge C9 by Samido. Huge. Like, I cannot understate how important that is. That buys them like 12, 15 seconds. Huge misplay by Sniper, though. There's no reason that he should be getting blizzarded. Hold the high ground, let Cloudy die, win the fight elsewhere.
We have to take our high ground here.
Yep, we do.
They're scared for
Give our high ground. Listen, we start with Noom. We walk it in. Give me. I need to.
I think no, play to bait. Always play to bait. Okay, they're here. We can let them to shoot the shield.
He got forward 2 spawn too? Yeah, that was monstrous.
I'll play bait, then high noon when they push, I play the touch, play bait.
Same thing, Cloudy's prioritizing cart here. Oh, May first, May. Nice. Force ice block and drone, fight 1. And a wasted ult. Nicely done. If you can get May down into Shatter, that's going to force ice block and lamp, which basically means unless you have beat, the May dies. Even if it's not immediately, the May will die. Because she's always playing in an aggressive position, that's why she needs her ice block. Because if you focus her, she uses her ice block, but if you get lamp and ice block, she's cooked.
JK ball.
What? What's the boy cooking? Okay, he gave up my respect.
We're throwing ball? Oh, what a jump.
May did not get beat. May did not get beat.
I can't do anyone.
And again here, like, it's okay if they lose this fight, but they just need to make sure the robot doesn't move. Robot's not moving, we might even win this fight.
First one on top. Actually one.
Nice, Sojourn. So honestly here, just push bot and back up. Yeah, back up.
Let's play here. You play left, Sammy, I'll play here.
You know, I'm backing. You know exactly what I'm about to do. Can you keep backing? You're late.
We could probably play this corner right here.
I want to hold space outside though, can we fight?
Yeah, Cloudy's greeting just a teeny bit.
Big man.
Oh, what? Samido with a cheese. Samido with a cheese. Samido is so cheeky, man.
This is what I mean.
I love it. It reminds me a lot of Backbone, honestly. Just very aggressive.
Oh, he's not that guy.
Like, just no respect, you know?
It's Alicio.
I think we just window aggro, we don't need, just window aggro.
Yeah, window aggro here.
You are alone.
I don't think we...
I can guide, can you help me though?
Yeah.
Break wall, I'll pin back.
I'm in.
Ball. Can you guys walk up?
Nice kill. Cloudy's fine, we got corner, nobody should get hit by that.
Someone shoot.
Nobody did. Oh, what? Cloudy got hit by that?
No more.
Shoot. No, we can win right here. Shoot the Lucio, heal me.
Oh, tragic. Need to be a little bit more decisive there with what we want to do.
If you pocket Snippo. No. Okay, like in an ultra going.
Samido walks with Backbone can run.
Turn up our monitors off an int, so let's go play on the high ground.
So we have non-OT spawns, which is monstrous, which means we can actually take an early fight here. That's one of the problems with push is that a lot of time it's reverse sweepable because OT spawns kick in, but we'll at least have one fight with normal spawns.
Left because he's gonna mine us there because he doesn't want us.
So we have probably 4 fights that their team has to win in a row to win.
I'm late.
I'm not bad.
Stop the cart, start the cart.
I'm down here.
Oh, we're not able to stop.
Can we kill Soldier? Oh, Puppy's dead.
That's it.
Yeah, just...
So basically they said just, you know, screw robot, let's just control the high ground, and it worked really nicely.
Ball one. We'll just stuck in one.
Go on.
Yeah, nice job.
Bro, we just
Huge
used the map that's like team macro. This shit is just pure mechanical prowess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Nice
That
shot.
last map is just macro. Well done. Tomorrow we
Cloudy?
beat Cran. Finally. I
That's good.
destroy Cran.
Oh, trash talking Kran up. Oh boy.
Hey.
Hey,
Well done.
he did
Really
something.
good, really good.
Alright,
shot,
play the
guys.
game.
I think the first match like made us so powerful. I don't think we'll
The
ever
very
lose.
first fight.
Yeah. Good shit, guys. If we win one more, yeah, we're in the big ball leagues. I'm really
Yeah.
proud.
Wait, really?
Yes, if we
Really?
win one more, I
Yeah.
think we qual.
Yeah, then
Can
better.
we qualify?
Yes.
Nice.
It's top
One more.
3.
Yes.
If we win next game,
Alright,
we
I
qualify.
will leave Cloudy to his shenanigans, and then we'll get ready for our collaboration, surely. All co-streams could be fire. Yeah, it could be. I think there's a little bit less interest in all co-streams just because there's not as much conversation because we can't hear their comms, but yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. Poor Cloudy. To go from one stressful game immediately into another stressful review on my end. Jeez. Thoughts on Dallas going to APAC? I don't know. I mean, it's a business decision, you know, stuff happens, you know, but man, oh man, is it going to alienate the fan base. Just depressing. I'm sure they'll build up a fan base and their new region, but yeah, it's tough. Howdy. Alright, let me get Overwatch pulled up here. Let me get the replay code pulled up here. One second, chat. Hang on.
Welcome to Esperanza. Ready for battle.
No. Wait, what was the code I'm looking for? Hang on. Hang on. Hold on to your butt cheeks.
Ready for battle.
Yeah. Oh my days. Did you guys hear that? Whoa, somebody's raring to go. I'm finding which code I want to use for today's review. Carefully crafting the perfect code. Hang tight.
Welcome to Blizzard World. Ready for battle.
Blizzard World. Oh, it's a horrible noise. No. Few minutes, chat. We're almost there. I already had one picked, but I can't remember which one it was. Where is it? Oh, that's why it's not working. Okay. Hang on, chat. Is this one gonna work?
Ready for
Maybe.
battle.
Maybe this one will work. Yeah, I think this one will work. Okay. I think we got it. All right. All right, Claudia. What's going on
I
with
love
Cloud?
Gapster. I think Guy is the best seed scan of all time.
Why is chat spamming Spile? Is Cloudy fixing it? Peace out. Alright. What generally separates contenders from Al? It's the same things that separate Diamond from Masters and Masters to GM and so on. Skill, mechanical, communicational, knowledge, attitude, everything. Can you please convince Cloudy to leak codes? Maybe.
I think I.
He is like legit gassed, guy. He forgore. He forgore. Unfortunate chat. Alright, listen, here's the plan. I got a code. Yeah, maybe we'll do a raffle review. Would you guys like a free raffle coaching review instead? I feel bad now. Maybe we should do a raffle review. Let's do a raffle review. I feel bad. We might even have to do it off stream because I don't think Saturday is going to work really well for me. So we might have to do something off stream sometime. So Cloudy is coked out the gills. He had a tough match and he's weeping right now. So he said he needs to reschedule. So we'll do a free raffle review. So I apologize for that. We'll have to reschedule. But if you are in chat, we'll do a free raffle review. Sag, yes. All right, let's do this. Tragedy. To enter the free raffle for the free coaching, enter raffle in chat, and that's all you have to do. All you need is a code and to type the word raffle. Houston Spark scrims leaked? For real? For real? Wait a second.
Hey Spillo, been watching you for a really long time. Thank you for everything you do.
Yes, of course. Odicrus, thank you so much for the sub, mate. The tier 2 sub as well. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub, mate. So, I don't see the codes leaked. Crap. Custa.
Oh, the Sojourn just dies. That felt a little too easy. It's kind of interesting. Violet's playing like a dive.
Dang it! Violet leaked them? Alright, come on, Custa.
On Wikipedia. Support. Member of Athletic on any.
I haven't forgotten the raffle, chat. Don't worry. Type raffle in chat if you'd like to enter. We will do that. We'll do a 30-minute gameplay review.
Whereas not. I think Glads have. Absolutely. How Outlaw Screaming Spark? Did a player leak them? What happened? How did?
Wait a second, chat. We've got more codes. All right, let me copy and paste this really fast. I'll leak them. Don't worry, chat. I'll leak them. Hang on. I'm saving this sucker right here. Codes.
And you caught it during Violet stream? Houston versus...
Oh, chat. You know, I might have to kiss you right in the mouth. Tell you what. If you guys can survive the raffle review, I'll leak the codes. No, I'm just messing with you guys. I'm not that guy. Here's the codes. But I will go over them after this review is done. There's your codes. I'm not going to hold y'all hostage. Don't worry. All right. Again, type raffle in chat if you'd like a free 30-minute VOD review. And then we're going to get through this real quick. And then we're going to... Yeah, I know I'm tempted, but I said I'd do the raffle. I'm not going to back out on my word. I'm not going to back out. We'll wait about 10 more seconds and then we're going to roll it. If you've already typed raffle, you're already in. Don't worry. It's been active even though I didn't have it open. I'm going to turn on the light. I feel like I'm like going like ghost mode over here. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. You know what I'm saying? All right. We're going to roll it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Roll it! Slugger! Do you have a replay code for me? Do you have a replay code? Get rolled, Locky. And by the way, chat, I do these once a week. So you're all right. You're all right. You're all right. You're all right. Let me know when you get a chance. The hero and the rank as well. I'm gonna get these codes pulled up really fast to make sure that they actually work. Cap 6v6 is one of the codes from the Scrim. Nobody thinks they're gonna win until they win, right? Who are the teams here? Gushui. So it's Spark versus who's the other team? Who's Fearless? Is it Dallas? It's Spark versus Dallas, chat? Right? Spark versus Dallas, right? Oh, Spark versus Houston. Oh, that's right. Fearless is on Houston. All right, you got a code for me. I was in bed in my underwear. You're good, you're good, you're good. You're good. Houston, you silly coach. I told you, this is why I don't do tier list. I can't even remember who's on who. Oh, funny number 420. Nice. You may just have to re-roll your computer bugging. Tell you what, we'll give you 30 more seconds. You know what? No, actually, here's the ultimate alpha move, Slugger. I'm not fixing it to snake you. Here, this is the best of both worlds, chat. The best of both worlds. We're gonna get right into the owl review right now. Slugger, when you get your computer working in the future, later tonight, tomorrow, direct message me on Discord the code. I'll review it off stream, and I will send you the review link to my Spylo 2 channel. So you will get your review, and we can also look at the scrim codes right now. There you go. You're very welcome. I will have it probably posted on the Spylo 2 channel though, so if it's an interesting hero, and let me know what hero rank and all that stuff. You wanted a roast Slugger? Disasters. Now, here's what I will ask. I need a favor from you guys. All right? Cloudy, dipped, disaster. I need somebody to plug my Twitch on Cowl, because I want people to know that I'm analyzing these So competitive Overwatch if somebody can. That would be nice. We can find a proper meme to post on Twitter here. Rip the roast. That's okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna tinkle, grab some water, and then we're gonna cook. All right, this will be fun. Can't wait for the audio review. Let me change my my stream title here. Every single time a stream code's leaked or a scrim code's leaked, I'm just like, oh, content. It's fun though, like it's legitimately fun. I enjoy it so much. All right, let's get this pulled up here. I'm literally gonna have the I'll have the codes on my notepad right here just in case anybody asks. And every like 5-10 minutes, I'll post them in here. Actually, you know what I should do is I should create a command for it so I don't have to ask about it. People are gonna be like, how do you get the codes? And we're like, well, just gonna save myself some sweat here right now. Give me a second. There's only 2 maps too, so. Commands, edit, codes, or not edit, add. No. Haha, get rolled, kid. Wait, okay, I think that will work. Try that. Yeah, there we go. All right, you're welcome. Loves and kisses. There you go. Let's do this. Okay, so looking at Houston on the blue, Spark on the right. I assume this is Shy. I need to get familiar with these guys' rosters really quick because this is my one weakness. I am horrible with APAC, and I'm even worse at tracking player movement over the course of the season. So let's actually pull this up really fast. Wikipedia, Spark, Hangzhou, Spark, Gushui, Shy, Leave, Lingsa, and I assume that's Monk. And then it's Violet. Happy is Rose Bay, or something like that. Pelican, and then Shu is East EC 2C. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Are they on alts? Yeah, some of them are on alts because this is live. This is not OPR. So I mean, you guys. So basically, OPR is essentially like the tournament account when they do like patches faster and they don't want Overwatch League affected by the patches. They'll have OPR on old previous versions of Overwatch. But right now there is no OPR to my knowledge, so it's all live. So these are all their like live ranked accounts or whatever that they can play on. Yeah, so let's take a look here. So First obvious thing to notice here is that Kiriko Ana is very interesting. Remember, whenever we're talking about APAC, we're always talking about Winston and Tracer favored metas, because especially with the Winston, we have a lot of really, really strong Winston players, so they're going to play compositions that revolve around Winston. Now, the interesting thing here is that normally when we're playing Winston compositions, we're talking about Ana Brig. Now, I am not a good enough coach, really it's not even the coach, it's just I don't have the knowledge or scrim code experience or scrim experience behind scenes with these AL teams to understand why they're running Ana Kiriko. So what I'm going to do instead is explain why they might be running Ana Kiriko and what the strengths of that composition are in comparison to something that I would expect more, which would be an Ana Brig. So for me, I expect Winston dive, Tracer, yep, totally fine. Maybe an Ana, totally fine. So here's my guess. Is to an extent, I see something like a Shu Violet backline, and I'm like, why would you put Violet on Brig? Put Violet on a hero that can also aim. So that's probably a small factor in things as well. And from what I think that's definitely impacts the heroes that they select. The other thing that definitely has a little bit of impact as well is that we think about heroes that can peel for their Ana well. Well, Ana as a whole can peel for herself relatively well, so we'd probably play the support that gets the absolute most utility, and that's probably going to be Kiriko. Not to mention she can also peel for her Ana, so that might be a couple of reasons why. Better map control, better angle control can assist her DPS. The Ana doesn't need as much peeling as a Brig provides as she would to like a Zen. And also you have Violet. So that probably has a little bit of it as well. Okay. And then I also think in terms of like, okay, let's think about like how the composition in theory would play. What you're going to try and do is, remember chat, whenever we talk about dive, okay, let me actually just do this here. Whenever we talk about dive mirrors, okay, a lot of it, if you've heard me talk about this before, bear with me. A lot of it just comes down to map control. So whenever we're talking about dive, the end goal is to probably dive backline and kill the Ana or kill the Kiriko once we force her cooldowns out. So how do you do that? Well, you can't just go 3, 2, 1, jump in, because if you don't have a good angle or a good flank, all the Ana Kiriko have to do is press S, right? They just disengage, and then what you have done is you have done what we called overextend, and because you have used your cooldowns to chase, you have not gotten kills, you die for it. So what ends up happening in dive mirrors is teams, to get the flank so that they can dive successfully on backline, we fight for space. So like, let's put it this way. Ana is not going to trot her little tootsies up from this point here to this point here if I'm a monk here, because at some point, whether it's here or here or here, I would get dove and I die. Because the Tracer's set up here, the Kiriko's set up here, the Winston's going to be set here, the Ana's going to look for a set nade from back here, and then we're just going to die here, right? So what they do instead is what we'll likely see from Spark is they'll go, hey, that Tracer Kiriko are up here. Can we get rid of these guys? Can we force this Winston back a little bit? Can we send our Winston across here with Kiriko and Tracer and maybe put some pressure on these guys? Maybe my Winston can jump from here up to here and bubble off the healing here, and my Tracer pincers, and force these guys to rotate backwards. And then once they rotate backwards, we've now cleared this side of the map. And now that this side of the map is safe, now my Ana can walk forward, and she's not going to get flanked from behind or from the side. Okay? Why not use Epic Pin? Because Epic Pin and Overwatch do not mix very well. Same with OBS. So this is what dive is. It's fighting for angles and flanks to set up so you can dive the enemy backline. And also, if you're in, let's say, an attacking circumstance where you don't have space, is to try and take away those positions so that your backline is not immediately diveable. Now, here's what inevitably ends up happening, is when we talk about controlling space and angles, right? Usually, I wouldn't even say usually, but a lot of the time, we never even get to the point to where we're diving backline because we're so obsessed with fighting for these off angles and this flank here and this control here and this high ground here that somebody inevitably makes a mistake. Maybe Pelican is slow in the recall. Maybe Violent messes up his Suzu. Crap, who's Rosebag, chat? Why am I already blinking? Make a mistake with their positioning. So during the fight for space, somebody messes up and they die. So you think that in dive versus dive, it's always the Ana dying first, but you'd be wrong. A lot of the time it's the Ana, if the Ana makes a mistake or they win the angle control and they set up a dive. But a lot of the time, it's a Genji messes up when they're fighting for an angles. A Tracer screws up recall. A Winston overextends and dies. So what it ends up happening is, because we know angles and flanks are so important to keep our Ana safe or to kill the enemy Ana, oftentimes fights are won or lost on the trades that happen on the sides. Now, let's keep talking about this. Which team is going to do a better job controlling sides and controlling flanks? Well, we look at the enemy composition. There's only one change, but that change is very important. One team is running Genji, one team is running Sojourn. Now we can look at that and be like, well, the Sojourn has the advantage in the neutral trade, and the Genji has the advantage when they have ultimates. But that's actually a really lazy analysis. That's accurate to an extent, but that only tells half of the story. Because if I'm playing a Sojourn, one advantage I have is that I can control space or lanes or flanks that are more open sightline. For example, if I'm playing to control high grounds here in open space, I want a Sojourn because she has better damage with rail, just with mouse 1, the E is valuable, and things like that. But if I'm playing in more contested short range sightlines, the Genji is better at controlling those angle and flanks, right? So for me, if I'm playing with Genji, I probably will have an easier time controlling this area of the map, because if I jump my Winston here and my Genji dashes up here with bubble, Sojourn gets toasted in here, whereas Genji is probably pretty safe, right? But then if I shift things here and I scroll down and I talk about controlling open space here, or controlling open space here, or even just controlling point, right? Sojourn's probably going to do a little bit more damage in that open space. It's really not that deep, actually. It's just about finding the strengths of your hero. So, okay. Do you have any questions so far? I'm actually gonna make sure that we're good here. Okay, we're good. I was getting kind of concerned that Twitch is doing okay. So anyway, long story short, it's gonna be about each team fighting for space, timing that pressure at the same time. So like, for example, if Gushui dives but his Tracer's not set up, he could just melt here. And then all about how are we using cooldowns here. So for me, I might be using our nade aggressively on the enemy Ana, I might be using nade aggressively on the enemy Sojourn, I might be using nade aggressively on the enemy Genji, I might be using nade aggressively on the enemy Winston. I could be using it save for defensive purposes. But I will say that the Kiriko offers a lot of flexibility with controlling angles and flanks, because not only like a Brig can she pocket DPS from a distance, she can actually physically be with them at no risk of herself, because she can support her Tracer and DPS with her Tracer, and then if you dive her, she can immediately disengage out. So that is one big advantage. What should be the response from the defense when attackers are trying to take top left? Try and not take them top left. Try and match them resource for resource. Now, like I said, I think one problem is that I think it might be easier for attackers to support this angle than it is for defenders. There will be certain spots and parts of the map where it's easier for the attackers to help. Like, in other words, the attackers theoretically, I think, should probably be able to clear off this off angle, and I don't think the defenders can do a lot about it, but they're still here. You make them do their homework first. And then once we get to the attackers get around here, right? Like, let's say the Ana's here, and you know the Tracer comes around. Now we're all playing on like equal footing, and now we're aggressively fighting for space. They try and dive this, we smash them in the mouth, right? And then it really comes down to a game of mechanics, a game of timing, a game of who's using their cooldowns better, and things like that. So not everything is going to be which team took more space, but a big chunk of it is going to be. And then the rest of it is just going to be about cooldowns and mechanics and things like that. So we expect not just 3-2-1 dive, 3-2-1 dive, 3-2-1 dive. It's going to be about controlling space and controlling angles to set up your own dives and denying the enemy team from setting up dives on your backline. Okay. Does that make sense, guys? I don't expect everything to make sense there, but I hope at least part of that makes sense. Because remember, this is like Overwatch League level fundamentals. All right? Okay, the sound is off. It is not off. Oh, it's just very quiet. I'm not. Is it very quiet for you guys, or is it just quiet for me? Maybe it's. Oh, it's just my game. I'm just my desktop audio is down low. It's also interesting to note that they have Pelican on Tracer and Happy on Sojourn, so we have quote-unquote double hit scan here. Look at how aggressively Violet is marking this angle with Tracer. You see this? Forces recall out. All that wasted time. It's actually kind of interesting to me to see that they're holding the choke as well. Yeah. Oh, Violet got low. What happened? Oh, shoot. This needs to be 8. Give me a second, chat. I need to get my settings all ducked in a row here. This is what Kiriko can do that no other support can do. Do you see this, y'all? He overextends just a little bit. Bang! Bang! Right? That's it. You win the fight off of that right there, right? I told you guys in the fight for space. See, look at this from Shai's perspective. Shai says, "Oh, Violet has overextended. He took damage from this from I think the Genji or the Kiriko or something. He's low. I see an opportunity to not only kill this guy but clear him out. Oh my gosh, he's one to me, and he dies. And what do we say? You win or lose fights based off of the control of space." There it is. And there's a mechanical aspect. But did you notice that where the mechanics was happening? It wasn't just happening in the dive on the Ana. It was actually happening in the steps leading up to the dive on the Ana. Yeah. You can also even look at things like target priority, right? So for Happy, Happy's focusing Monkey because it's easy charge, but also Sojourn does a lot of damage to tanks compared to like a Genji, right? So, yeah. Linkson needs to get out. Linkson might die. Linkson probably should die. Yeah. Okay. That's the mechanical aspect. Who has priority in healing tank when playing Kiri Ana? I mean, it's really pretty simple here, right? Who is the support that can play aggressively with her DPS? Right? When you can answer that question, that answers your question. All right, so they're just finishing kills. We're going to reset. Ana's going to go back to high. We're a little bit greedy from Shu here. This is a very, very late rotate. This is a window for Spark to actually take some space here. There's a dive. It's really not that deep, chat. It's really not that deep. This is just a fundamental. So here's what we're going to say. You guys saw this with the Toronto scrim as well, where a lot of teams were just dying to just really stupid crap. And I think it's just an inexperience. Just a early scrim thing. So I'm gonna be like, oh, what are they doing? Bunch of idiots, morons. But it's really just early, you know. So you're gonna have a lot of goofy errors, just as teams are not new team blues, right? It's just early in the scrim meta. So like you see, why do we lose this here? Okay, let's watch this from Happy's perspective. Why is Happy at still 170 HP? It's not that deep, guys. It's really not that deep. You ready for this one? This is why. That's it. I mean, look at this. If Ana's in a better position here, then not only does he survive, but then actually look at how they're not controlled. Look at the space that Spark controls. Zip. They don't control any angle, any flank, any high ground. They just 3-2-1 ran it down because they saw an opportunity when Sojourn was overextended and Ana was not in a position to heal her. I mean, this fight should have been completely, or like Spark should have completely got turbo stomp for this, but Ana, they didn't know Ana was rotating. Happy didn't know. Happy had no idea that he couldn't get healing. They didn't communicate. So you think that just only happens in your ranked games? It literally happens in an owl scrim. And they lose a fight, probably, off of this. Isn't that wild? Still tradable, though, because they still, like, whenever you ask yourself, how is a fight won even though we were down 4v5, it's usually from positional control. Like, look at Tracer Kiriko and Ana. These are really, really good positions. This fight is theoretically at least tradable. They're probably going to go for Ana here soon, yeah. Mechanics. Mechanics! She was a phenomenal Ana. So it's not a question of whether his mechanics are good enough, it's just, it didn't. That is silly. I will say that is silly. So if I'm Shu here, you know you're at a disadvantage. Your job here is to either get a big fat juicy nade, which he didn't get, even the one on Lynx is probably not worth it. And then just, if he nades himself here, Leave probably dies, and then he needs to hit the sleep dart. And he could also keep himself alive. So he hits the sleep. Actually, it's not even mechanics. I misspoke. I didn't realize that he hit the sleep. So he hits the sleep, but if he'd had nade, this is a very winnable fight. That's such a shame. I don't like the nade usage there. But you guys can see how, like, the fight positioning advantage is actually making this fight feel like, I wouldn't say winnable, but like, okay, yeah, I would say winnable. Not instantly lost. All right, so then now it's going to be about stabilizing. Spark needs to not overextend, because even though they haven't won the fight, they can now take good positions because they got good trades with a good respawn. So what I would probably like to see here from Monk is Monk probably plays far back here, as far away as he possibly can, where he can still get value, or he can go for tempo aggression and try and set up an angle play. But we want to see Spark really just take space. They've got control on left flank. It looks like they're going in really hard here. But do you see like why this works? Do you see why this works? Look at Gushui's position. Gushui takes top, which means that and Chaik forces recall with Ana help. Was it Ana help? Yeah, on the left side. So now look at Spark's map control. You see this? Look at all the angles that they have to control. So they have high ground, left flank, and main. This should be an easy dive. And though they won't be able to kill anything with this dive, most likely, they'll force Violet out, which then means that Fearless should die on point. Unless Fearless gets primal. There's the dive. They peel the dive. There's the kill. That's a positional diff. It's so much easier. Fearless had to go so much further and still failed. That's a huge pulse. They don't get the nano off, and they get the primal off. That's crazy. You know Fearless is screaming here. Go, 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 go. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. I'm actually kind of confused why. So they just trade backlines, but the pulse sticks. If the pulse doesn't stick here, okay, this is just crazy, y'all. This is crazy. We need to hit that sleep dart shoe. So Monk gets the nade, hits the sleep, but he gets pulsed. Then there's the primal. Gushui should kill Sojourn. Sojourn is all the way out. He does. He snipes Sojourn. You guys want to see some Winston mechanics here? Check this out. Oh, you just knew it was going to be good, and it was even better than I thought it would be. Ah, yes. So, Pelican makes a great play. Shu gets rolled. Gushui makes a great play. And this should be a win from Spark. Should be. Oh, no, Fearless. I'm sorry. And this is when it just comes down to mechanics, y'all. I'm not going to lie. Which guys, who's gonna clutch it up? Oh, no way. This is going either way. And this is where, like, you set yourself up for success, and then it just comes down to mechanics. Check it. Oh my gosh. But Spark do win it. They start off with map control. They manage to pull it out. And a pulse. Guaranteed. Dante Monkey clears both of these dudes. 100%. Really questionable touch there from Pelican. I'm not going to lie. That fight was not at all one. That's going to be a nice little brutal stagger. Now, this is interesting from Happy. Happy goes Sombra. Now, let's talk about Sombra a little bit. At least my old, outdated, boomer geezer opinion on Sombra. Soldier nerfs have hit them hard. Like, Sojourn is certainly weaker with the non-headshot, with how slow it is to farm. The big one is that you don't farm your rail very fast off of bubbles and Winston bodies anymore. That's a big one. So then you're like, okay, well, what else can Happy play? Well, you don't want to. You need something with mobility versus dive. Otherwise, you get isolated and killed out. So you go Sombra, right? Well, the problem with Sombra is that, again, when we're thinking about, we go back to our picture here when it comes to controlling flanks and angles. What does Sombra do to control flanks and angles? Well, she can hack and disrupt people on the angles, right? So if I get a hack on an angle here as Sombra, like let's say Sombra comes in here, this person is weaker. It's a horrible color. Let's just do it over here. Let's say this is red as Sombra. This person is weaker and vulnerable when I hack them. But the problem with Sombra versus dive heroes is Sombra is not very good versus Tracer. Very easy to spy check. Very easy to force her Translocator. Not very good versus Genji. And I know that's a bit of a hot take. But a Genji dashes onto a Sombra that generally will force her Translocator almost immediately. And a dash for a Translocator is an excellent trade for a Genji. The other risk as well is that she's not even particularly good versus Monkey. Not as good as she is compared to like a Ball. For Monkey has bubble to play around her foolishness and her shenanigans. And a hack on a Kiriko and Ana isn't like an instant one-shot threat of assassination like it is on some other supports. So I think Sombra is probably a reasonable swap here. But I don't think it's an optimal pick at all. I do like, actually, ironically, the Genji better. And I would have gone as far to say that I would have liked to see Happy even stick with the Sojourn a little bit more. Now, that is my gut. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. My gut is almost certainly wrong. It's almost certainly wrong. Because these guys have scrimmed a lot more with these heroes and with these situations, so they probably have a much better read of exactly how we can play around Sombra's limitations and how they can make it work with Happy's hero pool. Maybe Happy has something to go, but I'm just going to explain to you the limitations of why I don't like the Sombra pick. But I want to go into most importantly with the humility that these guys know what they're doing. They've been scrimming this for at least for a little bit, so they probably at least have an idea of what this is supposed to accomplish. Now, I'm actually curious, what would you do with Sombra here? So you're not very good at controlling the DPS. Maybe you play more for tank trades. Maybe you play more about playing more open sightlines, because remember, Sombra does have pretty decent range when compared to a Genji Tracer. You play like a Sombra 76, that's probably going to be more of what we're seeing. Hey, Sunshine. Spark in Houston. Okay, so bit of an overextension actually from Shy here. Yeah, because oh my gosh. So he goes for the locator, I think. I think Shy thinks the locator's in the mega. And then whoa. I mean, this is why we play Kiriko, y'all, you know? Like, I mean, that is, I'm half joking, because we obviously talked about a lot of the other values that Kiriko brings, but, you know, and Violet's gonna get out too, you know? And there it is. And that really hurts the snowball here. And so now we got a little bit of an ultimate game. Now, what I expect to happen here with the Sombra Tracer is we might see... Okay, here's what the Sombra is really good at. We talk about controlling space and angles. Let's pull up our Microsoft Paint again. Gosh, this is an abomination. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't know why I ever thought it would be a good idea to do things. Okay, so we talk about controlling angles in place. Sombra is not that good in close range sightlines, right? This is just a horrible color. Like, we already discussed that she's not going to be very good at 2v2ing a Winston Tracer compared to like a Tracer or even a Sojourn in some situations. Maybe in longer sightlines she's okay, but let's actually think really carefully about this. What else? What is another strength of Sombra? So she's got a little bit more range than Genji Tracer, but actually, what is the real strength of Sombra? Right. Remember we talked about how we cannot dive Ana. You have to earn the flanks and angles so that you can set up a successful dive. Well, do you? That's what Sombra does. Sombra says, that's a cute angle or flank. I'm going to just ignore it and go to your backline immediately and stage on your backline. She skips the staging process. And to an extent. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? So what that might mean is that we might mean it's not even necessarily about, oh, we can kill Ana, because I don't think a Sombra by herself can kill an Ana, right? Because your Tracer still has to stage. Your Winston still has to stage, right? They still have to win the angles. So either we have our Sombra punish tank line to shoot Sombra 76, right? Or we do what we're doing here. We fight for the angles and flanks, while our Sombra is hacking and threatening an assassination on the enemy Ana. It's a favorable 1v1, usually, if the Sombra plays it well, that will allow us to take a favorable trade elsewhere. So she helps win map control by skipping map control so that her team can win the off angles elsewhere. Do you see what I'm saying? Also great at scouting, right? So you get full information on what map you need to control and stuff like that. So... you know, this is why I'm talking about it. It's stupid for me to just say, oh, Sombra's bad. We have to be very, very careful about because we don't know what these teams are playing for or what strategies they have set up. So what I would expect is I'd expect a Sombra hack on the backline while we're doing something elsewhere that may or may not allow us to get an advantage elsewhere. How would Winston hold up against that? It would depend on the map. If you would probably say C versus Zenyatta, a Lucio instead of a Kiriko, potentially. Or a Lucio instead of an Ana, so that they could be able to rotate and close the distance. If you can close the distance on the Zen comp, you can run them over. So it depends on the. It depends. It's happy. So it depends on the map. Okay, let's check this out. But we want to see good timing with Sombra. Like, we want to make sure that we're synchronizing our pressure. Now, I will say, Fearless is close. We might see a Nano Monkey here onto the backline with the Sombra hack, because Fearless has been allowed to take a lot of space here, because Violet is distracting them elsewhere. So, Violet's distracting him and allowing Fearless to get awfully close. Let's see what happens. There's a Nano. There's the hack. I mean, look at the timing, y'all. It's perfect, right? We have Violet on an off angle distracting. We have a Nano Monkey. Pelican's not positioned perfectly. Pelican didn't have time. Optimally, you want Pelican either helping here or dueling the Genji or dueling a Tracer or something like that. I would be shocked if Fearless doesn't jump Ana. Oh, he forces Suzu and then pursues. Nice. I still think that the hack on the Ana would have been better, but yeah. But this is literally exactly what we said was going to happen, guys. We knew it. This is the advantage of Sombra, right? This is the advantage of Sombra. Why is my Kiriko not getting help? Why is this Nano Monkey not getting slept? Oh crap, 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 oh crap. Right? And meanwhile, Fearless is just having his way with your team. Now, obviously it was Nano versus nothing, but there you go. That is a very quiet Sombra carry, that fight. I mean, Fearless obviously played it very well, but love to see it. It's also worth noting as well that he goes for the Kiriko, knowing that no matter where she TPs, he can pursue. If he goes to Ana, he can pursue. If he goes to DPS, he can pursue. So that's actually really, really, really interesting there. There's nowhere that Langsa can go where he cannot pursue because he did not use his jump to engage. Dang, over. So satisfying. Bless the dev who decided to give Winston a right click. All right, now let's set up. Let's take positions. Sombra's on the backline again. How does Sombra already have her EMP? I'm sorry, what? Am I missing something here? Ah, that's right. There's the Sombra 76, by the way. Look at that little bit of distance, right? A little bit of distance. You see that? Genji couldn't do this as well. So it's ironic because while Sombra feels like a totally different hero than Sojourn, she has the Sojourn playstyle in terms of playing more mid-range and just poking. She does more damage than any of the heroes on any of the dive teams right now at this mid-range. And then when we go for backline, sorry for the buzz, zappity zap, and then there's your EMP. Nice job. That's just cool. Now, where am I at? I'm completely lost. I was looking down at chat and I lost myself. Okay, let's see what happens. So, Nanoblade, I wonder how strong Nanoblade is in this composition, because you do have this static Ana. Because a lot of the reason why we need to know how strong Nanoblade is we decide if Nanoblade is even good, and we also, it dictates Houston's response, because Houston will either play for chaos, take an early fight, or they'll just take a dry fight, or they might try and actually match it. No, it's just the replay viewer bug. The noise is annoying, but it is what it is. It looks like we're setting up for potentially an early EMP. We could see an EMP into Kitsune Rush, and then that will probably force Nanoblade and Kitsune Rush and Pulse. And then they'll come in next fight with Primal Pulse. I don't know. It definitely looks like Houston's looking for an aggressive thing here. And again, you notice how like Houston, because they have this choke here with their Tracer and their Winston, and again, the Sombra's on the backline, right? Our dive is already staged. Now, and yeah, there's not a lot of off angles here. So EMP. Bam. We go fast, we go hard, they're done. Wow. Oh no. And this works once again because Sombra is staged. No other DPS could do this. If any other DPS did this and ran through the choke here like a Genji dash through, this just would not feel near as good. Disaster for Spark. I cannot accept. They used their Nano. Oh no. So what we'll probably see here is the spy check. Nice. What we'll probably see here is we'll probably say a Kiriko ult Blade. And I would expect a mirror Kiriko ult. We'll probably see Shu playing it very cautiously. And then Fearless will probably primal. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Again, Kiriko strength, right? I love to see it. You guys remember when I told you guys about how the new Kiriko playstyle, since they actually played the hero, balanced the hero around what she was supposed to be played with? Look at this. Look at this. Key to winning every flank is to have a pocket Kiriko. Every flank is yours. No other support can do this. Not Lucio, not Brig, not Ana, not Zen. Totally free. You win the flank. Shy can't take this stage. Shy can't take the angle. Shy can't set up a pulse bomb. That's it. Now all we have to do is chill. We have 15 seconds of free. We can farm our EMP. We got a little bit greedy. Okay. I want to know how this fight is lost. So what happens with Shu? Shu really just needs to chill here. Yeah, Shu needs to chill. Shu needs to chill. Shu gets baited. Shu. Violet hard egos. They hard pocket each other in the Kiriko, but it's not quite enough. That's actually so funny. That's actually so funny. How fast is Ana heal? Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I will say this though. I will say this. This is a great blade from Leave. So I actually talked about this with I coached a top 500 Genji today. And one of the things we talked about how is Blade is just a horrific ultimate at opening because a lot of the enemy's pressure is on you. The greedier the play or the cooldown or the skill or the ultimate, the later you want to do it. This works because all the cooldowns have been used. He's got a bubble with him. This blade is cooked. So this is not. It's not so much the mechanics of this blade as in the timing of this blade is perfect. There's Suzu. There's Nade. There's Sleep. It's just a free blade. We honestly with the respawns we don't even need to Kiriko ult now. So a bit of a fumble from Houston. I'm surprised they're even committing more here. Because they have a massive respawn advantage here. I mean, even that pulse feels too much, right? You have a massive respawn advantage. All right, Leave goes Cassidy. Man, these are some weird swaps, y'all. Hey, Teal. Yes, Fearless did block Shu's heal and a Violet. I don't think it would have saved him though, because the slash would have. I think the slash would have killed it either way. Cassidy swap is interesting. Now, Cass has a little bit more flexibility than he's had sometimes in the past, because Stick is more powerful than it's ever been. It's probably better than Flashed, because Cassidy is not as concerned about Winston so much as he is about Tracer, and so I think Grenade is a little bit better versus those matchups, in my opinion. And the roll damage reduction is nice. He still has his 25 HP. It's a choice. Let's put it that way. It's a choice. So what I would guess is that we have Leave playing angles where he can bait dives, and then we try and pocket him. I actually think this is going to limit how aggressively Lengsa plays, because Lengsa can't play with Shy as much because we probably need our Kiriko to actually bail Leave out of jail. I don't know. We now have two fragile targets that Lengsa has to worry about. I don't know. Oh, what's going on here? This is trolling. Oh, I will say that the Cassidy punishes the lack of discipline with the dive really hard. This is kind of just like a goofy little just a pressure jump, immediately forced out from the Cassidy grenade, and then because we still have two people in spawn and we're not actually diving, Fearless just gets chunked. Watch this, y'all. And of course, the other thing too is Leave just is going to clip people's heads. So watch this. There's the force. She's out immediately. So there's that too. I agree about the roll. And now that, oh my gosh, dude, I would be punching the drywall if I was shy. God. It's just ridiculous. Great sleep from Shu. It's going to force an early primal. This is very peelable. And actually now Spark has to be really careful about how hard they overextend for this, because this guy, I don't think they're killable anymore. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think you got to be really careful here. Because Gushui can even die there. That's a bit of an early nano. But they are going to catch leave overextended. And this is probably... Oh! Bro, what is this game, y'all? What is this game? So, okay, I will say this. Early nano. You force them into an early primal. Maybe they're thinking that Pelican's gonna die. Does Pelican have recall? Yeah, this is just too early. So we're reaching. We're reaching. Okay, so let me define what reaching is, okay? So once again, we're gonna pull it up here. Actually, it might even be better to just do whatever. So reaching is like, if you guys saw my recent video on YouTube about the line is just basically where we're fighting. This is our team. This is the enemy team, okay? Ultimately, if we're on attack or defense, it's going to be a lot of push-pull, whereas one team pushes, the enemy team backs up because they mess up, and then vice versa, right? So we go back, we go back. But the problem sometimes happens is when a single X, or maybe two X's, go a little too deep before the rest of the X crew can follow up. That's called reaching. If you have the support of your team pushing with you, then you can continue to push. But if you break the line of the enemy team without also having your team follow up, then you're reaching. And the problem with reaching is that either one of two things happens. Either you die or you get your cooldowns forced. And honestly, 3-3, you don't do enough pressure because you don't have any help. Even a nano tracer isn't scary enough to an entire enemy dive team. Yeah, so the panic nano may or may not have been a good call. I'm more talking about why this doesn't work. Because if you look here, it's a let's go, let's go, let's go, and the glowing tracer body is just not matched by aggression from the rest of the team. Happy's not stage. Violet, the very aggressive Kiriko, is not ready, not stage. Winston's not stage. We just pulled the trigger a little early. And I think even here, Pelican needs to be very careful. We forced Gushui to overextend, right? Gushui wasted his entire primal. He broke the line. He reached too far without follow-up from his team. Pelican reaches right there and then feels like, oh, I have to. How many times have you gotten nanoed, guys, in a bad position and felt like I had to go in? That's reaching. We want to avoid that whenever we can. And so Pelican now feels like he has to get value, so they're trying to push, but it doesn't feel good. Do you notice, guys, where are the angles and flanks here? Where's the map control right now? Where's the map control right now? You're not always going to have time to set it up, but this is atrocious. This is atrocious. This is what happens when we force too fast and we don't settle. The enemy team messed up, take 2 seconds, then punch them in the mouth. Because now you're going to force a dive, and yes, leave is overextended, right? No, leave is not overextended. Leave. Jeez, this guy. There you go. You're done. The leave might die here, though. No. That should be a fight win for Spark. Let's see if they're able to kill the Winston. Now it's just gonna be about mechanics. Langsa should be able to TP out. That's it. Pelican becomes priority. Fearless becomes priority, actually, because he's got no primal. On these. Pulse Storm is such an unbalanced ultimate and pro hands. Because it's one of those cooldowns where it's just like, oh, we just lost because they stuck. Right? There's literally nothing to it. It's a lot like Widowmaker headshot, where it's like, you can play things well, but yeah. Uh-oh, we got a spawn camp on Monk. Oh, Violet gets greedy. Bro, what? This is a very chaotic fight. Okay, so we have a spawn camp happening. Violet tries to farm. Tries to panic Kirill to get it off before he dies. Yeah. Unfortunate. I feel like Spark should probably win this, though. But then Langsa, how does Langsa die? I don't know that that was necessary. He just doesn't have a TP's too late. That's really it. A lot of goofy errors, I think, from support lines here. No way. What? How? Oh. Surely Shu dies. Yes. Yes. Pelican plays her on stick. That's it, y'all. That's it. That should be it. Oh my gosh, that's insane. So a lot of reaching, I think, from both teams, and a lot of silly deaths. I'm trying to think here. What's to take away? Honestly, feels like a lot of just team play errors. We've seen some crazy mechanical plays. We've seen some great stuff, but it honestly sometimes feels like if either team had just disengaged or waited 2 seconds or communicated that they are rotating or I need help, then I think it would have gone a long way. I think we can look at this from a really broad macro perspective, but honestly, a lot of the mistakes from both teams are just coming down to somebody just wasn't communicating to the right person. They were not on the same page. Do teams usually overreach in scrims? Yes, they do, because there's a very careful line between punishing enemy errors and reaching. It's fishy. Okay, now, this is when things get what I would call saucy. First off, notice the Brig defensive opener. It's interesting that they open with Kiriko on attack and Brig on defense. Honestly, that's kind of the opposite of what I would expect, because I'd expect the Brig strength to be in peeling, where you would be rotating more. And when you have on defense, you already have a safe position with your Ana, so you could play them more aggressive, more proactive to support. So I'm not sure if they're just testing it or they have a different understanding. One nice thing about Brig on defense is that you're able to consistently deny the enemy tank from taking high ground. Not really sure, to be honest. I do find it interesting that Sojourn is opened on the defense. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure that's probably, with the more open space on first point, is probably the better play. My curiosity is if they're going to stay Sojourn on second point. Moving on to the attack, it's a Kiriko Lucio Doom comp. It's going to be about rotating to high ground as quickly as they possibly can. Probably going to involve... So you can remember, chat, we don't have to overthink this. It's going to be about controlling angles, controlling space, controlling flanks, right? So... what I expect is we may or may not clear Tracer, but we're going to be at some point rotating up through somewhere on this side of the map where we can close the distance. Look at their comp. It's not hard. If you're going to be able to get your Lucio composition onto the Ana Brig, you're going to do pretty well. Now, I will say one advantage of Lucio when it comes to map control, guys, is if we're looking at dive map control when it comes to stuff like this, right? Remember, we're talking about controlling angles, controlling flanks, controlling sightlines, setting up map control for you to be able to dive. What Lucio does sometimes is Lucio just says, we can ignore flanks by just running it down quickly. We don't spend a lot of time when we're getting crossfired. We cut down the time that we're being crossfired. Or Lucio can do what I call the sweeper rule, where you sweep out one angle at a flank and then move on to the next one. So Lucio doesn't have a lot of like angle reach, but it's like I'm trying to think of a good way to put it. You take a sightline and you go swash it all out. You rotate your entire group as a unit, clear out that whole flank as a team. And then you move on to the next flank and you clear out that whole flank. And you go from point to point to point, clearing out flanks. And because you're doing it as Lucio, you can do it really fast before they can retake that angle or flank. Yeah, I'm dressed up like a giant banana today. Not on purpose. Can you guys even see me when I'm doing that stuff? I realized I like move my face cam and like whatever. Okay. So I'm curious to see. I expect tempo, fast clearing of flanks, and trying to stage quickly and on a brig. Yeah, it's like sweeping an area. Bank. We're gonna clear out Winston. Man, they're just going. I don't like what Pelican's doing. Pelican needs to be really safe. I don't... How do they get so much space from that? Okay, let's talk about this. I think Spark is playing this very poorly. I'm going to be honest with you guys. So first thing first, I really do not like the starting positions of the enemy backline. So we see on a brig on high ground. And then we scout Lucio comp, Lucio comp, Lucio comp. And we drop to the floor immediately. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is bad. This is not a wise decision from Monk at all. You need to abuse high grounds, because remember, one of the disadvantages of Lucio is that there is no range to the hero whatsoever. He cannot pack people from a distance or shoot people from a distance, and he can't do anything. So we talk about them rotating through right here. Okay, if they do that, then yes, you're going to need to drop. Okay, but that being said, you can sit your Ana up on high ground and your brig here to pack your tracer and just control high ground in space, and play your Sojourn in the most aggressive angle possible and punish the enemy DPS. What I don't understand is why you see a Lucio composition and then you drop your support into the exact rotation position where you can't shoot them anymore and you're easy to be sped on. I don't understand this position from Monk at all. And this also means Lengsa drops, and then because Lengsa's given up space, now Leave can't get packs in pocket, so now Leave has to give up space, and so now Leave has to give up space, now Shy has to give up space, and all this time, do you see how little damage Houston is taking? Imagine if Leave was being pocketed up here, or Shy was being pocketed up here, or we still had Monk up in this high ground off angle here, they would be taking a lot of damage, even by statue. Monk put himself exactly where Houston wanted him. Exactly. So I was very confused at first why Houston was allowed to just not even rotate and just kind of clump up. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at how cowardly they're playing. Look at this. At the very least, you would like Shy to be getting packed up here and force them to dive him so he can shift away. But look at how cowardly. When you give... Listen, this is dive fundamentals. I'm very disappointed to see this. When you give up space... high grounds, off angles, long sight lines, you confirm that the dive will kill you, because you give the Pelican the flank, you give Fearless the proximity that he needs to immediately go in without taking any damage. Heck, you even give Happy the high ground if he wants the high ground. Very disappointing. Now all Houston has to do is stick to this corner, clear out Monkey, and then run him over. All they have to do, and they Spark literally cannot stop them from clearing out Monkey because they can't even see their own Monkey. They can't even see Gushue. This is dive fundamentals. You cannot give up space like this. You cannot give, especially in long sightlines, right? Like you have nice long juicy high grounds. You can poke these guys out. Makes the Lucio feel bad. Make the Doomfist reach, right? Or we talked about this. This is objectively bad. And so what happens is they try to walk forward, but do you see, they still, even as they walk forward, their sightlines suck. Look at the brick sightlines. Look at the Sojourn sightlines. They just don't have good space. So even though you could theoretically see that, maybe Houston overextends a little bit there, it doesn't matter. Your positions don't allow you to actually punish them. You have no pressure on them whatsoever. This is just disastrous. Now the bubble's out. There's the nade defensively. Look at the map control, guys. Look at the map control. Look at the control. I'm curious, did we see Sleep Dart here? Or is Fearless just trying to avoid it around the wall? Yeah, he's playing it around the wall. You see that? Playing around Sleep Dart. Very smart. It's going to take a mechanical play or an overextension from Houston to lose this. This is... And the funny thing is, Chad, is like, who's going to die here first for Houston? For Spark? Is it going to be the Tracer who's not getting pocket? Is it going to be the backline that's now isolated and pincered? Is it going to be the Sojourn? I don't know. I hope Houston wins this one just so we can talk about why, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, there it is. I mean, it's just a matter. It's usually a matter of time. I would say that defenders have an inherent advantage, but just based off this positioning alone, I would say Houston has like a 60% chance, 65% chance to win this fight off of this. Nice little boop from Shu. Shu gets out. Lingsa tries to follow, overextends, and then gets punished for it. Now, you can make a pretty good argument there that I think Lingsa kind of overextended. Yeah, Lingsa definitely a little overextended a wee bit, but yeah, it's just... There's just a passive advantage. You guys know of Egoist Cat, that guy? He talks about passive advantage, as in both teams just existing and one team slowly accrues a resource advantage. That's map control. When you have map control, you inherently do more damage because you have better off angles and you deny the enemy ability to do the DPS. Now this is interesting. One advantage out of losing the map is that you build support ults a lot faster because the enemy DPS are pummeling you. So let's see if they're able to get anything out of this nano. Oh, Shu gets caught off. He doesn't get the boop. He tries to boop. He gets naded, and he dies for it. Ooh. Here's a question for you guys, chat. What's more important, dive fundamentals or mechanics? The fact that there's even mixed opinions tells you how much that you need to know about Overwatch. Because I honestly, guys, I don't know the answer. I don't think there is an answer. It's an impossible answer, really. It's an impossible answer. Mechanics matter so much that even a very well executed dive can fail. You know? But yeah, I agree. It depends. Fearless is reaching. Do you guys want to see the definition of reaching? Even with ult, this is reaching. And the ult is why he's reaching, by the way, too. This is a very common mistake. I have ult, therefore I can go in aggressively, but why go in aggressively right now? Why not wait 2 seconds for your backline to walk forward, and then now go in hard? That's reaching. That's reaching. Literally textbook reaching from Fearless right now. We're even. Tracer for Brig. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. But look at Fearless's aggression in comparison to his backline. His backline is not... Now, like, some of you guys are going to say, well, then... Like, how does this work, right? Well, the problem is that Fearless is in and has been in for 2 or 3 seconds and has been consistently taking damage and burning cooldowns. Gushui hasn't used a lick. Now, Gushui is in, but Fearless is already half dead. So we would want Fearless to go in... Now. Now he does exactly what he does. And just based off of that alone, would have allowed him to live that much longer. Or bait more follow-up attention. He's reaching. He's reaching. My phone is ringing. So, Fearless. Wait. We're still walking. Go, right? You cannot do this. This is a big feat from Fearless. Even if he ults there, there's no follow-up on the ultimate whatsoever because we're busy peeling off Gushui. At the very least, you want a Doomfist 3v1ing, Winston 3v1ing, but instead we got a Doomfist 3v1ing and then basically dying and then a Winston 3v1ing. And the problem with that is now that Fearless is dead, even if Fearless dies, the worst case scenario has happened so that now we can actually push. Do you guys see that? We can help Gushui now because Fearless went so early, we can actually help Gushui 4v3. See you, Varashi. No, not yet. So this has been a lot of reaching, guys. A lot of impatience. A lot of impatience. A lot of impatience. Pretty reasonable timing from this push here. There's, you see the leave, Gushu's in, we got Shy's in. I feel like this is a little bit of reaching. You see how much easier life is when you're not cowardly, holding space. Look at this. Look at this. Look at Shy, guys. Look how aggressive. Shy is feeding, right? Shy is feeding, right? Right? Guys? Right, guys? Shy is feeding. Shy is feeding. Check it. But wait, Shy is where is Shy? Chat. Keep pressing the wrong button. Oh my gosh. Okay. Shy is feeding. But look, Winston Tracer, right? Aggressive pocket. He gets dove, he dies, right? No. Oh no, then Shu uses beat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's really bad. Mechanics. Ah, I hate mechanics so much. It makes it so boring. All right, so what happens here? Let's actually go back a little bit. Can I stop my tank from reaching by supporting him on Tracer? Yes. If you see your tank go in, try to match his tempo. Try to match his tempo. Even if he's feeding, try to help. Otherwise, he will die. Or he will waste his cooldowns and get nothing done. I will say this. This is why I am not a fan of the support positioning right here. It is just simply too easy for On a Brig to get traded when they're on the floor. It's just too easy to isolate and kill them. It's just too easy. If they were on high ground, they could do every single thing that they're doing right now in terms of supporting their DPS, pocketing, and shooting, but they'd be in a significantly harder position to punish. It just baffles me that we have decided that On a Brig positioning and rollout, and then also we get split here as well. Watch this. 1 split kill, 2 split kill. Ah, man. And then Violet just pulls Violet things and does the kill. I've been very disappointed. Another pulsar. I've been very disappointed with the rollout and play from Lengsa and Monk here. It's been very disappointing. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It feels like such a basic thing too. Oh, Charlie Niner. So Rally is a busted ultimate. Violet?
Enemy here.
I think Violet dry TPs. Yeah, Violet just dry TPs. Oh, and he doesn't even get the Suzu. Okay, that's a goofy error. Because actually, Houston's in a really good spot to just kite out both of these ultimates and just use their Sojourn ult to keep them at space. But then they not even need to C9. Wait, Violet ults there? Wait. Wait, what happens? I didn't even see this, guys. I'm sorry, I missed this. So much stuff is happening, you know? This is the quote-unquote problem with dive, is so much is happening in terms of the angles and the flanks and the space that it is really hard to keep track of things. I mean, I guess so, yeah. It was just a clunky fight as a whole. I don't think the ult was necessarily bad. Dry TP? I don't know. That's just honestly, it's a terrible term. I just meant that he didn't know where he was TPing to. He didn't know the status of where and who he was TPing to, and that's why he dies. Because if you look at Happy here, Happy's feeding, but Happy knows that he's feeding and is able to shift out no problemo, right? That's what Sojourn's good at. But then if you use your cooldown to get to the person that has a cooldown to escape, you now no longer have a cooldown to follow them. Blind TP. Yes. Much better term. Thank you, guys. Sombra swap. So I don't know. The Lucio comp did not look so good. Did not look very well executed. I was very disappointed with the On a Brig giving up space. But then what ended up happening is that we never actually got a nice little rotation at all. Yeah, I don't know. When the enemy team gives up the space to the Lucio comp and you still can't make it work, maybe Lucio comp is not for you. Like, because like I said, Spark literally spoon fed them everything they needed to do to make the Lucio comp work, and they couldn't get it done. I just will never not. Oh my gosh.
I'm with you.
Like it's like when it's insane at 0.25 speed, it's insane. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. So again, the Sombra swap. The Sombra swap is the same kind of thing that we talked about earlier. More pressure on backline. I will say the Sombra swap I think is a little bit weaker or more powerful, excuse me, versus the Ana Kiriko variant, because the Lucio Brig are both pretty excellent at peeling off and removing Sombra, and they're good at. So I do think that the Sombra looks a little bit more attractive when you're running the double flex support setup. You think Kiriko is OP? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get in that conversation. Oh, whoa! Check this out, y'all. This is unbelievably lucky. Watch this in slow motion. Check it. Hacked. But the Suzu was, I guess, already out of her hand, maybe peeing a little bit there. And so the Suzu in the air cancels the hack and is able to survive. Wild. I will say this, I don't really like this from Pelican. I think Pelican could be doing a better job like marking Gushui and scouting for Shy. I think Pelican is stage 2 deep here. Remember, a dive is all about controlling space and angles. If Violet is able to hold this position here, we're in a really good spot to dive their backline. But Violet gets really no help from either Fearless or Pelican and almost dies for it. I really am... This is not good. We're getting too greedy here. We don't need to be worrying about backline. They're MIA. Control the flangles. Control the flangles, guys. Like Pelican really, now Pelican has to give up the high ground. That's not good from Pelican. Pelican needs to be more attentive to not backline. Because like, look at what Pelican actually does here. He's spy checking, but I mean, yeah, not good. Good aggressive position from Happy. I love to see it. I would not have even have slid out there. There's no nano or primal to worry about. Maybe they did track that. I'm not sure. So essentially the only thing you have to worry about is if you overextend the Sojourn and you use your shift to get out from a dry dive, then they will use their ultimate and then pursue you after you don't have your slide. Whew. Going in hard on Ana. This is what I call cheating, by the way. Where you don't set up a flank angle because you're so close to the Ana, you don't even need to set up a flank. Like, look at Fearless's HP. He comes in at full HP. Now, he immediately punches as well to try and cancel Sleep Dart animation. Because if he slams like this and doesn't immediately punch, he gets slept. Alright, so then Pelican tries to follow, but notice where Pelican came from, right? You see that? He took the flank. He gets hit by whip shot though. That's really unfortunate. So he's a little bit late. There's the I win button. And I wouldn't say this is necessarily reaching from Fearless. I wouldn't say it's necessarily reaching because his team was engaged. I think maybe there just could be a little bit better communication about enemy. It feels like Houston's backline's playing this a little too safe, even though it's a 3v2. Because you see it's a 3v2 over here, but they're losing the 3v2 even with the Doomfist ultimate. So maybe it's the pulse. I'm not really too sure. Yeah, let's watch Wings. So like this whip shot is actually so important. Notice that she's keeping an eye on the flanks. Bang. That means to grab the mini. And she's late. Good peel. Whip shot. Double pack. The burst heal does stack as well. Great whip shot. And now we can just clear out Tracer. We're good to go. We missed the whip shot, doesn't matter. There's the nade. Great peel. Yeah. Now, Leave overextends a little bit. Why is Leave dying here? Yeah, this is an overextension. This is a way overextension. You don't have recall, you don't have any blinks. This is stupid from Leave. This is stupid. He should die for that. Ah, guys, it's just so much of it is reaching, you know? You don't have the resources, the cooldowns, the positions to continue to stay. You've gotten a kill. Clean up Fearless, clean up Pelican. You don't have... It took your recall to get the stick, you know? It's just silly. It's just silly. Like, this is a really an unlosable fight that gets a little bit messy because of that. Okay, Happy needs to die. Happy needs to die. Happy needs to die. Okay, Pelican needs to get out. Pelican needs to get out. He can get out. There we go. 2 more minutes. There's the spy checking. We scout out Shy. Whoa, Pelican takes a lot of damage. What shoots Pelican? Is it a shot from... There's the clear. We clear Sombra out of the flank. This is kind of what we talked about with the Sombra. The drawbacks of Sombra is that she's just not that good in 1v1, so she doesn't really win flanks, right? Yeah, there's a lot of coordination issues, you know, a lot of it coordination issues. Does it make sense to limit tests in scrims? Not in terms of composition and playstyles, yes, but going in with 0 blinks into the enemy backline is not limit testing. That's sweetie. Okay, so we really need to clear out Leave here, I think. I think Pelican probably hunts Leave, maybe? Or maybe they're scared about EMP. I don't like this from Houston here. So they clear out Sombra, but they don't really do a good job scouting positions. So remember, we're retaking space here. Spark has the map control. They have the flank here. Leave, even though they cleared the Sombra, Leave again has the flank here. I don't even know why Pelican leaves. Maybe it's Pulse. He's out. I think, like, yeah, this is unfortunate. This is really unfortunate. I think this is actually potentially losable, even though they have a pretty nice ult bank here. I guess it's about even, but I don't know. Leave's position scares me. Gushue's position here scares me. I don't even know if they're there. I don't even know if they're there. What does Pelican do about a Tracer Sombra? He gets Violet to come with him. He gets Fearless to jump in there, right? Like, remember that's one of the disadvantages of the Brig, is that you playing with Kiriko, you have the opportunity to have direct support. They do squat Gushue. They don't get the stick. There's the MP. Happy should die. There it is. Yeah. They didn't end up using anything though, so Houston's not too unhappy with that outside of the pulse. Do you guys ever have like that grandma that like tells you that you're just the most handsome, intelligent, greatest person in the history of the universe? Like, you're just the greatest. I feel like Violet has that mentality, but just all the time. Just all the time. Like, it's never off. Like, it's always it always I respect the confidence. Let's put it that way. Oh, jeez. Ah! Okay, I will say that fight was lost because Houston just did not clear space. Houston did not clear space. I mean, the EMP was big. The Nano and the Brig was big. But if we go back to this point in time here, if we're not able to scout and clear Gushue or scout and clear Leave, like, look at it. Gushue does not deserve to control this space because look at his Ana's LOS. So it's very easy for you as a team to clear out Ana, to clear, or the Winston, to clear out the Tracer. Like, that's the thing, guys. The greedier the flank, the easier it is to clear out with really no effort whatsoever. You just have to check for it. You just have to check for it. So if you're Houston here, we could clear out Leave, we could clear out the Sombra, we can clear out the Winston, and nobody's going to stop us because there is no follow-up from the backline. They're all far away, right? So all we have to do is do our homework, get Violet up here with Pelican, get rid of stupid Leave, force him to blink away, Get a little scouting on Gushui, force him to jump out, disengage, and then we set up. Once we've got better control, better scouting, cleared out their aggressive angles, but they don't do that. They don't do that. I don't even think if he'd hit the shots it would have mattered. I think it was they're too far behind. So this is why it's very important to clear spaces dive. I think that's a perfect example of why it's important. Alrighty, let's keep going. I also think the Sojourn is inherently weaker in second point because the sightlines are a lot worse. So the early spam damage is a lot worse. This is a great setup. Again, this is like what we're talking about with rushing, right? We don't clear space, we don't clear angles, and then look at this. Look at the, remember, dive, guys. Remember dive. Remember, how does dive function? You take angles, you set it for backline. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. 3 angles on his dead. If you can't clear that out and scout it out ahead of time, you've just lost. And the problem here is not necessarily a lack of dive understanding so much as it is a communicational or greed issue. Look at Pelican. Look at Fearless. Look at Happy. They're completely oblivious. They're just completely oblivious. They have no idea what's even going on. They're not even thinking. They're just going in, you know? Let's go, guys. Get in there, you know? You know? I don't even know. Actually, I'm actually concerned. Why does Gushui even die here? We just greeds his bubble, that's all. Mechanical mistake, right? But this is like really not clean from Houston at all. But Violet just does Violet things and look at this guy. Why do we not TP out here? Shy? Did we lose our Translocator? What happens? Shy? Come on, Shy! What? Come on, Shy! You've done your job! You're in one-shot range. I don't know. We're bouncing back between not clearing. Here's the 3 things, okay? The broken record things: mechanics, forcing / overextension / greeting, and then not clearing space. This is the ego thing, right? This is the ego thing. Shy. There's no reason for Shy to stay there. I don't even know what. Okay, Pelican needs to survive. Rally. Oh, man. Ah! Please. There's just no way they'd lose to that. There's just no way. What? Pelican, please. Guys, I'm sorry. This is as bad as the Toronto scrum. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is early season Owl, man. It's agony. Like, right here. Nice. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna cut Pelican some credit. I don't think he could have gotten out there. He went in to get the kill. Unlucky. I'm not even mad. Leave dies, surely. Nano Sojourn. Alright, this is it, chat. This is the moment of truth. Uh-oh, Violet's dead. Uh-oh, Violet's dead. They didn't mark the Sombra. Tracer's dead. Big stick by Pelican. 4K! 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 Go, go, go! They got him! He didn't get him. EMP the monkey bubble. Unlucky. Okay. Yeah, just a lot of reaching. Violet kind of wasting some ultimates. Really came back to bite him. Not doing a good job clearing. I think Houston needs to do a much better job of clearing space and scouting angles. And Violet needs to stop wasting his ult. We have one more code. Yeah, this is a mess. This is a mess, respectfully. All right. Let's get the next code here. Helios. I actually think it's such a mess that I wouldn't necessarily study this beyond individual POVs, because I don't think there's a whole lot to learn from it if you were like studying team play, like what they're doing. I would be very. I don't think what they're doing team play wise is it's in very early stages of figuring things out. Yeah, like, here's the thing, chat. Once again, I want to be very clear that this is just a early scrim, very early scrim. People are still sorting out team-wide issues. A lot of the mistakes here are probably not even from a lack of understanding, but just a lack of cohesion and a lack of communication, which hopefully, with good coaching and really good players, they should be able to solve these issues up, right? No. Okay, let's keep going. I mean, there's really not a lot to add that we haven't already talked about. All we have to do is insert new heroes into our roles. Okay, so chat, we talked about how dive plays, right? You control angles. You either look for isolation on backline, or you find somebody without cool. Because the thing is, it's like, well, who do you dive if everybody's got a cooldown, right? You look at it. Well, it doesn't matter who you dive. Tracer without recall. You fight for angles in space so that your DPS have better positions. And during that process, tracers will burn recalls, sojourns will burn slides, Kirikos will burn Suzus, and then therefore that becomes a dive target. So then let me kind of explain that one step further, okay? So when we let me actually get a good angle for this to set up here. Okay, so if we do this here, okay, and we have fighting for this space here, fighting for this space here. If, let's say, my Sojourn is able to control this angle here, my Sojourn will do more damage than she would if she was playing, let's say, down here, right? Okay? So if my Sojourn holds here, she does more damage. If she does more damage, she forces more cooldowns. If she forces more cooldowns, that will create, like, let's say she holds this angle here, and she forces a Tracer Recall or a Translocate, or let's say an Amp. Now that target becomes a dive target, right? So we talked about controlling space and angles so that we can dive backline. Well, it's also because if you control more space and more angles, you do more damage. If you do more damage with just pressing your mouse one, you force more cooldowns. If you force more cooldowns, then literally any of these targets become dive targets. This person, if let's say you took a really good angle with your Sojourn and you force a Tracer Recall, she's now diveable. For Suzu or TP, she's not diveable. He's not diveable. He's not diveable. If you get a really good off angle and you get the ball low, heck, you can even dive the ball, right? So it all starts with using good positions to do good damage. Now, what a good position is depends on the composition. For example, I'm pretty darn sure that a Sojourn would like to play in this open sight line on left side. But a Sombra? I don't know. Maybe a Sombra would like to cheat, wrap around behind this way, and then try and get access to backline. Maybe that's the best position for Sombra and dive. A Ball, probably playing along this open sight line here. All right? Why would a Ball want to play on this open sight line, guys? Think very carefully. Why does Ball want to play, especially versus the enemy comp, why does Ball want to play more here? Where does Ball plug in? Hey, congrats, Patty. Nice job, mate. Mega, yeah. Boop, yeah. Even think about just the kit itself. The gun, right? More gun damage, more slams from here, right? Pillars to grapple on, right? So then I, as Ball, want to play for this side of the map because gun, boop, mega. This position, this angle is important to me to play, to do my job, right? So this is where it gets really tricky though, because do you want to control the space to deny Ball this area? Can you even do that? Or are you just confirming his ability to do what he wants by playing in his sight lane? I don't know. So this will be interesting. It doesn't, we don't change how dive plays just because we insert a different hero. It plays the exact same. It just plays more, what space that you control depends on the hero that you're playing with. Isn't Ball just always better in open space? Usually, yes. Over Monkey, yes. Monkey has a much harder time. Monkey is a close range hero. Ball is more flexible. Ball can close the distance. Ball has a little bit more range with his gun. The other thing, okay, what's the other difference about Ball versus Monkey? What is maybe the most important difference about Ball versus Monkey? Bubble right there, okay? Bubble, I love it. I love it. What's the big thing there? How does Bubble affect? What is the whole thing with Bubble? When Monkey is in, Monkey is in. Yeah? Right. Okay, so I'm gonna do this only once because I've done this so many times and I'm gonna do it quickly. You guys want to talk about tempo? This is what tempo looks like. Tempo in Overwatch generally doesn't have a lot to do with how fast you want to go, but more about when you want to go. For example, Monkey, very weak tank, very strong tank. Then very weak tank, and then very strong tank. And then very weak tank, and then very strong tank, right? Ball, when he has his shields, is very strong. but not as strong as a monkey. And then he doesn't have his shields. But he still has his grapple, right? And a slam. So ball looks like this. A ball without any cooldowns is stronger than a monkey. And he gets his cooldowns much faster. But he will never reach the peaks of monkey strength. Monkey, the king of the jungle. So if you're playing a monkey composition, your timing needs to be synchronized on getting value, either not even getting kills, but forcing cooldowns, getting space when your monkey has bubble and when your monkey uses bubble, right? And then when your monkey doesn't have bubble, the monkey composition is extremely weak, and then strong, and then weak, and then strong. So for ball, we need to make sure that we don't immediately die and give up a ton of space when monkey uses cooldown, and then when monkey has used his cooldown, we need to continue to apply pressure because our ball is still a useful hero. Meanwhile, monkey is not. This is tank macro in a nutshell. Every tank, every hero in the entire game has a flowchart that looks like this. Let's actually look at their composition, chat. Look at Team Red. What is another tempo-oriented hero on Team Red? Ball's pretty consistent. Kiriko and Lucio are fairly consistent. Tracer's Sombra, right, Sombra. And Tracer to an extent as well, whether Tracer has recall or not. But Sombra, 100%, night and day. Now, if that Sombra goes in aggressively and gets her locator force, you're literally down a man. You might as well be dead. Sojourn's a lot more consistent. Now, Sojourn still has her shift and her E that she relies off of. Does that Sojourn have rail? So every hero has this. But Sombra is one of the most exaggerated black and white heroes that there is. So we have an interesting dynamic where we have a ball with high uptime and a Sombra with low uptime. So what I expect here is we'll probably see the Sombra used to control Mega so that our ball can play this open sightline. And if we can force the Sojourn to play back here and never get this open sightline, that means that the Sojourn won't do a lot of damage, which means that we will get point control. We will get point control, and also we'll get the angles to set up a dive on the Sojourn if we want to. That Sojourn won't be able to take the positions that she needs to force cooldowns to do damage. So let's see what happens. I imagine we'll probably see a hacked Mega. I mean, that's probably why we're playing Sombra here. And there it is. So theoretically, if Spark plays their cards right, we should control co-side, which means that we should have an inherent advantage. Let's see how Houston plays around it. There it is. Because even though, do you notice the threat of the Winston bubble keeps Spark playing with a little bit of respect, right? Gushui doesn't have to play with that same level of respect. The double boop. Love to see it. And now, guys, this is the moment of truth. Winston bubble has been used. Even without them cook, it's over. We win this fight now. Winston bubble's used, not enough value was gotten out of it. They're trying to force a kill, but it's over. Where was Shy's Translocator? A little bit lazy here. A little bit lazy. I don't know. I think a little bit deeper Translocator. This Translocator is going to get destroyed. There it is. So really, really nice trade. Really nice trade from Houston there. I'm just going to zoom through this. Oh, jeez, man. Like, how is this as complicated as it is? This is silly. This is silly. Respectfully. This is just a feud from Linksa. No reason for him to be leading the charge there. That's once again what we call timing, right? Chill, guys. Chill. Why is my Lucio leading the charge here? 3, 2, 1. Now Lucio could go in, but Lucio goes in just a little bit too early and then dies for it. So, just trolling the lobby. We should never be leading the charge here. And then now this is actually a little bit hairy, isn't it? Oh no, guys. Man. Now Fearless has bubble. And there's the value of bubble, right? Oh my gosh, guys. This is just unreal. This is just unreal. It's unreal. All right, so really, truly, once again, it feels like we have a massive advantage from Spark. Spark craps their pants in the process, and they just fumble. They fumble the bag. They fumble the bag. Yeah. Yeah, literally perfect. Literally perfect. Oh, bad. Okay, wait. I want to see this. This is going to be glorious. Ba-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun, ba-da-dun. Oh my gosh, literally like 3/4 of a second later and he's cooked. Oh my gosh. Honestly, y'all, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like Fearless and Pelican to an extent deadlifted this fight. Let's watch. There's absolutely no way that they were able to win this fight. You know what? Actually, Chad, I lied. This bubble is great. I didn't think this bubble was that good at the start, but this is actually great because look what they get out of this bubble. They're able to walk on both DPS. He's able to maintain his armor. He forces Sombra Translocator, and he forces Suzu. Actually, what forced Suzu? Am I missing something here? Oh, okay. We almost missed it. We almost missed it. Disaster. Okay, and then Fearless forces Suzu, Locator, takes no damage, jumps to a high ground, which stages him perfectly for backlane, forces Lingsa out. Okay. Violet dies. Lands perfectly on 3 targets. Credit to Pelican as well for forcing and breaking Translocator and not dying in the process. He's going Sombra. There's the boop. A little bit of pressure on the Tracer. We get bubble on point. They rushed a point. They should not have rushed a point. They should have just patiently waited and broken bubble and then killed Fearless. By rushing to point, this sets up Lingsa, who dies. Another Suzu used. Fearless is waiting patiently, scouting. Scouts Tracer, survives with 50 HP, grabs the Mega on the millisecond, forces, doesn't even force recall, just straight up gets the kill. Unreal. Unreal. So Translocator goof up, wasted Suzu, but wow. Wow. What a play. What a play, y'all. What a play. I will say this. Look at the space control and the map control despite losing their Sojourn immediately. Look at how much of the map they're able to control here. Look at how they're able to choke them out. Now, that's the Winston bubble effect right there, and having a great Winston behind it as well. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. And the problem here now is now that you have your Sojourn in a power position for next fight, which is a huge problem. A huge problem, because now your Sojourn, remember we talked about controlling Mega side. They kind of did it, but now they've lost it. Now they've lost it. And you're not going to get that Mega back again. I don't think you're going to get that Mega back again. Maybe they will. No, they won't. And as long as our Sojourn is able to hold this power position, ignoring ultimates, we should be good to go. Now, I'm actually kind of curious what they do here. I think the only thing that they can do is I don't think Shy can actually like win any off-angle duels here. I think what's probably going to happen is you're probably going to have Shy wrapping all the way around behind this direction, setting up behind your cover, setting up a hack on probably the Sojourn because she's the real damage threat, and then setting up a ball slam from either main, and then probably you'll have Leave blinking in from probably somewhere on main from this angle here. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh, Pelican overextended. Uh-oh, Pelican. What was Pelican doing? Was Pelican on high? Where was Pelican? Yeah, Pelican was on high.
Hold that objective.
Now, my problem with this... Okay, chat. You guys have seen my video of the line, right? So, we talk about kill box, right? Or the line, the better term of kill box. Where is Houston set up to fight? Where? Very clear answer to this one. Very clear. Point, right? Maybe not even point, just here. Pelican is not set up to fight around point. Pelican is set up to fight around choke. So it is very easy for Spark to safely put every man on the job of clearing out Pelican with no repercussion from the rest of Houston, because Houston is in a position to help them there. This is a big mistake from Pelican. This is a very good position for dive if this is where you want to hold. Pelican is on one page, his team is on another. This is a disaster. And even if Pelican doesn't die here, he loses his off angle, he probably will lose his recall and his blinks. Right? And now Pelican's out while Fearless is in. I mean, honestly, it even looks like Fearless is trying to bail him out of jail here. That being said, it's all part of a big brain play because it prevents Shy from setting up his flank on behind, because Shy is spending more time chasing Pelican. It was a big play. Big brain play. Suzu, skillful play. Oh, Shy. You guys ready? Boo. That's actually a little bit lucky from Pelican that he just happened to also be there, but that's pretty funny. That's funny. I'm not gonna lie with y'all. That's pretty good. And now they push forward with Pelican, and then we're good to go. Having the Primal there first as well before anything else was also really helpful, because Primal's is a good ultimate, but it definitely loses a lot of value as the portals come online and you know, you have EMPs and things like that. There's a lot less to Primal in this comp, but yeah, that's wild. Would I not prefer Briggs in with Ball? Well, no, not necessarily. You don't have to. Like, Ball is just treated like another dive tank, right? So Ball can disrupt, Ball can dive, Ball can pressure. We could look at a little bit of like what Gushui is doing here. So what Gushui needs to do, there's just so much happening, guys. I'm gonna miss some things. I'm not gonna be able to catch every detail. So what Gushui needs to do is Gushui just needs to trade and duel their DPS. Because a Ball is a lot more comfortable marking a Tracer or a Sombra than any other hero is. So if we're not getting good slams on Sombra, or Sojourn, excuse me, then what we do here is okay, but it's just not that good. You see, like, we're just kind of standing there and we're shooting Winston. That's not a great trade for Ball. So what I would like to see here from Gushui is even just like a roll through on this backline and maybe a little bit of distraction, play around Mega, play around your E to prevent follow-up. Either that or duel a Tracer. I think Gushui is just kind of standing here, and this is the problem with that, right? If we go to Happy could just light this guy up, right? It's just not good pressure. I don't think Gushui has done a whole lot here. A great boot by Violet here. Ball is also really hard. Like, okay, one of them. Okay, I will say this. One of the downsides of Ball compared to Winston is that Ball can't play around with Lucio Boop as easily as Winston can. It's very easy. Like, watch this right here. Ball goes in for a rotation, and if your Lucio is well positioned, that's really it, y'all. Like, even if you hold on to your grapple, there's a timer on the grapple as it is, but also you're not able to build up the same level of momentum, and they also know it's coming, right? So that is one thing that Winston has with Bubble over Ball. So I don't know. I don't feel like Gushui is getting a whole lot done outside of that initial boop. And then now the Sojourn comp is just walking forward. EC 2C is shoot. But yeah, I assume that's what you meant. Yeah. So Ball can contribute more in the actual DPS duels. Because he has his own mobility and his own gun, and you don't have to worry about getting your bubble forced by a Tracer. There's also not a lot that a Monkey can do in the tank matchup against Ball. I mean, you don't... Well, why would you shoot... The problem with that logic is that only works in a vacuum, okay? Because I agree with you, a Ball can do a great job shooting Monkey, but not when you're shooting it in front of a Sojourn. Right? That's not the highest return on investment for your hero. Yes, if you match a monkey on the flank, you're going to win that 1v1, but this is not a 1v1 right now. So there's higher return on investment things for Gushui to do. Where is Spark playing from? I'm honestly, nobody knows. I'm honestly not too sure. So there's the Sombra engage on the back line. Gushui, one advantage of the ball is that you're able to stage a lot easier and they can't really stop you. So we'll probably just see an EMP, and I imagine it's probably going to be on the Sojourn. They don't leave an EMP, they just straight dry dive. That's going to force that. Okay, so Shy is now in their spawn. The Sombra's out. We're going to walk forward while the Sombra's out. They do a good job disengaging. Fearless is on the Kiriko. There's a fat EMP. But unfortunately, Leave gets killed right before. There appears to be a little bit of a miscommunication. Leave is playing too aggressively too early. So he doesn't have his recall back yet, which is huge. But also, the Sombra and Ball aren't in yet. So Leave is in now, but Leave is already dead by the time that the EMP happens. So that's a bit of a timing mishap. Because this is a good EMP, and probably an EMP that would have resulted in a kill or two, if that had been timed betterly. I say, if that had been timed better. They're going to commit to this fight. They're going to commit everything to this fight, which makes sense. You need to win, and I just don't think... I honestly just don't think that... I don't think Houston were ready for this. Yeah, Houston gets caught off guard by the aggression here. And where is our slide? Yeah, it's used aggressively. Because we feel like, oh, we're good, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, he almost gets shot. Am I missing something? I feel like he almost hit that shot. Oh, he just misses it. Yeah, he goes for it. He doesn't quite get it, though. Okay, so Langsa, and then because Happy doesn't have his locator, or doesn't have his shift, he's cooked. And I would go as far to say that the slide is also a little bit, not the slide, the Kiriko ult is a little bit delayed as well. I mean, this is why overcommitting ult sometimes works, because they weren't prepared for it. They weren't ready for it. So you might actually see, yeah, that they're gonna win this fight. Okay, so can they get Shu? Can they get Shu? They can. That's a nice stagger actually here. This is a really nice stagger. That's an extra 10 seconds they've gained there. Another kill. Whoa. Really nice stagger there. Oh, Fearless almost dies too. And that's going to buy them 10%. Now let's see where they draw the line, where they want to hold. So it looks like they're holding really aggressively. Shy gets cleared though. And this is a huge opportunity for Fearless to go. No. I imagine Fearless will probably go for Kiriko. So Shy gets caught off. Shy needed to re-enter stealth ASAP and isn't able to. So like right here, we're setting up. I don't like this from Shy because his team is setting up the fight here. He needs to be staging and getting ready to follow up. It looks like we're fighting here, right? But Shy is just going to get cleared. And then Houston's going to walk. And so what does Gushui do? Do we just let them walk? Do we slam them? What do we do? And I imagine we're probably going to see a Fearless Primal here. This probably should be a lost fight now. Yeah, that's just really poor. It's just really, really poor. I'm trying to think what I want to say here about this. Shy should have re-stealthed and played punish backline. His translocator is also way too far given the positioning of his team as well. But there's just this is just goofed up. Like I think the mistake is more importantly that fact that we're doing anything right now while our team is AFK. So then he's out. That gives Houston a time. Remember we talked about tempo, guys, right? They're playing to the tempo of the Sombra. They go, oh, Sombra's out. They're 4v5. Let's go, guys. And they're just allowed to walk forward for free. I think, like imagine what use of Sombra would be here with EMP. right? Your Kiriko's still probably dead, but oh my days, look at this EMP, guys. Look at this, guys. Look at this with the pulse bomb. Leave is also really late as well. I don't know. Just not good. Poor team play. Really just poor team play from Spark there. Yeah, and that should be it. I would go as far as say that should be it for the map, considering especially that it didn't take anything from them. And then now all Fearless has to do is chase staggers, which he does. Yeah, this is it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let's save ourselves some time. Surely, right? Right? Excuse me? What? How? How? It's a 5v3! It's a 5v3! Two of them are in spawn! Why is Pelican on Widowmaker? Oh my gosh. What happens? I just want to analyze team play, guys. I want to analyze macro and boring crap like that. I don't want to sit here and be like, who threw? Who threw? All right, guys. Who threw? Who threw? Let's find out. Why? What is Pelican pulsing? He goes that one. All right, all right. Who threw? Let's find out. Let's find out. Do we go back as a unit? No, Pelican's dead. Oh man. Okay, that's one for the list. Who else is gonna throw? Who else is gonna throw? Who else? Come on, somebody else. Because that alone can't. That's not fight losing right there, right? Who else? Who else? All right. The beat. Come on, join the club. Who threw? All right, another double boot from Gushue. Gushue has been hearing me talk trash, and he's had enough of the stupid nerd talking trash. Look at this. One, swing, two. Oh! My butt cheeks have never been more clenched. That is delightful. That is really good. You know what? I'm actually, Pelican is hard trolling the lobby, but I'm just gonna go ahead and give credit where credit is due. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. Bam, bam, bam. What is that? Nice. Okay. Also, I mean, I don't know. It's not even that bad of a pick, you know? I don't know why we're dropping here. I would have just stayed top. This is trolling. This is trolling. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on, guys? What is going on? What is going on? Why is Violet in their spawn? Where is Violet? Why is Violet over here? Violet. Violet. I just swear this guy, I can't deal with this guy. And we commit our Kiriko ultimate. Ah! No. Violet? Oh, what is Pelican going for a grapple shot? No, we got slammed. Yeah, this is why I would have just preferred to play in the back. Oh my gosh. Violet is something else, man. Violet is just so good, and then he just does things that just don't make any sense at all. Like, it's not even like aggressive play. Just like, what are you doing? He's making space. There's just no way that they lose to this. Oh my gosh. They don't time that EMP perfectly, actually. That should have been a one shot. They're just a little off in timing there. Oh dear. Overwatch League. Overwatch League. Oh dear. This is okay. Surely this is it, guys, right? Surely. Please. Nobody can touch. Oh! What? Fearless just goes like boom. Wait. That's a good EMP. Tracer dies. Oh, he almost big brained it, y'all. Almost. Look at this. God, it's so close to jump. Oh no, and we almost had beat. Unlucky. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, guys. This is what happens. When you have a massive advantage, you just get a little bit sloppy. You just get a little bit relaxed, and then the unlucky happens, and then you're caught up. Then you lose. This happened all the time in London scrims. It's not just London specifically, but just scrims. Like, this happened all the time. Oh, surely we won, right? And then you just lose a little bit of focus, a little bit of attention, and then it just completely slips away. That's actually insane. I'm really irritated at Violet. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely Pelican trolled there on Tracer as well, but I don't even know, man. Fearless is playing so well. Fearless and Gooshway, the couple of the ball plays there were like, oh man, they were tight. Okay, mirror match, probably because of the high ground. The Sombra's a lot less valuable when you have a high ground to play with. It gives the Sojourn an inherent power spike because you can bounce on from high ground to high ground. You have a nice little sight line here. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's see how the differences in rollout here. Both E's do absolutely jack all, so that's a plus. Fearless goes. Gooshway trades. We're both trying to deny the enemy Sojourn positioning. Now, what's the difference here to me is actually the Tracer rollout. One Tracer goes to high ground and then uses this to follow up off of this. Leave rolls out on floor and doesn't do anything. And then even more, and because of that high ground positioning, and because we're playing with Sojourn, look at what Happy can do. Allow me to quote the greatest. Yoinkies! Again, like what? When have we ever had a time where an entire dive composition could just migrate? You know what I'm saying? That's wild. That's great. That's awesome right there. I'm actually curious why. That being said, Monk shouldn't die. What should have happened is they should have done what we just saw there, and then we should have had taken these positions to just like probably hunt down and find the Sojourn or get a better angle. So how does Monk die? Is he caring for his Sojourn? He must be caring for his Sojourn. That's the only reason he should die. Yep. That's it. So it's a bit of a mistake. He needs to trust his Sojourn to use her cooldowns properly and then be able to peel afterwards. He just casts his corpse on the fire. But this is pretty funny. That's well played by Houston. That's good. Now, do we overextend? We just need to chill, clear, chill and clear, chill and clear, chill and clear, chill and clear. Don't get split. Nice. Now we go to point. I don't want us to greed here. I don't like this pursuit on kills that much, honestly. I think a lot, like this is silly. This is silly. Just chill. I mean, this is probably Fearless just zoning them, but we need to be really careful. Really careful about reaching, because this has cost us a lot of fights. Like this from Pelican is dumb. This is dumb. This is something that Pelican keeps doing. Why not Reaper? Probably because the map is too spread out. It's just there's just not enough angles to justify. There's too many angles. This is the Pelican mistake that we keep seeing over and over again that really needs to stop. This happened even on King's Row as well, where we overextend for backline in a situation where we're clearly moving back, and Pelican is not playing around his team's positioning a lot. So, I mean, we're on point. We're not diving into their spawn. Fearless is here because he's just zoning them, but he can easily get out. He's not going to get punished. Tracer, however, could go in here, get recall forced, and now if that Tracer is not dead, the Tracer will pursue Pelican and kill Pelican. In fact, there's actually a chance that Pelican could even get chased down. I want to highlight that as being a mistake that goes unpunished, but 30, 25, 40% of the time, somewhere around there, that will get punished and be the reason why they lost. I mean, it's why they lost the last round. Remember? And so they literally lost the last round of that exact same mistake of just, I'm good, I'm egoing, but the gain is just so little, right? Exactly. You just go so far when your team is so far back. Oh, wait, does Fearless actually get punished for the same thing? I didn't think Fearless would get punished for this. Oh, man. So he's reaching, yes. Oh, Because I'm like, Fearless is just zoning backline, just kind of covering his team's back door, and then he's just going to get out, right? How did he not get out? Well, Klong! No way, man! This is an Overwatch League scrim! Oh my gosh. I don't know, mate. I don't know. This is just agony. Now, all Spark have to do is patiently walk forward, take space, pressure point. We force the recall on Pelican. Now is the safe time to pressure point. Violet. Violet is something else, y'all. I am... What is he doing? He's shooting Monkey Bubble! He's not even going for a boop! He's shooting Monkey Bubble! Like, this is where, if Violet is here, you probably want to be playing around your Kiriko or Tracer. Win this Tracer duel, right? Help your Tracer win the Tracer duel. And then let them pressure point and then touch it like the last possible second, or peel off your Sojourn. Like, there's no reason to panic here. Like, Fearless will be back here soon, and if you win the Tracer duel, that actually might mean that Leaf has to back up. And then what that means, okay, let's get this from a map control perspective, okay? Let me actually draw this up, okay? Because I actually think this is a really cool teaching moment, all right? Here, okay, so Violet's here. Let's say Violet was a good Lucio, okay? I'm kind of being a little bit insulting here, but just bear with me. Violet is here. Violet helps his Tracer win the 2v1, and because Spark has to worry about putting somebody on point, this means that either this is even or you have a slight advantage. Probably means Leave doesn't get a lot of help. So we win this 2v1. Well, what does that mean? Does Leave die? Probably not. However, it means that Leave is not able to stage onto our Kiriko, and Leave actually has to go back to here, okay? So Leave gives up this angle, and what this means now is that if I'm Kiriko Sojourn, I can very comfortably put pressure on point, shoot point, whatever, without worrying about getting pincered from behind. In addition to that, I can now send Pelican with Pulse Bomb on his own angle. Let's actually get a different color here. I can send Pelican with Pulse Bomb to continue to rotate, and now we actually have an angle, a lane, if you will, where Pelican can actually access the enemy team's backline. Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio, whatever, for a Pulse Bomb. Whereas if Pelican doesn't get help here, Pelican might be forced to... This is just a mad. Pelican might be forced to back off... Whatever, I'm just going to leave it. Pelican might be forced to back off, which now means Leave is in a position to go for backline, but also Pelican is not in a position to get Pulse Bomb, because how is he going to get a Pulse Bomb from here? Is he going to blink right to the middle of the map? No, he doesn't have the lane open to him. Violet goes for pressure here, but the highest return on investment for Violet, if he wants to Reddit Lucio, is to Reddit Lucio on the enemy Tracer on the angle, because this part of the map matters right now, not this part. We're not equipped to deal with this part right now. Our Winston's and Spawn. So instead, hold the lane, hold the angle, because they're gonna have to touch point. So it's technically a 4v4 here. Win this 4v4, and then even if they cap point, you're in a perfect position to dive point, because what you've done is, if we were to draw what areas of the map you can control, you could go like here. You could control this much map in a losing fight. This isn't working. But you guys get the idea. All right? This isn't unreadable. You guys are just dense. Come on, you gotta get my level. You gotta bear with me. All right? Okay, would it help if I did this? Here, enemy. No. Here, enemy. Enemy here with 5. We have 4. One enemy, go over here. Point. So now 4. So now, if we want to go for enemy on the back, if Lucio help here, we win and enemy die. If Lucio go play over here, we don't do anything. Right? Okay. Yeah, this is just dumb. This is just really dumb. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it just doesn't. It's not what Lucio is. Like, if we're going for like a backline dive, maybe he could like disengage, prevent the Sojourn from sliding up. But it just doesn't make any sense. And then now we have 5 people here, but no, wait, Violet's in Spawn. It's just, you could simultaneously play to control space and not feed at the same time, because this Tracer duel is a really safe play, and you could bait them into reaching. But now it's Violet. I don't know. I just don't understand, guys. And now this is just really an unwinnable fight, so... I'm getting a little bit of stalling out, but it's just not. It's tragic. I got that reference, King Arthur. Oh no, guys, I beg! No. Again, reaching, right? We just think that we can hold a little bit of space, then we get punished for it. Oh my gosh, this is just a disaster. All right, now we're walking. Please clear the Tracer. Please. Yes. Do you see? Okay, never mind. I was gonna make a great coaching point, but now my entire house of cards has fallen flopped around me. My point was gonna be here. Because we've been able to clear Tracer, we're in a better position to survive this dive, because you notice the Tracer is recalling and not diving my backline, but I failed to account for Shu just not pressing the cooldown. So, my bad, guys. But you guys get what I'm saying. Why is Fearless primaling? This is a fair primal. Yeah, I think the opportunity was there, and we could get even a trade here would be real. Oh, wow. Whoa, wow. Whoa, we get the... Oh, Pelican. This is smart. This is really smart. Great play by Pelican. Love it. Get out. Live. Run. You were in so much danger. Right? Just be careful. My man is back halving, yeah. That was smart. Commit a lot of ultimates, guaranteed loss fight, either back half or reset. Okay. All right, let's have a talk. You have a Kiriko advantage. They have beat for beat. They have a primal. Okay, whatever. So I know what the plan is here. I know it. I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna go to point. I hope I'm right. I might be totally wrong and be like an idiot. Hey, Adi. They're gonna place Kiriko on the point and probably brawl around point. My concern here is that during the rush to rotate to point, they might mess up. Now they're doing this really fast. It actually looks like Gushui and Leave aren't even aware they're there. So remember when we talked about like Lucio being able to cheat, right? Because if you can just rotate, you can ignore map control super fast. This is a case in point. Because do you notice how they're letting Gushui take the angle? They're letting Leave take the angle in the flank, but it doesn't matter because they're just taking the fight completely away from them. So this might actually work. We'll see. There it is. Oh no, Pelican. And there it is. There's the flip. So they're going to try and force an engage. They give up cap. Spark does anyway, because they missed the rotation. Ooh. Oh, whoa. Winston dives in. Tracer Pincer. We're W King. What does Lynxus see here? Oh, he gets Suzu'd. I think he calls for Suzu. Yeah, he gets Suzu. Okay. Now, there's a beat for beat. Gushui has primal. Gushui is just back capping right back. There's the match. Shy dies. Why does Shy die? Does he not get beat? Because they had the secondary beat. Oh, no, they didn't. Oh, I'm totally confused, guys. I'm totally confused. So the beat for beat, but he uses shift. This guy doesn't use shift. They isolate, they kill. And then while... I think the other thing worth noting as well is while Gushui is playing for point, Fearless is engaged. So this is a 5v3 right now. Now it's a 4v4, but they've already had the advantage from having their Winston involved. So either Spark needed to just play hard safe, hard deal with point, or they needed to actually take the fight and ignore point. They kind of did a little bit of both. They couldn't decide. And so now, even if they win this fight, it's going to cost them everything. Huge kill from Fearless. Yeah, that's Monk. Yeah, that's a really, really big fight win from Houston. They did a great job there. Great job. Great job. And I think Spark is just a little bit indecisive about how they wanted to take that fight, whether they wanted to play for point and kite or actually just take the fight right toe to toe. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Violet Lucio is good. Violet Lucio is good, but he's trolling the scrim. He's trolling the scrim. Violet Lucio is good, but he's trolling the scrim. Those two things can be like we're talking about like limit testing. Maybe, sure. I don't know. It's funny because it's Violet, but Violet also went to grand finals last season. So, you know. Like, I think Violet is definitely a feeder, but Violet is also a clutcher at the same time. So, you know, it is what it is. How did Fearless get Lingsa? Do you want to guess? Cracked. I mean, it wasn't that crazy. He just jumped on him. They better bring back Al Replay Viewer this season. Yeah, it's honestly one of the biggest disasters of last season that it was only available for like the staff, and it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't understand fully why. I'm gonna assume the best and assume that it wasn't something just through gross incompetence, or but it's very confusing to me because it was available for everybody else. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay, so they're just gonna set tempo here. They have a setup. They have a nice Winston jump. They're just gonna shift in and go. I'm interested to see who they would go for first. I'm guessing it might be the enemy Sojourn. Yeah, enemy Sojourn because she has the ultimate. You could even see Violet on the target because if they kill Sojourn, that's the only ult that they have. And she's also got the least reliable defensive cooldown out of the entire cast in this game. You know, Kiriko's just gonna TP away, so yeah. A little bit of a reach though. No. They get away with it. What happens to Gushue here? So Gushue bubbles a little early. I think that's the issue there. And he ends up having to chase outside of his bubble. So you see here, he's gonna drop bubble here because he's already. Why is Gushue already low actually? It's a nice job by Pelican actually. This HP matters, y'all. This HP matters a lot. That's almost 200 armor gone. He bubbles early and then pursues outside of bubble. Meanwhile, Fearless's bubble is planted smack dab in the middle of the fight, and you could tell which bubble is better because which bubble was broken, right? That's the key thing there. So huge play from Pelican there for the early pressure. A little bit unfortunate from Gushue. Nice shot though. And Outlaws are still in, so this is still winnable. Let's see. How does Shy die here? Oop, just gets railed. Probably could have seen it. Where was the Suzu here? I'm curious. I think that Suzu was too soon. So you have to be very quick with it, but I'm curious who the Suzu was even intended for. Oh, it didn't even hit. It didn't even hit. You know, it's actually funny, guys, is the Suzu didn't even hit. Which, ironically, is what gets shot. Oh, no, Shy gets healed back up. Yeah, the Suzu whiffs. That's a little bit unfortunate. And then who else dies here? Is it Fearless? Yeah, Fearless gets pulsed and shot down before he builds Primal. Leave is 1 HP. And survives. Still, very reasonable retake opportunity. They're going to use the ultimate. Ooh, we're fighting for this. All right, chat. How much you guys want to bet that Violet beats? Oh, he doesn't even get a chance to beat. Shoot. Whew. Jeez, man. These guys are just insane. Really nice. Very winnable. We're going to go Echo for the retake. Echo's pretty decent, and she's a faster rollout than any of the other DPS to get back to spawn. So, you know, interesting. Probably just see a Primal on point. Probably prioritize either Lingsa or Sojourn. He's looking around for targets to Primal. See, he's looking, there is the Sojourn, so he finds the Sojourn. A little bit unfortunate that we used both Beat and Primal, but it probably doesn't matter considering it's last fight. Just would have been a little bit better to min-max to prevent this from being clutched. We need to get one more kill here. We need to get one more kill. We really need to get one more kill. Yeah, so when you blow 1, 2, 3 ults and you only have 1 kill to show for it, that might be a little bit problematic. Does bubble block Suzu? Yes. So this is a little bit problematic. I want to see what prompted this beat.
Thanks for all the content, Smile.
Hey, thanks for the bits, mate. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I mean, I enjoy it. So the beat is reasonable. It just doesn't seem like anybody really needed it. So I think I would have preferred... I think the beat was probably okay. I don't know about the primal, so we end up greeting this. And then also, it gets really messy. Because now we're just blowing an ultimate. And now we have 3 active ultimates and 1 kill to show for it. And now the Echo is getting a little bit hairy because we didn't immediately win the fight, and so now we're probably picking I don't know if Echo's good or bad, but it wasn't our first choice on rollout, so I imagine it's probably not as good as Sojourn, and for Happy it's probably definitely not as good. What kills Monk here? He just kind of greets, to be honest with you guys. Nice right click from Fearless again though. Should be okay though. It still was a 5v4. I don't even know anymore, guys. Like every single time I think the fight is just won, it's just not. So I'm not even sure now. That Leva's gonna fight 4v1. I just knew it. Violet's gonna blink off the map, or blink off the map. You know, jump off the map. You know. Okay, interesting. So really clean first fight from Houston. Little bit of a goof up from Spark after that. A lot of ultimates used. They did not deal with juggling point. The big ult fight was really what cost them, though, where a lot of ults were traded. They lost point. They tried to back cap and match ult for ult and somehow messed up. Didn't do either of them both. And again, that kind of comes down to the team play. And then obviously also committing Kiriko ult when you probably had already won the fight before last is what cost us. Okay. Last round.
Ready.
Was Fearless on Shanghai on last season of Overwatch 1? No, I think it was just Dallas, I think, right? Past season he was obviously Dallas, but the season before? Season 3, I guess, or 4? Season 4? Yeah, I think he was Dallas, yeah. Okay, let's check this out. Yeah, just Dallas, okay. Okay, Echo time. So why are they playing Echo, chat? Why are they playing Echo? Besides the fact that it's Leave on Echo, and Leave is probably a great Echo. 2020 was in Shanghai. Okay. It's well. High ground, display run. Cover by Windmill. Yeah. It's just good high grounds, and it's not great sightlines for hit scan. Like, it's okay for Surgeon because there is a little bit of sightlines and there are some high grounds. But it's just there's all the good positions involve high ground and cover in some way, shape, or form. So like, yeah, there's just so much. You can play Echo here, you could play Echo here, you could do all sorts of things with Echo here. So I agree. I think if Echo ever was to be good on a point, it would be this one. Yeah, Brig with Echo. I mean, Brig with Echo is just to enable the offing. Like, you're going to have... So here's the thing. All right, if you guys have ever heard me talk about, like, fast versus slow, it's one of the most misused terms in Overwatch ever. Which composition is playing slow versus fast? It doesn't matter. Both teams can play slow. What matters is the range. For example, this composition, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, you probably can't. Lucio versus Brig. Lucio does better in close range. He gets more value in close range sightline. Brig gets better in long range. And you're like, wait, doesn't Brig have a flail? Yes, but Brig has range packs that Lucio doesn't have. So Brig can enable people to poke much better than Lucio can. In addition, you have the situation where you have an Ana on high ground, where if Ana is able to set her feet, she's going to outvalue a Kiriko as long as she's able to keep range. So for me, I imagine we're probably going to see Ana Brig on high ground, probably Echo controlling some sort of an off angle and trying to keep early and often pressure on the enemy backline. Now, the only exception to that rule is if this guy's got rail. Then all of a sudden we got to be really careful about peeking. Right. So you can see the mouse? Brilliant. All right, so let's check this out. Will the Lucio composition be able to LOS the Echo Ana and find a way either to pressure point to force them to get close and then burn them, or find a way to rotate and set up a dive on them? Because remember, they can get onto high ground. If my Winston jumps here, my Lucio can wall ride, my Sojourn can slide, and my Kiriko can TP. Huge. So is this Echo comp? Are we going to be able to get early and often pressure? Let's find out. Echo swings wide this way. There's a lot of aggression. We force the Sojourn out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a big nade, huge nade. Now remember, guys, we didn't talk. Remember we said like, oh, fast versus slow. It doesn't really matter. If your Echo has a good angle and your Brig Ana have a good angle, you can play fast if you want. It doesn't matter. You could play fast with snipers versus dive, as long as you play in your sniper sidelines, right? It doesn't matter. So here, Lynx is actually pressing W. Big nade. Leave is a little isolated though. Leave should probably die for this. Yeah, so leave overextends just a wee little bit. I would have preferred a little bit more patience. Yeah, he gets caught. He shifts away from his support LOS. So what Leave needed to do is probably shift back up towards here. He lost LOS of Lynxa. The chain was broken, and it means that he's going to get isolated and picked off. I'm actually curious, what would I have liked to have seen from Lynxa here? I think the Brig is a really interesting pick here. So he tries the shortcut, he misses cover, and he misses the whip shot, which means that instead of him being able to actually walk forward here, which we would have liked him to be able to do, he actually has to disengage. It's a pretty big mistake. And that's going to kill him. Or kill Leave, rather. That, along with also, you know, Leave just makes a mistake. Now, Lingsa needs to get out. How did Monk misses the sleep dart? This is actually unreal. This new Brig pack is unreal. Okay, what happens here? So Fearless doesn't even have bubble. I don't think. So he just misses sleep dart. He rushes sleep dart, even though... When did Fearless have bubble? Maybe Fearless did have bubble. No, he didn't. This insta-pack is insanity. Like, that is insane. That is insane right there. That is actually insane. That being said, our Ana's MIA. We're already up a DPS. Yeah. Hard to lose that one. And now we're going to be able to choke out the Ana Brig and prevent them from taking the positions. I'm actually curious to see if they swap off of... They probably won't, but I'll be curious to see how they retake this. So they roll out top, big surprise, right? Better sight lane, better safety. What I'd probably like to see from Leave is rotate towards here, shoot here. And remember we talked about how like Choosing are going to win is like being able to close the distance on these guys without taking a lot of damage. If you're able to put Leave on this angle here and shoot with pocket, there's nothing the enemy Sojourn can do about it. There's actually nothing they can do about it. He can just take this position and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot, get packs back, shoot, and Fearless is going to have to disengage. So they lost track of Pelican though. That's a big deal. But then Pelican's out. I'm curious to see why Leave is rotating this way. Leave should actually just straight up die. Oh, maybe he doesn't. What does Leave see? I don't understand what Leave is doing. He's staging for an aggressive dive on backline, I guess with Gushui. Probably with Nano. But I think they needed to be a little bit more patient about it first. And I would prefer to stage... I don't know. This is crazy. Again, Brig Packs comes in clutch though. Easy peel. And Gushui does have staging on the backline with Shy. So maybe this works. There's the Nano Echo we were waiting for. I feel like he could just die here. There's the Nano. Yeah, I just feel like maybe a little bit rushed. Just a little bit rushed. Okay, so then they're going to trade. They're going to jump in backline. They slide their Sojourn in. She gets top. Big nade from Monk here. Yeah. Bam. Just honor rolls him. Remember we talked about reaching, chat? I think this is another example of that. I really do. So they're gonna go in hard. Their timing is all off though. Why is Violet not involved in this? What happens here? Man, that's rough. I don't know what Violet's doing over here. I don't know what Violet's doing over here. Violet needs to be peeling off this monkey jump, but he runs at the monkey and the monkey just jumps right over him. Violet's having a tough scrim. Because the problem here is you need to deny this Winston damage on your Sojourn. Bam. You see that? Almost dies. Alright? That should, 100 and whatever of that damage should never have happened, which is would have kept him up. And in addition to that, we miss our amp by pursuing the dive that we missed. You see this? We have to amp, and our amp, we almost died in the Nano Echo first off, but their amp ends up not getting any value because we were late to the fight. And then we're not even here for the follow-up boop on the Winston afterwards either. I'm actually curious to see if Suzu is forced as a result from this as well. Yep, Suzu is forced as a result from that as well. Whereas we should have been able to TP in very safely here at full HP. Suzu would run over this on and win the fight. So this was a really, really, really big mistake from Violet here. He needs to be able to peel off that Winston dive, or at least be able to join his team on the dive. And he misses both windows. Big mistake. I was wondering why that felt so bad, and I got the answer here. So probably what will happen is we've got a fight with Rally, which is honestly one of the best support ults in the game, especially in a dive mirror. It's generally very, very hard to kind of out-muscle Rally. So what we might see here is we'll probably see maybe a Kirikou ult on point where there's Sojourn, try and farm up her rail. We could see them try to brawl with Kirikou ult, but I think without a Primal Rage and with the enemy team having Rally, I don't know if this is going to work so well. I'm curious to see how they take this fight. So they are going to try and brawl with Kirikou ult. What we'll probably see is Langsa will immediately match with Rally, and Shai is going to look for a pulse. I don't think, unless they're able to survive until Violet gets beat, I don't think they're going to win this fight. I would be surprised. So it's going to depend entirely on mechanics. Is somebody going to hit a mechanical shot? The other problem here, as you guys can see, is that they're not able to like clear an angle or take space. In fact, Pelican, before the fight even starts, is trying to clear space, but he goes in too early. And he gets his head blown off. So he's actually recalled out while we're Kirikou ulting in, which is, again, a problem. We've seen this with Pelican, right? He overextends. His timing is not very good with the rest of the team. And so I don't think that this should be very difficult for them to win. Right. There's the overextension. There's the reach. This should be a fight win for Spark. Somebody should die in the next 2 seconds. All of them should die in the next 2 seconds. I'm actually surprised we even needed to use Primal. Let's find out. Why did we use Primal here? We're already pretty low. Hey, that's fine. Tracer within the okay. Yeah, this is not a very intelligent engage, I think, from Houston. I think what you need to do is you need to make sure that you have your beat farmed up. And if you're gonna go for the play that you just did right here, you might even roll out top and then have Pelican set up from here. And then maybe blink from behind here and try and pincer from here and really get on top of that Brig while she's rallying. I think if you're able to set up from high ground, you would have Fearless Pelican at higher resource and you have a quicker path to get onto the backline, because if that Brig doesn't die really fast, you're just not going to get a kill. You're just not going to get a kill. You need to close the distance quickly on that Brig and rally, otherwise they just survive the first couple of seconds and you have no angles, you have no map control, you have nothing. You're just running it down. Yeah, and you can see they're just reaching and reaching and reaching and reaching, and they're just kiting and kiting and kiting and kiting. And meanwhile, all along the way, Shy, Leave, all of them are just pumping damage into them. It's a 2-for-1 ult trade, but it's a 2-for-1 ult trade and a lost fight. Oh, wow. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's still winnable, guys. It's technically still winnable. They were not able to get more kills with the Primal Rage. Do we see some cooldowns here? Do we have packs? We have sleep and nade. That's good. We get split though. That's really, really rough. Nope. They peel it off. I actually don't hate that beat. They just needed to be, I mean, because you actually had some, because that's the funny thing is like, was this beat bad? Probably, but at least you have some map control now. Now at least you have like, you at least have the proximity that you needed to get on top of the brig, right? The problem here is just that I think they just didn't quite get it, right? They just didn't quite get it. They didn't quite get the stick that they wanted, right? Brig pack is just a little too good, right? Yeah. That was that was probably the best stupid Violet ult we've seen. Also DPS timing there. Yeah, let's actually look. Well, it's hard because the window for that 4v5 is really tight. You can't really wait for everybody to be staged because you're down a person. So you got to go now. You got to go now. You got to go now. I don't think even Monk plays this that well. Let's find out because the backline gets split, so that's a big one. Yeah, so we goofed it up. This is a classic Christopher-ism, lose cons, right? You're up one, but they have beat, so let's not get too greedy here. And I think like the backline almost choked that one because of that. I'm saying you shouldn't have used beat. I think the beat was a 50-50. Or even a 40-60. No, I don't think he should have used beat. No, probably not. But it was an understandable gamble. It was an understandable gamble. They just needed to be on the same target. Because I think the fact that Spark peeled that as poorly as they did and still survived is kind of a red flag. Haha, Pelican. Oh! Okay. Feast or famine beat, exactly. Exactly. Like I said, I think Spark really did not play that one very well in terms of peeling it off. We didn't get a lot of value out of either of our cooldowns, and we split in different directions, and it still worked. Okay, there's the reach.
This end wins now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to look at this. I feel like we're trying to play more aggressively here with our backline here. But it's a shame that Leave gets his shift forced just by a jump, right? Even if, here's the thing is like, even if you have your ultimate here, I don't know. You don't want to use your ultimate as a get out of jail free card because you made a positional mistake. You want to use it as a get out of jail free card because you went super aggressive and you had your ultimate. You're not really in a good position to get value out of your Winston ult here. And I would, because you can see it, right? Like this ult's just completely wasted. Whereas if we could have disengaged here, we could have then gone 3-2-1 shift up and then look for a copy in Kiriko or a copy in Winston from here, where we could have actually closed the distance here. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Like this, because it's an ult for an ult, but the Sojourn ult, we're playing in open space right now, so the Sojourn ult's just going to be better. We're not even able to build our Primal Rage. They do get the nano. Huge. Big nano. Big nano. What's the status of cooldowns right now? Fine. They kite that nano really well. Shy is okay. I think we're positioned all right for it. Ooh. What happens here? Oh man, again we get split, y'all. We keep getting split. And I think now it's going to be both supports dying. Or at least that support died. By the way, that's the other thing with the Echo. You can't land on a bad spot because you don't really have an escape cooldown. It's a lot like Sojourn. When you shift up in the sky and then you just land right where you landed, you're a free dive target. So I think this is a mistake from Leave. What I would have liked to see from Leave is when we call Nano Monkey, Nano Monkey, Nano Monkey, go in. We finish here. I mean, honestly, it's tough because we dive. but we don't get the kill. So I actually think we maybe should have landed with our monkey and kept shooting from here. I think disengaging here is just like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's also a weakness of the Echo. This is what I'm more concerned about, though. That we have Lengsa and Monk splitting again. It shouldn't have happened, because if Lengsa is with Monk here, this fight is actually very winnable. Or at least you force a Primal Rage out as well. Yeah. Okay. Probably going to see them roll out top, play really slow for rally, wait for Primal and rally, play nice and slow. This really could go either way. I think the favor is on Houston here because of the double supportal that's coming up here, but it really could go either way. Nope, no pulse. I will say this about Pelican. Yeah, that's just really unfortunate. That's just really unfortunate. He just goes in a little early, and he goes on, like, honestly, he doesn't even go, like, great job by Lee, by the way, scouting this. But he goes for, he doesn't quite get the stick, and now he might die here. Pelican is a lot like Violet with these high risk, high reward extensions ahead of his team. Pulse is one of those things that if you see an opportunity, you should just go for it. But you have to understand the downside of like what it means going for it. And he's got to be screaming for help right now. Help, carry me. That's it. That's the fight, y'all. That's the fight. I don't even think he stuck the shield. That should be the fight. Because we're going to be able to peel off Fearless. That's a stick landed, and that's fight, you know? Forest point. And that's it. And they don't even get the support ults. Actually, you know what? I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to assume. Rally. There it is. Kiriko gets smoked. She don't want the smoke. Leave keeps getting caught isolated, mate. Like, again, this is the weakness of the Echo, is you cannot get caught isolated. You're just too easy of a kill. Leave's Echo has been a complete non-factor this entire game. There's the beat. Focus Sojourn. She used her shift. She messes up her shift. Happy ends up in the same spot and dies. So, main takeaways for me, nice sleep guard, is definitely some team cohesion issues, right? On both sides. Overextension, reaching, not clearing space, not rotating together, splitting off in different directions. A couple of individual observations. Pelican is too greedy with his timing and doesn't really play around his team very well. And I think the same to an extent goes for Violet as well. Fearless is playing really well, I think, for the most part. I don't have anything negative or positive to say about Happy. It seemed fine. I think both flex supports look a little bit rusty with how they're playing just a little bit, especially on the Ana. Violet's Kiriko looked insane. Langsa looked a little bit shaky, especially with synergy with backline. A lot of questionable plays in both Lucio and Brig. Some questionable backline positioning. I wasn't loving the support play today, I think. But yeah. Do you guys have any questions? We talked about a lot today, and I mean a lot. So much to consider. And remember that the big takeaway with team play and individual play is that nothing is set in stone. Nothing. This is early in the season, early in scrims. Everybody makes really stupid mistakes under the heat of pressure, and a lot of these mistakes are going to be cleaned up over the course of the fight. Gushui Ball looked good. Yeah, Gushui Ball definitely had some pop-off moments. In the dive versus Brig Ana or Briggs and comps, should you dive the Brig in most scenarios? It depends. If you can cut off her bash route with a bubble, then yes. If you can't, no. Because she has greater mobility with bash, but if you can bubble off her bash, she will bash into the shield, I'm pretty certain. So she won't be able to get away. On the 50-50 beat, could Houston have won the fight if they'd focused the same support? Yes, because Spark messed up their peel badly. They missed the sleep dart and their support split again. So yes, they could have won the fight off of that. That's a fight-losing mistake, though. It's like one of those 50-50 plays where if you make it, you probably win the round. If you don't, you probably lose the round. And it just didn't quite work out. And that's where we, again, blame team play. Like, you guys would be surprised at how even the best Overwatch League players, a lot of fights are just decided by common goofy errors that you probably have playing quick play with your friends in gold. Not being on the same page, mishearing, not focusing the same targets. They're not necessarily the most important factors, but they do frequently cost fights. Is the Shy Leave duo underwhelming you compared to the expectations? I think it's impossible to really say. I mean, Leave didn't look particularly like he was clutching off a lot of fights in Echo, but you really can't make reads off of really a handful of maps. I think both DPS played reasonably well. There wasn't anything overwhelmingly negative or positive. It's too early to say. You really can't make a read from 2 scrim codes, especially. Yeah. I mean, this is just fun analysis. I'm using this less about making reads about how good teams are going to be and more about just fun analysis about how compositions could be played. Like, this is more educational, not commentatable. I could not tell you Houston could win the Overwatch League this season. Linksa could be the Owl MVP. Violet could be the less Lucio in the league. They're good players, but we also just don't know. Like, you literally cannot make reads. You guys could have watched London Scrims last season about this time, and you would have probably assumed that we would have finished like second to last. That's just how it happens. It's a long season. Players are trying things. Players are trying different compositions. Players are rusty. They're not on the same page. A lot of what looks like feeding from Pelican might just be a lack of communication from Fearless or vice versa. You just can't make reads. So this is more about learning how we want these compositions to be played and getting a read on some of the mechanics of some of the players. Like, Fearless looks great. Fearless is obviously very comfortable on Monkey, more so than like drawing these big, overwhelming, like, I'm not building power rankings off of scrims, especially this early in the season, y'all. What do you think about that Sombra pick? I think it definitely struggled a ton on Ilios Ruins because they really muffed up first fight. But like, that's another example where we can't draw like really overwhelming conclusions from one pick because they messed up the first fight. They won first fight off of the Sombra pick. That Mega allowed the ball to play as aggressively as she did, which should have won in the fight, but he just messed up, right? And the Sombra also looked pretty decent on King's Row as well. Thanks for the Mambo streams. From how Peli is playing, it looks like he legitimately has no idea when his team disengages. Yeah, like that's where it's like, is it because Pelican is stupid? Probably not. No, it just means that there's just a little bit of a communicational gap that needs to be closed with more practice with the team. That's the thing, guys. It's like we don't know exactly what the solution is, so we can't guess. Do you think Houston needs another tank? Yeah, maybe. What you're saying is I'm as good as an Owl player? 100%, 100%. Yeah, I guess the main takeaway is from this, guys, is that if nothing else, from an Owl coach, ex-Owl coach, you know, you just don't know. Just don't, we don't, like, even things like, oh, I think the Sombra pick is terrible. Well, maybe for the map, but we can't judge the results of one round and say that a pick is terrible. Like, I think this is something that, respectfully, a lot of, I won't name any names, but a lot of other Owl commentators and Owl podcasts and Owl things do, is where, like, something doesn't look good immediately, so therefore it's trash. We just don't know. We just don't know. We need to be a little bit more patient before making harsh things. And the reason why I think a lot of people do that is because it's fun. It's what we as human beings tend to do, and it makes for good content. But I'm not really here to make good content by doing that, so I'm going to give you not the safe, nice thing. It's not about me being nice. I just know my limitations of what I know from the amount of scrims that I've played, so I can't tell you if the Sombra pick is good or not. I can't tell you if Shy is a good DPS player or not. I don't know. I haven't watched enough. So I'm going to admit my limitations, and I wish more people would do that. I wish more people would do that. Violet. We just have to be careful. The tricky part is that you're not going to get a lot of views if you're spitting some hot takes. So I hope that if nothing else, that like you guys enjoyed the analysis aspect, because I'm not fixing to drop power rankings off of this, like I said. Because hacking can get you banned. Yeah. Lame. I like being ignorant. Yeah. Right, exactly, Mango Turns, exactly. All right, chat. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna raid an old friend of mine that I used to train MMA with. He's streaming some Guild Wars 2. Really nice guy. Say hello to him for you. I don't know if you guys play Guild Wars 2. It's like a super fun PvP MMO. I haven't played a lot myself, but I gotta toss him a raid. So blow him a kiss. Say hello if you're interested in Guild Wars 2. This guy's almost certainly gonna be a very educational streamer. I actually haven't seen any of his streams yet. So loves and kisses. I'll see you this weekend on Saturday. We're gonna have lots more fun. I don't even know what we're gonna do Saturday. We'll figure it out on Saturday. We'll see. And we have the collaboration with LH Cloud. He's still on the checklist. We had to delay it from the day. But yeah, loves and kisses. Have fun, guys. I will chat with you guys this Saturday. Spilo out. !mark coaching. !mark Patreon. That's all. Starting the raid. Heading out. And 10, 9, 8, 7. You're very welcome. See you guys. Thank you guys so much. Loves and kisses for 3, 2, 1. Ah!